Okay, welcome back everybody to the 2026 British Chess Championships coming to you from Warwick. And very exciting round number 7. I'm joined here by my co-commentator Nick Pert. Nick Pert apparently on board 1, neither of the players have turned up. Shreyas Royal, white against Luke McShane. Do you think there's a little bit of psychological warfare going on there?
Maybe. Some people have different attitudes. I mean, Michael Adams is always on time, isn't he? He's never late. And certain players are always on time. I remember actually a long time ago speaking to Luke McShane's dad, Rod McShane. I don't know if you ever
I met him many times, yeah.
And he used to say in some of the tournaments that if Luke was white, he'd get up in the morning, go and play his first move, and then go to breakfast. Right. So just to allow for the fact that your opponent might also be late getting up in the morning. So kind of interesting strategy. But I see Luke's actually turned up now. He's beaten Shreyas to the board.
Yeah, I mean, Shreyas was late yesterday for the Bodhana game. I think there is a little bit of psychology going on. Sometimes if you're late, it's almost like you're trying to be the main character. You're trying to say, look, the other guy's having to wait for you. So, you know, you are the main actor in this drama. But
yeah, some people, I think they also just like to double check their lines before they come to the board. So they just maybe try and, I sometimes do that. You should just suddenly realise as you're walking out of the hotel room that there's a line you haven't checked, which is quite critical. So you might want to quickly check it, and then you're not being late for the game.
True, but I mean the game starts at 2:30. I mean presumably, and the parents are out 9 o'clock last night. So in theory, you've got many hours. Do you really think it takes that long to prepare for one chess game?
I don't think it maybe takes that long to prepare for it, but you might just suddenly realise something at the last minute. I mean, different people have different approaches, and
I think he's using psychology here, Nick. I think he's trying to outpsych Luke. Will it work? I mean, what would be your prediction? I think David Lightfoot, our technical director, has gone for a draw. What would you go for in this game? I'm personally going to go for a win for Luke McShane with the black pieces, especially now he's up on the clock.
It is quite a difficult call. I mean, Shreyas has been playing quite well in this tournament, so but yeah, obviously Luke's got that experience, extra experience. I'll probably go with a draw, but I think it'll be quite a fighting game. I think both players will actually be looking to win this game. I don't know if you agree with that.
No, 100%. I think all the games today will be quite fighting, hopefully. I can't see, I mean, we haven't had really many wet draws in this tournament, which is a great thing. Some Britishers, you have quick draws because people want to preserve a bit of energy. Michael Adams is probably getting quite tired, but he's white against Harry Grievous, a significantly lower rated opponent. So I would expect him to try and win the game. We've had this fairly solid, just go back to the start of the game, Nick, and we've got a French defence. And Michael Adams, which he did earlier in the tournament, has gone for this knight c3 variation. And Harry has gone for quite a sharp line. So he's taken on f6. Obviously, there were other moves. Bishop takes one of the main lines there as well. And sometimes you can even take back the g pawn, which is quite an interesting line. But he's taken with a knight. And he's taken on f6. And that's over the
I think it's also worth noting that Mickey sometimes plays e5, doesn't he, against knight f6. I don't know if he had that. I think he had that early in the tournament against Sam Chow. I think he played e5 on move 4. So he switched it up now and played bishop g5 on move 4. And Harry he has played the French Harry early in the tournament, so I guess Mickey would be expecting it. And Mickey does move around a little bit, so I would maybe just quickly show move 4. I'm pretty sure against Sam Chow he played e5 in this position here.
Right.
So he's now playing a different variation, obviously trying to slightly sidestep.
Yeah, he won that game. It was a very long game, yeah. But he's trying to sidestep Harry's prep, so he went for... I would just go h3 on move 1 against Harry, or knight h3, just anything to avoid any kind of prep.
You could play a move like e takes d5 if you wanted to avoid the prep and just play some kind of exchange for it. But this type of position is fairly safe, though, for white. I don't think black tends to get anything too sharp, and that would suit Mickey. I think I would say it's quite a good choice by Mickey in terms of opening line.
By the way, I spoke to David Eggleston recently after a 4NCL game. He's also a player. He could have played this tournament, but he decided not to. He said that he had a game of h6, and that's also a line I think you could give out the ball.
I think so, yeah. It's quite interesting. I think Kramnik played that sometimes, didn't he? And maybe some other guys as well.
What David Eggleston says is really kind of nullifies this line for white. So okay, so taking and a bishop e7, but I do think that I quite like this line for black as well, because often with a queen on f6 early in these lines you run into a bishop g5, which causes you a problem. But with the bishops already exchanged, that queen is now very comfortable at f6. So I quite like Harry's position. He's gone for a sharp move, c5. Wow.
I mean, c5 is quite a thematic move because otherwise you could end up with, being slightly boxed in on the queen side. I mean, obviously if Mickey takes it now, then he loses the b2 pawn. So he's not going to capture it. Queen d3, I imagine, was played with the intention of castling queenside, do you think? I mean, why else would you play queen d3?
Yeah. I mean, I think, again, it might be some kind of theoretical knowledge going on there. The problem is, Nick, if you go so like this, that does give black this very comfortable option, c5. Now, you could play, for example, something like this and take back the knight, but I'm struggling to see, obviously, this is based on a trap. You can't take there because of the discovered check wins the, not discovered check, but basically discover on the queen. So therefore, white is fully developed, but black has got no complaints. They can simply play a move like bishop c6 or maybe rook d8 was also good there. So,
I mean, in the opening, I mean, Mickey, he took twice on f6, didn't he? But as you say, normally bishop takes f6 would have kept a bit more tension in the game.
That's right. Yeah, slightly surprised.
Lots of exchanges.
I think he
you
wants
mentioned.
just a quiet game with a slight edge. So we got this position.
But you said quiet game. He's gone for queenside castling, so it's not going to be too quiet.
Yeah, but I think we could get a lot of exchanges.
I mean, the only thing that worries me slightly about this is now he's going back into slightly more theoretical ideas by casting queenside, and it must be quite gutting when you prepare a line like this and your opponent just rattles out all the moves that Harry does.
Harry's preparation is certainly impressive, and again, I referenced the great David Lightfoot. He seems to think that Harry's got a great chance of winning the tournament. I kind of agree with that. I think, having got this far, if you are, it's a great saying, if you're in it, you can win it. Let's move on quickly to some other games.
Speaking about that, your friend Alex has actually put some odds up. Do you want to hear the odds?
He's now got Michael Adams.
He's got Michael Adams as the favourite. And to be fair, Michael Adams is the 9-time champion, so you can't rule him out. 6-4. Luke McShane, close second favourite at 7-4. Shreya's now at 6-1. I think that's not a bad price, but obviously he's got a tough challenge today. Harry Grieve at 7-1. And then Bazak, I don't know how you pronounce it, Bazakusta at 10. Bazakusta or Baz. Baz at 10-1, which I think is a very generous price because he's actually been playing really well. I mean, his game against Harry yesterday was a very accurate game. Maybe at the end he could have played it slightly better, but in general, it was
might be the foreigner bias because you don't take a lot of money on foreign players. A bit like England gamblers always bet on England football team. But thanks for putting that up, Alex. And apparently he said that, I noticed when I read about this chat yesterday, he's already taken a huge amount of money. I think there's a lot of about 30 grand on Adams.
Wow.
Nah. Yeah. But Adams.
He did say he had taken 3 bets, though, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what he claims. I don't know if that's true, but okay, interesting. But Michael Adams, 6-4, feels a bit short to me. I don't like that price. I would be a layer of Michael Adams. I like Luke McShane. So I'll take a bit of Luke McShane at 7-4 if I could. Shreyas Raw is also on the big side on 6-1. I'd make Harry Grieve a bit bigger. I'd probably shorten up Bazakusta. And that's about it. But let's move on to other games. We can't just talk about gambling all day, as much as I'd love to. Marcus Harvey is playing against the other joint leader in Bazakusta. So this is an upfloat pairing. Bazakusta, I think, is a bit unlucky because he's had 2 downfloats in 3 rounds.
but in a way, I think this is quite a good pairing for him because Marcus has, obviously he's an incredible player, but he has had some moments where he looked a little bit shaky in this tournament. I mean, his game against Harry Grieve, he was lost at the opening. His game yesterday against Stanley, he was in a lot of trouble as well. Yeah. And Bazakusta has not really had any weaknesses. I mean, he could have ended up playing Luke McShane, which would have been a much harder pairing. So.
But they're similarly rated, and I do think, you could go too much on recency bias. Overall, you'd say their ratings are similar, and if somebody who's got similar ratings got white, therefore they're favourite on paper. The other thing I would say is Marcus plays English, which is very similar to what his repertoire is probably very similar as white to Bazakusta. Bazakusta's played Rook B8, so we're looking at a long manoeuvring game here. I feel Knight BD2 strikes me as a potential move.
I mean, Marcus can play other openings as well, can't he? But, I mean, it looks like they're just trying to play a game now. Neither of them are going for the knockout blow in the opening. They're just getting a position and they're going to try and outplay each other.
Well, what's Black's plan?
I guess the idea of rook b8 was to move the bishop, unless you go over b5. But
couldn't you move the bishop anyway? Why do you have to move the rook to move
unless
the
it was
bishop?
with the bishop on e6, do you think? Or I'm not sure.
Oh,
But rook b8, yeah, maybe rook b8.
Do you think he wants to go b5, or at some point go c6 and b5, or b6? B6 is possible move.
Maybe with the idea of bishop b7 and just moving his rook off that diagonal.
Yeah, I think this is going to be in for a long one. Let's move on to our good friend Simon Williams, who's going for a similar line that Richard Pert, your brother, had the other day against John Pigott. But this is a very theoretical line.
Yeah, I mean, worryingly for him, Chalpor hasn't really used any time, has he? So you kind of need to have some ideas here with white. But I think that the main pawn break in these positions after, for example, let's say both players improve, just improve. I'm not sure of the exact move order, but the main idea is this idea that we talked about before. So let's say we have just some position like this, and black brings the knight to f6. Sometimes you can play this d5 idea, take and then e5.
Oh,
so this would be one of the ideas. I'm not sure of this exact position, but this would be one of the ideas on his mind, which could come
Maybe
up.
you put the queen on f4 first.
Yeah, possibly queen f4 first. So
that you're not getting hit with tempo with knight e4.
Exactly, yeah. You might have to put the queen on f4 and then play for that idea. Yeah, and sometimes you can play h4 and try, and I'm sure he wouldn't need much invitation
Simon
to play
there on
h4.
the webcam. He's again, he's not fully in this mode, but he's got in the hands of the Sphinx mode. Maybe now he's
Because I think there was a game in the Blitz Championship of the world teams Rapid Blitz Team Championship in London last year, and he was on my team, and I played this idea of d5 takes an e5, and Simon commented on it. I can't remember. He seems to know a bit about the history of it, so he definitely is well aware of this.
He probably doesn't remember
pawn sack idea.
He probably doesn't remember that game. Yeah,
he doesn't remember the game, but he knew about the idea of this pawn sack. So I'm expecting him to try to engineer it at some point, and it's kind of his style to play an attacking game as well.
Okay, so I've just beaten up on Simon's ability to memorize variations. So let's move on to another game. Okay, board 5, we've got Taran Kanwaralia from representing Ireland, who's playing against an Indian player in Siva Mahadevan. And this is looking quite positional. Not much going on here, Nick, either.
Yeah, it's quite a sort of interesting clash. They're both quite interesting players, aren't they? And neither of them's really focused, being at the top of the tournament actually. So there's actually an opportunity if one of them were to win today, that would just throw them into the mix, kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah,
really.
Speaking of that, they've got the comeback king on board 6. Stephen Gordon, who started very poorly, but is storming back into it and is now, I believe, on 4.5 out of 6 or 4 out of 6, 4 out of 6. Or is he on 4.5?
No, 4.5. I think he's won 4 games in a row.
Incredible.
Well, I'm actually a bit surprised Stephen's thinking for so long about this position, because I'm sure he's played Nimzo Indians for pretty much his whole life.
Sure.
Yeah, Peter Roberson, he's a bit of a theoretician. He moves it around a lot, doesn't he, Peter Roberson? So you don't even quite know where you stand. Obviously, d5 and c5 are the two main moves here.
That's right, Nick. Yeah. So c5, they typically go d5, and then you get lines with b5.
Exactly. You can play b5, or you can play d6 and play b5 later.
I think, we had that. Maybe Stephen Gordon had it against that kid actually the other day, Adifia. Didn't he have a game of c5?
It might have been him, because I remember seeing that opening.
Yeah.
So he's probably a bit afraid of preparation then.
Exactly. I mean, another line you can play, which I think, I've seen Magnus Carlsen play that. He played it against an American kid on a YouTube video in a high school game. And he went d5. And we got a line like this. And then white goes e4. In fact, I had a game like this recently as well. Black takes. And then you got a choice between either going e5, which temporarily sacrifices a pawn, or you go c5. So if you go e5, the idea is that white doesn't really take because of very good play with something like this. Or take with a king, you have knight g4, which is a double threat of both attacking e5, but also threatening knight f2, forking the king and rook. So in this position, Nick, they generally go d5, and then you get very sharp play after bishop c5. So that would lead to a very exciting position, in my opinion.
Do you think he's probably looked at all these lines, hasn't he? He's quite booked up, isn't he?
I think they all are. Is there a single? It'd be lovely if he played somebody who wasn't booked up, but that's rare these days. Chessable has destroyed chess. Chessable and Chessbase. You know, no, I'm only kidding. Chessable. If you're watching Chessable CEOs and founders. By the way, we got also an interesting game board 7.
So, someone's actually put odds on us to win, but we're not actually playing. So
yeah, we're not playing. I think if we play next year, what odds would we be? Do you think, Nick?
The problem is all the junior players are going to be 1 year older.
1 year older. So you think what? You think Bodhana would be the favourite or super?
I'm not saying they'll be the favourite, but they'll be stronger when they all of them. And there's quite a lot. Actually, when you look down the entry list, there's a lot of under 18 players. Yeah, a lot of them, and they're all going to be 1 year older. So
that's the landscape of chess now. It's changed a lot in the last few years. I think the COVID pandemic changed it a lot, Nick, because you had kids sat at home and they wanted to play chess. As an example, that game of board 8, Freddie Gordon against Bodhana, 7 Andan.
Yeah, how old is Freddie now?
Freddie, I think he's about 14 or 15. He's quite young. I'm pretty sure he's 14. Bodhana, of course, is very young. She's only about 11. Let's have a look at the opening in that game. And it's a Slav, which Bodhana typically understands very well. She understands the pawn structures involved. Knight h4 is a good move. Attack the bishop, try to gain the bishop pair. Black move the bishop. So the idea behind that move, Nick, I think, is if you take, it's probably not generally a good move because you can even take back the pawn and you're threatening to trap the knight with g5.
Yeah, I think bishop. Well, the idea of bishop, you can play obviously bishop g6 straight away, but you're trying to encourage this move f3, which is, I guess, in theory a weakening move, but it also can be a strength as well. So it's a bit double-edged whether you want white to play f3 or not. So there's always a debate about it. But I think generally majority of strong players do play bishop e4
You're a bit of an
first.
expert on this line, aren't you? I mean, you played this maybe from both sides. I could be wrong.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Is there any opening you haven't played? Maybe that one knight h3. It could be saved for the Harry Grieve game in the British next year.
Yeah, saving up a3.
Yeah, anti-Harry Grieve.
a6.
Yeah, I'm going to write a book called How to Beat Harry Grieve in the opening. And it'll be like it'll be one page and one word, 2 words you can't.
Apparently Freddie is 16, well.
Is he 16? Oh, okay. Right, fair enough.
But that just goes to show how strong Bodhana is. She's only 11.
Yeah, and she's not that far behind him on rating. But, yeah, I mean, 16 is pretty, that's pretty young. I mean, I hadn't even played a FIDE rated game before I was about 16 or 17. So, these guys are accumulating a lot of experience.
You probably started quite late though, didn't you?
I was quite a late starter, yeah. I didn't play junior chess. Okay, so this position, it's white to move. So a typical move, well, there is an issue with that pawn. I don't think black is threatening to take it straight away because pawn on b7 would be on priz. So an obvious counter move would be, hang on, let me get this right. I think it's black's move actually.
It's actually quite interesting because some people, I think some people play knight d7, but you have to be a little bit careful because as soon as you play this move knight d7, white has got the option to take on d5, and then if you take back with the c pawn, obviously you don't have this knight c6 option anymore. This is just bad for black, so you'd have to recapture with something else. So sometimes they actually delay this move knight d7 in these positions, or they might take on c4 and play b5. So I think knight d7 is actually considered to be a bit of a mistake, which is quite a common mistake. So this is another option you can take and play b5.
Yeah,
I think
I like
take and play a6 as well. I think that's another move.
Yeah, I've seen that kind of plan before, Nick, in these kind of positions. Because I think black goes like a6 and they try to play c5. And even though typically you don't want to play a pawn break because it opens up the bishop pair, in this position, you need to get the knights going. You need to either get the knight there or the knight to c6 and generate some play.
Definitely. And also, black is going to castle kingside. Sometimes you can delay casting kingside if you fear a kingside attack. So if white starts pushing g4, h4, you might not castle kingside straight away, but that's where your king's going to end up. And white is going to castle queenside, and white's going to put the king on b1 usually. So it could be in for quite an interesting game, actually.
It'd be interesting to see the extent of Bodhana's theoretical knowledge. You seem to have a great understanding of this. I know in general you're very good at understanding the plans and so on. But I think your opening knowledge is a lot deeper than mine. But will Bodhana's opening knowledge be on that level?
I'm not sure. I think you've got quite good opening knowledge as well.
But I just know random moves. I don't know the plans. That's the problem.
Lots of different positions, lots of different openings.
Yeah. Okay. Right, so let's move on because there's also a game on.
You could also play A5. I think that's another move here. So there are a few
Oh,
moves,
okay,
but I think
A5,
I think there was a more recent game. The idea of A5 is to play A4. So if white placing, let's say white just plays castles.
Oh, that's clever.
Sometimes you can play A4.
Wow.
And then if they take on A4, you can take on C4.
It's a very clever idea, isn't it?
It's not a tricky idea.
It's actually already very good for black.
Exactly. So they have to be quite careful that if they recapture, then B5. Yeah. This is the plan. But so there are some different ideas, but I think knight D7 is supposed to be a bit of a mistake. So we'll see whether or not she plays that move.
Yeah. So going back to the games, by the way, Supratit, we got told off, or I got told off for the pronunciation of his name. Supratit, Banerjee versus Yi Chen Han. We reached this position, and it's black to move. What do you think he'll play? It looks like a dragon initially. I think a move like D6 kind of screams out at me, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, D6. What would you do about the knight, though? Would you bring the knight to H6 and come out that way, or would you?
Well, apparently it doesn't like D6, and probably you're.
I'm not sure.
Why D6 is a mistake, though. I don't quite understand. Maybe you just take. That's the problem. Nope. Let's have a little look. So here is a mistake because you go here. Often in a dragon, in these kind of accelerated dragon positions, you can have a problem getting out of the opening. I noticed that I played against a great Vasily Ivanchuk a few years ago in tournament Sitages in Barcelona, near Barcelona, and that was the problem. I didn't know the opening very well, and got into trouble. So D6 is actually a mistake because Queen F3, white suddenly gets a big initiative. So going back to this position, knight E6 is a great shout by Nick because the idea is you're trying to bring the knight into great square on F5. I think this game could end up being very, very sharp indeed. We saw Supratit yesterday. Supratit have a very sharp game against Ami. He was unlucky not to win that one. Yeah, very much in a balance. What do you think, Nick?
I think also Supratit seems to have the opening advantage. So, Yishen's starting to burn his time. So that's a really good sign for Supratit. Do you know who does his openings?
Well, I know Tristan Cox has possibly helped him on occasions, but Tristan also helps. Maybe I'm going to get told off for.
Oh, right.
Okay, so
but anyway, he seems to have had quite a good start to the game.
Richard Pert is playing against Yan Lan. Yeah, this is also an interesting clash. So
yeah, this H4 idea, I haven't really seen this before.
So we're getting some kind of Queen's Gambit, Vienna variation. Actually, Richard plays this himself with black. I think these kind of positions, right?
Yeah, these positions are quite sharp, and they're becoming quite popular. It's a good way for black to fight for the initiative, and I'm pretty sure Lanyao has played this several times before, so Richard would have been aware of it. And H4 is an interesting move. I mean, you can obviously play more slowly here. I think you can play with A3 or B3 or basically.
Did Peter Robertson have a game like this? Maybe even yesterday against Richie.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was in this exact position.
It was similar line.
Was that with B3? Did white play B3 at some point?
Yeah,
I can't remember white playing B3 at some point and opening up.
No, I think you're right.
Opening up the B file, but yeah, H4.
H4.
I imagine that Richard actually prepared that move because it looks. I remember he might have just played it actually, but it looks quite interesting, doesn't it? H4. I mean, the whole position's quite close. The centre's close, so yeah, why not try to create some play on the king side?
By the way, Kevin Wynn said in the chat, Freddie had a very long game yesterday, so it might have had an effect. I don't think that have any effect. It would have an effect on a senior player like myself, but on someone like Freddie, who's 16, full of energy. He wouldn't care less.
Alex has put me at 100 to 1 for next year.
100 to what odds am I?
66.
That's really insulting. Nick's a much stronger player than me, and he's already won the British.
I wouldn't say that.
This is a strange odds.
Danny's weighing in at 100 to 1.
I think 66 is a bit bigger for me as well. Don't forget I won the British Rapid Play and the British Blitz over the last 3 years. So I'm looking for the treble. But yeah, Nick's very strong. He won the British in 2021, wasn't it, Nick? I think.
Yeah, 2021. I've actually been second quite a few times. I think you've been second as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, that was the COVID British, wasn't it? I think we all came back after the COVID because they cancelled the 2020 British because it was COVID lockdown. Yeah,
because ironically, the year I won, I scored 6.5 out of 9, and then the next year, 2022, I scored 7. So I actually had a better performance, and I guess probably stronger field, but just Harry Grieve scored 7.5. But if he hadn't won that last round game against Matthew Wadsworth, then I would have had a playoff for the
Well,
back-to-back titles, which would have been quite nice.
yeah, I mean, it's very important now. I think we talk about the winning score because you said 6.5. The 6.5 will not win it this year. In fact, it won't even come equal first. So they're looking at 7. So the players say on the Simon position on 4.5, they're probably having some of these top boards. By the way, Luke McShaney is already clearly back. We need to come back to that game. So why is he suddenly starting to get an advantage as black? This is a very interesting Scotch gambit. So the Scotch. Not a Scotch gambit, it's just a Scotch opening, is where you play an early d4, white took, and then you play e5, which is the most critical move. Black playing queen e7, queen e2, knight e5, and then g3, which is one of the most popular choices. And bishop g7, great move, c4, bishop. So this all looks very standard to me, Nick. So why is computer preferring white?
It is. Isn't there some?
Black,
isn't there some end game you can get into now? I'm just trying to think. How does it go?
With the 2 rooks against
is
the
it
knight and
castles?
bishop.
I'm trying to remember this now.
You might. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's in this line. But you're spot on.
There's some end game you end up in, isn't there? Where I'm trying to think. What's what is white?
I can't remember how it goes.
How it goes now. Maybe it's
Yeah, something to do with rook e1 and d6 or something. Yeah.
But everything just gets exchanged off. Can we just try and work out where it is?
But maybe it's gone slightly wrong here, Nick, because it seems like the engine prefers black. And
I remember Jan Gustafsson did a course on this, and this is the way he recommended to play is black against the Scotch. And
just leave your knight there, because a lot of time they bring the knight back to b6. Yeah.
And then you've got options of f6 and d6 at some point. I think at some point you go rook a. I'm trying to remember how the theory goes now. Yeah, so rook e1 was played, was it?
Yeah, now rook fe8 or rook a to e8. So if you
play either,
if you go here, then I could go here, but then queen c5.
I don't think queen c2 was the move. I'm trying to remember what the move was.
Maybe knight d2. Yeah. Hard. 30 days on the road. Benny Gordon is 15, it says here. He's not actually 16.
He's 15, is he?
So he wasn't 16. I was at least right about that. At least right, broken clock is right once a year. Or is it once a day? Yeah, I'm not even right about
those sayings.
Twice a day. Oh, right, okay. I'm not even right about these sayings. Yeah, well, Shreyas is playing quite quickly, so maybe he's still in his prep. So again, the engine, we might be talking about really deep prep where the engine, it takes a while. We're talking, we're looking at it with a slightly weaker engine.
I mean, Gawain used to play this a lot, didn't he, the Scotch? He was quite a big expert in the Scotch in his younger days.
I quite like it as white because I feel like you get free development. Generally in the Royal pairs and in the Bishop's opening, which is very popular now, it tends to be more closed, manoeuvring type battles. But a little bit of a smile there by Luke McShane.
Yeah, there's something going on, is it?
No, I think he's just smiling to himself for something. There's not much going on, as usual in chess tournaments. Maybe he's just imagining what he's going to watch on TV tonight. But yeah, he's having a smile. I think that's a good idea. It's such a tense situation. Just try to relax. Just you can be too tense. You can be, and this is what undid him before.
Actually, Kevin Winter mentioned that Kasparov resurrected the Scotch. I think he played the Scotch. When he came back and played all those blitz games after he'd been out for several years, I think he was playing the Scotch in those games. It was quite good because all the top players, they play all these Berlins and everything. So he's just trying to avoid all of that and get some interesting positions.
Yeah, it must be great to have Kasparov's old database, wouldn't it? Just to see how much theory that he knew. Do you think Harry's database is bigger than Kasparov's?
It probably is because the problem is the databases they go out of date, don't they? Yeah. Obviously, in his time, Kasparov was obviously probably the leading theoretician.
Can we see a game from the lower reaches of the championships? Yeah, I mean we can. Especially have a look at in the chat, guys. If you find any game lower down that's interesting, let us know and we'll have a look. We could go down. There's already player we haven't touched on much, by the way, James Jackson. Does this count as the lower reaches?
But also his opponent, Elmira. So I think she was joint women's champion last year, was she?
That's right.
So she's definitely a contender. And obviously, Bodhano is, looking at the women's title.
Lanyao. I think what's the first prize in the women's? I think it's something like
It's £3,000
quite a lot of money,
for first top woman. So it's quite a serious prize.
You see that anti-post prize 2027. That's not even to win, Nick. That's to finish top 6. So
100 to 1 for top 6. Okay,
I'm taking that.
I'll take that bet.
I'm taking a loan out to
100 to 1.
And I'm 66.
I'd back both of those.
Yeah, brave.
Does this guy actually pay out though?
Not on those sort of bets.
100 to 1 for top 6.
By the way, we've got Jonah Willow's already got a big advantage against Mark Ebden. Interesting. So if we go back from the start, well, the two kind of local players to each other, because Jonah, I think, is from Nottingham and Mark is from Leicester, and obviously that's all very close to this, as we're all in kind of like the central Midlands area. So we've got a King's Indian. C5 is apparently not a great move.
It's almost turned into a kind of check Benoni, hasn't it, when he plays C5?
Yeah.
Or something like that. I guess you're feeling
a little bit slow, right? Taking looked more correct, and then he went C5. So the danger is you're giving away too much space advantage. He's gone H5, so White played H3, and now Mark is thinking. I think the danger for Black now is you've created these weakening moves on the king side, Nick, but you haven't really created an attack. So sometimes when you push your pawn, you're trying to create an attack. But here, like H5, does that really create an attack for Black? And there is a danger maybe that White would just go Knight D3, F4 and generate an attack on the king side.
Because you could also argue that the bishop on D7 is slightly misplaced. Maybe you want the knight there. I'm not sure. Exactly.
So that sometimes you can meet F4 with knight back to D7. Maybe the best move is bishop back, but that,
I'm not sure
that can't be it.
Well, I guess Black could at some point play knight C7, but you can stop B5 quite easily by just playing A4. Yes, a knight H7 and just try to get F5 in.
Yeah, I'll try to play fair. So if I go F4 now.
Yeah, just F4, knight D3 first, and then F4.
It just looks very pleasant for White.
Black's pieces are not that. His knight on A6. I mean, maybe a White actually to play F4 straight away, because I mean, is it crazy for Black to consider knight B4 against knight D3 and trade off that knight?
Yeah.
It does give you weakened pawn structure, but it might be.
Yeah, it slows the initiative down.
Exactly.
So F4,
so maybe
F4
first. That's a good idea.
Knight can go to F3 rather than D3 as well, which might be a more sensible square, because also looking, you'll keep saying, try to put your pieces close to your opponent's king. Something good might happen.
This knight on A6 just feels like it's out of the game, doesn't it, at the moment?
When your opponent has like a plus 1.3, and I know the engines don't like the King's Indian, Nick, but when you're playing somebody who's 2450 and they're plus 1.3, that suggests the opening's gone slightly wrong for Black. What was the point behind H5? It feels a bit obscure to me. Maybe okay, he wanted to put a knight on G4.
Yeah, I have seen Mark play like this before. I think he's maybe played this H5 idea against me once before, but rather than going for the sort of standard plan of trying to play F5, he seemed to prefer playing with H5. But I think the position was slightly different, whereas now he doesn't really have that many pieces on the king side.
Yeah, I think something like knight G4 earlier would have been more to the point. And I think again it comes down to fatigue. I feel like you're round 7 of British where you don't get a rest day. We said that with Mark Adams, also a senior player, like Mark is. Mark is in his 60s now, and mid-60s, and he's playing against Jonah Willow, who's a much younger player. It's a tough bearing, I would say.
Yeah, Jonah's been sort of professional for a few years now, hasn't he? So he's
quite experienced.
Yeah, quite experienced player. It's not easy for Mark, and Mark's probably, getting a bit older now.
I'm kind of surprised Jonah's not a GM already. I mean, surely GM must be on the horizon.
I mean, he does have moments where he seems to perform quite well, doesn't he? But maybe just needs to get that consistency together. Okay,
we're going to have a look at a game on board 32, because people asked us, look, Owen Crawford has got a big advantage against a player called, I'm not sure how you pronounce the first name.
Is it Rakaya?
Rakaya Reader. Is it Reader or Ryder? And Owen Crawford is, again, not a player people, or Rakaya, probably not that familiar with. But
I think she might be a rival of Nina's.
Oh, Nina, right. Similar age?
I don't know exactly, but I remember her name's come up before.
But this is a sharp. I think it's called a flick knife variation. Generally, in the Benoni, when you go here, you actually black plays this move order, and then after knight f3 they play c5. So John M's Chris Ward, who sort of advocates Benoni from England, they would generally get into it this move order because white can't put the pawn on f4, and if you go knight c3, they're quite happily going to Nimzo Indian. So that might be something that maybe Rokhaya could think about in the future.
I mean, the flick knife is thought to be quite a dangerous system, isn't it? It's thought to be quite good for white, I think.
But this is already looking a bit dangerous now, because if you take on e5, I'm just romping with a move like d6.
Yeah, I mean, black's got lots of pieces that have not been developed. This is looking really dangerous. And you're actually threatening, after bishop c4, you're threatening bishop f7 as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
And then that looks very dangerous.
It could be a very quick win, I think. So where was potentially the mistake was the opening is not liked by the computer. It doesn't like this opening. So firstly, the question is your approach wrong? Should you be playing different openings? But having got this opening where you're worse...
I think, yeah, like you say, it's not just changing the whole opening, just changing the move order.
Yeah.
To make white play knight f3.
The only is still playable, but I think you don't really want to go into this flick knife variation. Not sure why it's called a flick knife. But you're flicking the pawn, really. You're flicking the pawn to e5. So, yeah, a6 didn't like. Maybe like knight a6 just to generate some play. And
that's quite standard as well, because if before you play a6, you want to bring your knight to a better square, otherwise it's stuck on b8.
Yeah, so basically, black has an issue here. Like, how are they even going to get their pieces out, Nick? Because you can't... You're only playing... I think our plan was to go c4 and bring the knight to c5, but... Problem is white has played that immediately. Now, if you go c4 now, well, I go here. Let's say you continue your plan. Just doesn't work.
Lose the c pawn.
Lose the pawn. And the problem is now, because the pawn's on e5, I'm not hitting the pawn on e4 anymore. And the danger is whenever you take this pawn, you open up the f file for the rook, which is going to help in the attacking sense for white. Knight g5 even loves it.
Yeah, or d6 as well, which
Maybe
is quite standard.
So I feel like this is not worked out well for black. So they've got a couple games there, Mark Hebden as black and Rokhaya as black, where they're both struggling out the opening. So I'd be interested to see how those games develop. Maybe we should go, we'll keep an eye on, and again, put in the chat if you see any games that you want us to look at specifically, even lower down or whatever. Let's go back to some of the game. What game do you want to look at the top?
Yeah, should we go back to the top board?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, they've actually played, did he actually play this queen c2 move? Is this is this a live position?
Yeah, it seems to be.
So this was where you're supposed to play queen c5 as black.
Think you'll find queen c5? Looks fairly obvious, actually.
We certainly could find it, but I guess if he doesn't know it, then he's probably just double checking. There's no...
This is where experience comes into it. Like you say, check everything, make sure there's nothing wrong.
I mean, he must know that this position, like Luke must know this position is fine for black, because he'll have known the position up to this point, and so he knows that he's okay here. But does he move the knight? I mean, if you go to b4, where you're going from b4, normally they put the knight on b6, but it could get a bit shut out there. So queen c5 is quite.
What you're saying there, Nick, is the problem is at some point.
Yeah, then the knight just feels.
Once you move the queen, you're starting to threaten. Well, that's actually a mistake. But maybe queen. Queen a4 actually might be that's also a blunder, right?
Or queen e4, do you think? Or
queen b3 is the only good move, actually. So he would calculate that, because actually you've only got one good move for the queen. So you might be spending some time here calculating whether knight b4 is a good move. But queen c5, if he finds that, it's a really strong move. You think he'll find queen c5?
I mean, maybe Shreyas knows the Steiners, hoping that he plays knight b4.
Yeah, it's a trick. Like a psychological trick. Very clever if it is. Well, very clever if he doesn't go queen c5, but if he plays queen c5, maybe it wasn't so clever. Big moment coming up here. Luke thinking, massive moment in this tournament. Round 7, we're right into the meat of the tournament now. We're a third of the way. We're 2/3 of the way through. There's only like 3 rounds left.
this is where it's squeaky bum time.
Can we just look at this one line which you might have prepared? So if white plays bishop f1, I'm trying to think what the idea of that move is.
Mm.
I mean, are you even threatening to take? You just defend the c pawn, are you? Then black captures on e5, say.
Yeah, it doesn't look that great. Yeah.
It looks kind of okay for black, doesn't it? It's not really that dangerous either.
No.
He can just move his knight. Yeah, this line just seems fine. So actually, I don't even know what Shiraz's idea is.
No. Maybe you forgot the theory.
So if queen c5, maybe he might go
Knight a3.
That makes sense because it defends the pawn and it defends the queen. So you threaten pawn takes.
I say again, it might be very deep prep. Maybe that was why I was saying it was all psychology, but that was why he was really late for the game, because he was
uncomfortable with his prep.
Luke normally go e5, doesn't he? Luke normally plays e4, e5. Not always.
He plays it quite a lot, but also Shiraz plays d4 a lot as well. He plays lots of openings. So obviously the good thing is you surprise your opponent, but the bad thing is you don't really know all the nuances yourself.
Yeah, I think you'd be better off to actually just sticking to one opening. But the problem is nowadays, like when you play people and they're so well prepped, and if you just go e4, they're just going to like prep massively for all your lines. So this is the typical.
It might go like this, I guess. Because now, what does Luke play?
Oh, he has to put the queen on f8, and it all looks a bit. Yeah, so you have to find a lot of only moves to get
if he plays rook e5 instead, okay, it's the same. It's still not really that dangerous though, is it? It still feels like it's quite a safe position for black.
He's thinking though, Luke.
The best move is bishop takes e5.
He does have a history of getting into time trouble, so this is in a way this has turned out to be a reasonable choice. But
it does look fairly safe for black, I would say. I can't really see any sharp tactics.
No, but Luke has to find this line, which isn't guaranteed, right? He has to find these moves.
Yeah, but even if he doesn't find the exact moves, it still seems kind of okay for him.
But I'm not certain he'll find queen c5. He might blunder. Maybe he'll just lose his knight or something.
But Shiraz is playing still, because Shiraz turned up late, didn't he? So Luke knows he's still in theory, still in preparation at this moment. It's true that queen c5 probably is the only move now.
So you think he thinks he's still prep because Shiraz is still played so quickly?
Exactly. He knows that Shiraz is still in prep. And that's always a bit uncomfortable because you know your opponent's still in preparation.
Okay, so that game's very much in a battle. So we'll wait to see whether Luke Michane finds queen c5. Michael Adams' game. Wow, this is really opening up. This is interesting.
Harry's still in his prep.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
This is the problem. You even play some kind of obscure line and Harry's just got it booked.
Is there a way to banish him to freestyle chess? He'd probably be like more prepped up in freestyle chess. He'd like learn all 900 and however many positions it is.
But, I mean, Mickey plays so many, because I've played the French against Mickey before. Yeah. He plays so many lines in the Tarrasch, the Advanced, after knight c3, all these different variations as well. And yet Harry's still ready for it. So he must have been preparing all of the lines.
Crazy.
It's just, I mean, I guess, before a tournament, do you do a lot of preparation?
Do I do a lot of prep?
Yeah.
Nah.
A lot of people just kind of wing it.
Most of my prep involves watching Racing Post YouTube channel.
I think Harry must just spend, the weeks before.
That's true, actually, because you know who you're playing. Yeah, you can see the entry list.
But he must just prepare. He's probably decided to play the French, but he must just prepare all the lines incredibly deeply. But the problem before he comes to the tournament.
But the problem is, if you're preparing for an Open, it's different if you're preparing for, say, the round robin, where you know who you're playing and what the pairings are. If you're preparing for an Open, you're having to prepare for Adams with white, Adams with black. Shiraz with white, Shiraz, and you don't know whether you'll play them, so it's like extra prep. I think it's just all prep that he's done this morning, to be honest. I don't think he's done probably that much.
He's probably gone over the lines, but Mickey plays. It's not, Mickey's not that predictable against the French. I've looked at his games in the past, and he does play quite a lot of different stuff.
Also, I would say something else worth making a point of, I think, is the fact that a lot of these guys play each other a lot. There's also the English Championships coming up later in the year, where a lot of these people, the same people, will be playing probably like Michael Adams, and maybe Shiraz, right? So therefore, it's worth working out what you're going to do against somebody. And if like you say, if you don't necessarily use it in this tournament, you can use it in another tournament, right?
Yeah, the thing about preparation, a lot of the preparation just never gets played.
Yeah.
You only sort of scratch the surface, don't you? You don't see all of the work that's been done behind the scenes.
So it's white to play. So what do you think he's thinking about?
Bishop takes e6, or is that just crazy?
So a suggestion from the audience, Tom Villier, is bishop takes e6 for white here, which I normally would be more keen on if it wasn't for the preparation. If your opponent wasn't in preparation.
Well, rook e8's obviously a cannon move. Yeah, that's the idea, right? So maybe rook e8's a blunder. No, it's not a blunder because after knight g5,
king h8, knight f7.
Can you go king g6?
So the idea is if no.
Wow, it's mate 6. That's a bad move. Why is that mate 6? So go check.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous.
And then I could go here.
Yeah, this is looking bad.
And then not quite sure how. Oh, maybe it's check here and then it's checkmate in 3. So okay, so we could have a quick finish here. if Mickey can find bishop e6, rook e8 is played, knight g5, and then Harry blunders because you remember he went king a7, king g6 his last game, so he might have fond memories of that and go back to king h8. Apparently is that could be a repetition though.
Yeah.
No,
That's not
this
even
is
a repetition.
Because you take, do you? Oh, you go here. Ah, right.
But maybe just worth showing that if black takes the knight on g5, what the idea is for white.
Yeah, this is actually good for very good for
You can
white
play queen h5, so this is a nice idea. But king h8 seems to be okay for black. And the problem is Harry probably knows that, doesn't he? It's probably in his repertoire.
I mean, I might. Sorry, yeah.
Because he would have looked at bishop takes e6 as one of the first moves you look at.
I might be tempted to just play a bit like g3, Dick. Just bat the ball back to black.
I think so. I probably wouldn't want to play a risky move if I knew my opponent was still in their prep. Because I just would be afraid you'd be walking into something. There you go. You're just a natural Gorm.
I know, mate. Yeah, I should be playing next year, and we'll all take that 100 to 1 on, or is it 66 to 1 on Gorm, finishing the top 6.
Apparently there's 10 to 1 for any checkmate. Is this guy actually even liquid? 10 to 1 for any checkmate today?
Oh, really?
Or
for any checkmate?
On any board?
On any board, yeah.
I mean,
You can get.
No, I'm not convinced they are now.
We want to see
I thought they were. I was verifying this guy, and now I'm trying to disassociate myself from him.
Yeah, I don't think. I think 10 to 1 is quite a big price, especially with a lot of juniors in the tournament.
What price are you giving on Bodhana? Let's ask him. The Bodhana versus Freddie Gordon game we're going to go to now. What price are you giving on Bodhana winning with black against Freddie Gordon? What game was that? Here it is, board 8.
So she has taken on c4, so she probably knows.
Yeah, she knows this system.
She knows the system a bit. Yeah.
So clever move by Bodhana. She took, and she did play bishop e7 at some point.
Yeah,
so
which is fine.
Yeah.
I think it's knight d7 is the one you have to be careful of because then you can't take back the c pawn.
Again, that's knowledge that you have that I don't really have. This idea that you have to take back. You can't play knight b7. You know, and often what separates players, having that detailed knowledge. Just get you through the opening. So great play by Bodhana, a6. It really seems.
F4 seems a bit of a strange move.
Yeah,
Normally, I might play king b1 or something.
Or even g3, maybe, Nick. No, it doesn't love g3. That's the problem. Yeah, your king b1's a great shout. And maybe even put the rook on c1 sometimes.
Yeah.
But is he worried about that?
No. Shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be.
Maybe why he gets too much play, I think.
You would imagine so, but how do you get too much play?
The computer doesn't like it at all.
No. Maybe
F4.
g4.
F4 now.
Yeah. Yeah,
This could be quite dangerous.
I would reject this on the basis that you're coming down there. So, but Freddie went f4. Well, maybe
I mean, black's going to play for c5 now. Probably knight d7 and c5 seems quite logical.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Bodhana the other day play a great game in the same opening against.
Yeah, I feel like. So, go on. No, you carry on then. Yeah. But I feel like f4. I'd be probably quite happy to see f4 because I feel like you're really trying to play c5 anyway. You're not really trying to play e5, are you?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a waste of a move.
I mean, I feel like unless you go king b1, g4 quickly, it looks a little bit pointless almost.
Yeah, the top move, or g4 or king b1, the top two moves. But then,
I mean, I find this particular line fascinating because it's a real contrast between the bishop pair and black's activity with the knights, which I really love this line for black.
I think King B1
And for white.
Yeah, King B1 was the most flexible because you have to play King B1. I mean, C5's coming. But it's interesting that white's actually supposed to play with G4, aren't they?
Yeah, it's
At some
a
point.
tough move
At
to
some
commit
point.
to because you feel like what's it actually doing. But at some point you go G5 maybe, Nick, and as you say, you might force this capture. And after this, it's very sharp. In fact, you can even go G5 and then you get a very crazy line like this. And then knight to C6 is the best move. Pretty much the only move, not... So if you go here, which looks standard, Nick, white's a lot better after King B1 because, say, for example, take. The play is just too easy. I'm just going to go D5. I'm going to start to attack.
There's nowhere safe for black's king, is there?
So you have to go, weirdly enough, which again, a lot of amateur players would dismiss it, or even strong players, because they'd think, well, look, my knight's getting hit. Knight C6.
But that actually threatens to trap white's queen, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If you take on F6, knight takes D4.
Very clever.
Maybe that's the
trick,
idea,
isn't it? Yeah, and then knight d4. So it's a worthwhile trick. If you play this opening, that's why I say study of these openings is so important. Have you seen this trick before, Nick, in this opening?
I haven't seen that one, but again, that's something which both players would be able to, prepare for.
But I almost think it comes back to what you're saying about going King B1, Rook C1 earlier, or whatever, because then you don't avoid this kind of nastiness, maybe. But this feels comfortable for black if they find knight C6, but
in the game though, she's just going to try and play for C5, isn't she? I think she'll just play probably knight D7 and C5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still like quite a balanced game, I'd say.
anymore. Freddie versus... Freddie is Lothians versus Oriam. So Lothian is a region of Scotland, I believe.
Yeah, I think they're talking about how many GM norms Freddie might have.
Does he have it? I'm not sure he even has any.
Do you remember any tournaments where he might have scored a GM norm?
Not off the top of my head, to be honest, no. But I'm sure he will get to GM, even if he hasn't got any norms yet. I think he might have a GM norm. Did he get a GM norm in the Florence CL, maybe? Got a feeling he at least came close. He's obviously a very strong player, really good. I mean, actually, when I played him quite recently, I think the game ended in a draw. When I analysed him afterwards, it reminded me a little bit of Michael Adams, just great feel, just great level of natural talent. So I'm sure he'll become a GM. That's absolutely nailed on. Massive clash between two very promising players. So black has a nice choice here. They could castle or they could play knight BD7.
Just out of interest, if she plays C5, because I know that sometimes that's an idea. I think it says it's a mistake.
Maybe
Bishop F3 is just the reason.
Not this, Nick, because of C4 and that weakens the pawn.
Yes, sometimes you play C5 with the idea that if they take on C5, then you play knight D7.
Yes, to try and take back with a knight.
Try to do with a knight, but here this might be. But now you can maybe play C6. This could be one advantage of having the played F4, and also Bishop F3. So actually, you have to be a little bit more careful. I mean, F4 does have the advantage of freeing the square up for the bishop.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think she has to be a bit careful. But if she works that out, she should be able to work that out, and she'll just find knight D7.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
have a look at the next one then.
Yeah, so huge game there. So we haven't looked at Marcus Harvey game much. And also we need to look at the Simon Williams game. So Marcus Harvey, wow, big things happening in this game. Black just played pawn to E4. Wow, what on earth is that? So I think his idea is, so E4 looks like a silly move, like you're playing, what's it called, giveaway chess, or, it's also called suicide chess.
Maybe White just played C5 on the last move as well. Maybe just have a look at that move, because White played C5 here, trying to, I guess, undermine the black centre. If black captures on C5,
right?
Presumably he's going to take on E5.
That's the idea. I think that's why black went E4.
Yeah.
And that, you get rid of a central pawn for black.
This must have been his plan.
Yeah, easy position for white to play. Bringing it, well, you also, maybe these pawns start to become a bit weak, bring the knight to C4. Quite a nice position for white. So instead of that, black played e4. Very clever move. So now we've got a situation. Marcus Harvey's thinking, and this is a great move by Bazacusta, who's just been playing phenomenal chess throughout this tournament. Again, very high accuracy, 98.5%, 99.6 for Marcus, also playing exceptional chess. Apparently Bishop f6 is the best move.
It's a bit of an unnatural move, Bishop f6, giving away that strong bishop, isn't it? And then black obviously can throw in e take. Well, that's this is a crazy line, isn't it? E takes d3. If you take the queen, then obviously that looks good for that's going to be good for black, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
So you can't do that. White would have to take the pawn back instead, and then black can recapture the bishop.
Yep.
And I guess this is the kind of position black would be happy with.
Yeah, again, I would say this goes out of assessment, because you could easily think you're worse here as white, because you're facing a bishop pair, but actually the engine prefers white. So very slightly.
Yeah.
There's not much in it, very slightly. But again, like from Marcus' perspective, his opponent's probably confidently played e4. A lot of it comes down to your own self-belief, I think, because you can often get affected by the opponent. If they're showing a lot of confidence, I get very emotionally affected. If they're showing a lot of confidence, looking bored at the board, walking away, like Bazacusta, interesting enough, is walking away from the board a lot during this game, which he hasn't been doing in some of the previous games. So is the nerves getting to him as I predicted, or is
maybe he's just gone to the bathroom or something?
No, because I saw him come back and then he left again. So
okay.
He's,
this
slightly different approach.
This is a possible continuation, which looks reasonable for white. So just quickly show you that. Just simply to play knight takes e4 with the idea of eliminating this g7 bishop. I think that makes a lot of sense. Black has to really take on e4, and then you can eliminate this bishop.
Yeah.
It's quite good to get rid of that fianchetted bishop. I would normally aim to do that if I was white. Yeah, something like this looks like quite a good continuation for white.
Yeah.
So perhaps Marcus might play that way.
Yeah, definitely, because long term you got that weakness around the king. Yeah, I mean, do you think Baz, as we call him, is maybe the reason why he's not spending much time on the board? Maybe he just hasn't got as much respect for Marcus, because he just thinks, I played Mickey, I played Harry, and all these other people like Shreyas, and Marcus just not in that league, so I'll just wander around a nice easy game, nice easy win, and move on to the next game.
I don't think he'll consider Marcus as an easy win.
Nah.
He knows this is an important game. He's playing against a strong player,
Sure.
and also quite a fighting player as well. Marcus will go for the win himself.
By the way, Luke Shane's still thinking, wow. I mean, this is what worries me. He's taking it too seriously almost. Simon Williams, big game against Chorpor, and from Poland, but currently living in the UK, we believe. Is he a student, Chorpor, maybe? Or does he
I'm not
work?
sure. Maybe someone knows about him. I mean, I actually feel like this position, I mean, it says it's equal, but I do slightly prefer White's position. I don't know what you think.
I mean, that actually reminds me of a game I had recently at Tournament Citages where I was black. It was white against a young Indian player who was only 11, but he was rated 2100. It was ended in a draw. But in that game, black also had a weak a7 pawn. But I went for a hack on the king's side. But actually, maybe I felt like later I should have just actually played against his slight weakness on a7.
It's quite restrained of Simon to be playing slightly positionally here, isn't it?
Yeah, but White still, like you say, he does have that coiled spring, like potential attack on the king's side. It's White to move. He's not. I don't think. Firstly, often you do calculation by process of elimination. It's very easy to eliminate this move because you just end up in a bad spot.
But I am surprised that it's considered an equal position. I do feel like White's got the better position here. I think Simon will play h4. What are the odds on Simon playing h4?
What's the point of h4?
Well, just to create a flight square. I guess you could play h3.
Well, I think it's equal because, White has control over centre, but Black, if I'm being devil's advocate and I'm cheering for Black here, I say, well, the knight is good, the bishop is good, all black's pieces are well placed. Yes, you do have that weak pawn on a7, but the white centre is a little bit vulnerable in the sense that your pieces are kind of tied down to those squares. You know, the bishop is tied down to e4. The rook is tied down to e4. The knight is tied down to d4. So you can't move the knight to aggressive square because you drop d4. So
you still got this idea black has to always be aware of playing d5 takes the e5 that we discussed earlier.
One line, by the way, Nick, to interrupt, is this. And then black is probably intending to create counterplay here. I'm not. It's more. Let's say, for example, I played a move like this, and then you just wait, and then it's like, you know, how is white even going to make progress here?
I think you have to go for this d5 plan at some point, don't you?
So you could do this, and then you said something like this, and this would be up Simon's wheelhouse, but you're also creating counter-attacking chances for black.
I mean, you're sacrificing the pawn as well. The only thing is the queen on a1. I don't think Simon really wants. He wants the queen on f4 or something, doesn't he?
Message from someone trying to get on the audience.
He probably wants the queen a bit nearer to black's king.
Let's have a look.
I don't think you really want you don't really want your queen on a1 when you're playing this way. But I could see him just playing. I could see him play. I mean, this is the position, isn't it?
Oh, we've got a message from Rennie Butler. Looking at McShane Royal with a naked eye. I thought you meant, something else there, but it looks better for white despite the lack of activity. Yeah, this position, you get this very often, this kind of structure in the Queen's Indian, right?
Yeah, I mean, the computers always seem to think black's equal, but when you look at the stats, white does score a little bit more than 50%, so I think it's slightly easier for white to play.
I quite like this move, the idea of rook c3.
Yeah.
And what's the clock count? But black has played pretty quickly so far. So Simon seems to be really eating into his clock time. Normally he's quite a fast player and ends up ahead on the clock. But here, Chilpoy is winning the psychological bout. He's ahead on the clock.
I think he was up due to preparation at the beginning of the game, wasn't he? Simon's played a move, has he? What did Simon play?
I don't think he has yet.
He's walked away from the
he has
board.
played a move.
He played h3. He probably wanted to play h4, but
yeah, h4.
It's a bit loose.
Yeah, he's not someone who's going to attack for no reason. I mean, that move doesn't really create an attack. In fact, h3 might create more of an attack because you might go g4, g5. And the problem with h4 in that position is you're weakening the g4 square.
Yeah, I mean, it might also become vulnerable. Like when the rook moves, the h pawn might become vulnerable. So I think it's easy to play h4 if your queen's on f4 or somewhere over on the king side or g3 or something. Yeah, I think h3 is probably quite a good call from Simon.
Okay.
Just to avoid any back rank tricks later on.
Right. Let's go back to the Luke McShane game. He's actually played queen c5, so that's a great.
But the only thing is that Shreyas is obviously still in his prep. I mean, this is quite
92. Impressive preparation. It's very intimidating, and you're very short of time. You're already quite short on time because we're only on move 14, and there's still 26 moves to the time control.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Luke now because he must know it's okay for black, but at the same time,
yeah,
you know, there's a lot of prep to do. I mean, actually, Shreyas' prep this tournament has been quite good, hasn't it? I mean, he seemed to have handled Supratit well, he handled Badhana well, so
this is his moment to break through.
His preparation is going well.
Shreyas is like 16, 17. How old is Shreyas? I think he's 16, is he, or 17? Not sure. This is his moment to break through. Mark Holmes won his first British at 17, so you know he's what you call base. You know, he's done well in British Chess Championships before. He did well 2 years ago. He did great 2 years ago. I think he beat Luke McShane actually in their game. Or maybe it was David Howell actually beat. No, I remember. And, you know, he did well last year as well. You know, he was up there last year. So...
But what is his plan anyway? Or is his plan to attack the queen so they can take the knight? Or what's his... He can't attack the queen because the c-pawn... Then he loses the c-pawn. So I don't even see what his plan is. So he has to take the rook. But what is his plan here?
Maybe it's bad prep.
He can't... It's quite bad if you prep a line and you're just worse in your preparation.
Yeah, but
I don't even know what his plan is because if he plays like knight e4, black can just play queen takes c4, so it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Yeah, because bishop f1 doesn't feel like a prep move, does it? Like you prep this whole line to play bishop f1. I mean, what's that?
Yeah, then black can just move the knight.
But then again, there's only one square where black is better, right? Like I mean, that naturally looks good, but apparently it's not because queen b3.
And then the problem is then your knight is a bit short on squares. But knight b6 is findable, isn't it?
It's findable, but then again, your position's not losing, and he's had to find all these only moves to actually not be worse. I suppose that's the argument. And you're confident, you keep walking away from the board like this is easy. I'm just beating this guy like, a tin drum.
I'm interested if black played knight f6, then, well, maybe the bishop's a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, then knight f3. Yes, he has to find knight b6, but at the same time,
as you say, it's a findable move.
it is that's a normal square for the knight in the systems.
That's interesting. So you wouldn't be concerned about a move like knight e4 there, Nick? Apparently that's not great, because one great answer is queen there. See, I would naturally think about knight e4 because I just like going over to my opponent's king side, but apparently that's not very good. Now you could play, maybe the idea is rook b1, Nick, with the idea b3. Was that?
That seems very slow, doesn't it? You're not really putting any pressure on your opponent. I think knight b3 might be his preparation.
The evaluation's changing a tiny bit. Sometimes you play a move, you insert a move, because I think this is really... No, hang on. Is he back at the board, maybe, Shreyas?
He's actually played his bishop f1. Wow. So they're actually... he played bishop takes e5 first.
Right.
So it's still his preparation, but at the same time, it doesn't look that scary.
It's preparation, but not as we know it.
I mean, I guess the advantage is he's just gained a huge amount of time on the clock.
And it's still a sharp position. It's not like a position where black is slightly better with no risk. Position is still, very playable for white.
So we probably expect knight b6. Would you play bishop g7? Bishop g7 feels, I mean, okay, I can see it's okay, but it feels a bit risky because it feels like you might lose your knight on d5.
Of course. So what you're thinking is, like, just to show you...
We know this is okay.
You go here, you're already in trouble.
Or maybe knight b3, because knight e4, your knight could be attacked by the queen.
But weirdly enough, even this position is playable for black.
No, but I mean, but white would play knight b3 and not knight e4, if you were going to try this line.
Oh, okay.
Because your knight could be easily attacked by the queen on e4.
Right. Oh, with queen d4, yeah.
Yeah, so you'd have to try knight b3. You'd have to calculate this, and okay, it's okay for black, but... Because
I agree with you.
You still have to calculate
scary.
it.
There's only two moves that stay on the board. Everything else loses.
Because queen b6, we'd be afraid of them taking your knight.
Yeah. So just to work out, why is queen b6? If you take the knight, it's rook e1.
Then bishop e3.
Wow.
And then you're going to... I don't know, but it's... Pardon?
Queen b6, all days knight, rook e1, bishop e3, queen takes b3.
Queen takes b3, wow.
And all everything drops.
And then you take on a1.
Queen takes b3, this is an incredible line Tom Vidius has suggested.
Wow, tactical genius, Tom Vidius.
Well, let's have a look whether this is actually... So we're saying queen b6, which is apparently okay, rook e1, but then the rook e1 actually just loses, and then queen b3, which is quite a nice try, but unfortunately it just loses for black.
Oh, we're getting mated.
Yeah, you're probably going to get mated on the back rank, aren't you?
But what's wrong with rook a1?
But then maybe queen b8 and a forced mate. Yeah.
Before you get bishop f1 and bishop h3.
But apparently black's supposed to play bishop f1 here.
Yeah.
That's only good for a draw, though. But if you're black, though, I would not want to risk this, especially my opponent's in preparation.
Yeah, so
I would just play knight b6, like in.
But then the evaluation drops for black. Suddenly white's slightly better. So
it's difficult, but you probably would play it. Would you really risk moving your bishop there?
See, going into this game, I thought
Well, we could see bishop g7 as the best
Shane
move.
would win, but now given the top clock situation, okay. The one thing look at this accuracy level, insane. This makes Bazakusta versus Harry Grieve game look like a game between two guessers. 99.7%. Unbelievable.
But still prep, isn't it, from Shreyas? I mean, Luke's played a couple of moves.
But his accuracy level's even higher, despite the fact he's out of his prep.
Yeah.
But will it continue on that path? That's the question. Because
I would definitely play knight b6 here. I mean, okay, I can see bishop g7 is the best move, but I would not risk it.
I like the fact that Luke's taking his time. It shows the self-confidence he has that
So then knight b3 must be the idea, and then queen f8. Yeah. But where would you put the queen? b4, probably f8.
Yeah.
And then Shreyas could play.
I wouldn't feel comfortable playing this though without prep. I'll be honest, it's black. I just feel it feels like a scary position to play without prep.
I'd feel a bit uncomfortable, but it's not the worst position to play without prep because at least all your pieces are developed. Your king's safe.
True.
There are worse positions.
I don't know. It looks super scary. I mean, a lot of it is the confidence your opponent gives to you. So that's all you got to be careful when you're playing in a tournament. You know, you don't get outpsyched. Your opponent starts to think, "Oh, I'm super cocky."
I think you get a position like this, though. You
impression.
don't have to be too precise with black, do you? You can just kind of play
I might have to
normal
go for a
moves.
little break and have a coffee or a tea. Do you want to get Tom Villiers on?
Yeah, we take a quick break.
Sure, just do 10 minute break.
Do you want to interview him? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sure, yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Sure. And then just go and get.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we're very lucky to be joined by Tom Villiers here. He's going to help us have a quick look at this game between Michael Adams and Harry Grieve. Amazingly, Harry Grieve appears to still be in preparation, so quite a formidable opponent to play against in terms of the opening. So welcome, Tom. Maybe we just start off with your thoughts about this game and also the championship. I understand you're playing in the Major Open and
Yeah, that's right.
maybe potentially qualifying for the British next year.
Yeah, I'm amazed at this game because it does appear, as you said, that Harry Grieve has managed to prep about 25 moves deep in this very niche line of the French. And I'm assuming he's just very happy with a draw because it feels like it's hard for Black to win this position. I mean, I've been proven wrong before. But I guess the White's bishop seems to be a lot more active than Black's bishop. But I guess Adams is going to try and squeeze his extra pawn on the queen side, 3 versus 2.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. We can just see the accuracy percentages here. We don't normally put them on. But yeah, Michael Adams on 99.6%. And Harry Grieve on 99.9%. So yeah, it's quite something. But maybe I'll just turn the engine off. You can tell what you think. What's going to happen if Black plays A4, because that feels like the kind of main test.
Yeah,
here,
that's
doesn't
the
it?
critical move. Well, I think here, because of King C1, here we have Rook takes D7, I believe.
So Rook takes D7 from White. Black has to
Black
probably
either will take it or take the bishop, I suppose.
Let's first of all look at what happens if he captures.
Yeah, then Rook takes E6 is forcing the king onto a unfavourable square, and I think we're just in time to play Rook A6 check, discovered check.
That's quite a nice move, and if Black captures the bishop,
more or less has to take. We can capture the rook, and we also defend the A2 pawn, so Black doesn't have any tricks with pawn takes A2 promoting to a queen.
Yeah, so quite nice. And then in fact, White is now going to be a pawn up, isn't he?
Yeah. So after this flurry of tactics, White's just a little bit better. A pawn up, maybe.
Apparently, there might be some way to equalise here.
Yes.
Which
but
I'm sure Harry knows about, possibly.
That would be really funny if he gets to about move 40 still in prep. This does feel though that White's the one pressing. He's got the pawn up. It's computer draw, but for humans, I'm not sure this is a position you would want to reach in your prep. Just a pawn down versus Adams in an end game.
I mean, perhaps you play some other move here. Maybe there's a better move than Rook takes A2, B3 or something. I'm not sure. Not sure what it is you're afraid of. Apparently that's equal.
Yeah.
There could be something really deep here. But I mean, Michael Adams doesn't even really play this line very often, so it's just absolutely incredible that Harry Grieve has managed to go this deep into preparation. And King C1 from Michael Adams was actually a very good move, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good safety move, prophylactic move to avoid, in the same line, if we had done this earlier, Black would have eventually had a back rank checkmate with Rook D1. So he's played the preventative move with King C1 to enable this line to work for White.
Yeah, that's very impressive. So maybe Harry won't play A4 then. If he knows that he potentially could be a pawn down in an endgame, he might try and consider something else. So this actually could be the first time he's thinking, and this has actually been a real challenge for Mickey just to get to this stage. Obviously, he's lost an hour on the clock, but it might potentially still have like a small initiative if Harry can't find a good way to continue here. I'm trying to think what else do you think Black might play?
I mean, I'm desperately trying to work out if there's a way to untangle. It feels like Black's rooks and bishops are not that well coordinated. This pawn on e6 is a constant weakness. I'm trying to see whether Black can somehow make a move like Rook a6 work, but that seems to not work to Rook takes b5 at the least, winning a pawn.
Exactly. So Rook a6 with the idea of adding some support to this square might allow this Rook takes. Apparently not.
Apparently there's something.
See, we try these moves and then we just realise that we got them all wrong.
Yeah, there's probably some move.
The bishop might get trapped in this line. Is that possible?
Yes, that's why. Okay.
Will you take or will you play a4 first? Take and something like this.
I was thinking c4, but I'm assuming that's just absolute rubbish.
It looks like the
because then a2 drops at the end.
Exactly. So c4 doesn't quite work because you can take the bishop. Oops, sorry, mouse slip. Take the bishop and then leave your rook hanging and take on a2.
Yeah. Very nice.
So yeah, it's not easy for. But okay, so rook a6
doesn't seem to quite be enough.
You're putting your bishop into a pin. I mean, perhaps White could just play slowly and move like a4, something a bit more slowly, and White might still be doing quite well.
Yeah, perhaps a4 with the idea to
There might be better moves, but this still feels better for white. Yeah, so if rook a6 is not possible, obviously a4 is certainly a candidate move for black. Trying to think what else you can play. It's awkward because this rook takes bishop is constantly a constant threat. So if you just play some random move, let's say you just play some random move, you always have to. Or actually, moving the G pawn isn't random actually because
it gives the king G7. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that
may be the best move.
We might have accidentally played the best move. If you play some other move, let's say h5, now you walk into this trick, and then rook a6 check, and then white's actually winning. But g6 might actually be a good move because you are giving yourself this g7 square, which helps with this trick. This is no longer working anymore because the king can go to g7, not in line with the bishop. So yeah, quite an interesting move. Harry might find that move. That's probably his best move if he finds it. Anyway, looks like he's still thinking
for a minute or two.
Still thinking about this position. Yeah. And so maybe you could tell us a bit about your tournament as well. So how's your tournament been going?
Yeah, so I've just finished one tournament. I was playing the AM Open, which was a bit uneventful for me, just performed as expected, finished in third place. The big tournament I'm doing is the Major Open, where currently I'm taking a half point by because I'm a bit exhausted after having lots of very long end games, on 5.5 out of 7 at the end of today. And my main aim is just to reach the British Championship for next year, because the top 10 players in the Major Open qualify for the next year's British.
Sure. So do you know, is there like a set score you have to reach, or do you have a good idea what the score might be?
Well, I mean, I've been burned once or twice and I've thought I knew what the score was, but usually 6.5 will more or less guarantee out of 9 points that you can qualify, and 6 in the past few years has been just barely enough to get you in. So it's a different dynamic than, say, a 5-round tournament where you have to have, very volatile results, just play for a win every single game to try and come first. Whereas this one, with my aim, if I can just win as white, draw as black, in most of my games, that may be enough to actually qualify.
Sure. Well, if you're 5.5 now, you just need 1 point, do you, from the last
couple of games?
2 games. So
yeah, so if I can get 2 draws or win 1 game in round 8, then I'm more or less set, and maybe can think about a top 3 finish if.
That would be a good result. And have you played the main British Championships before or not?
Many times. Usually I finish on 50%.
Okay, well,
I think
that's
I've done it at least 5 times.
Yeah, very good.
So fairly solid. But the only other time I've done the Major Open, I did actually win that one. And the winning score was 7.5 out of 9.
Okay,
but this year there's a very, very strong 1800, nearly 1900, who is on 6 out of 6 and crushing the field.
Did you say there was an interesting game in the Major Open?
Board 2, I believe. Alfie Onslow against Alistair Compton. Both players are a point behind the leader.
Let's see if I can find.
But yeah, decisive result could make a very interesting matchup in the last round or two.
This one,
the bit I looked at, both their kings got rather restless early in the game, and
maybe
black seems to
see what happened in this game. So another French, same line as Michael Adams, but instead of playing more solid line, D takes E4 like Harry played. Played Bishop B4. I don't remember what the name is of this.
Is it
McCutcheon? That's it. McCutcheon. Like there you go. The McCutcheon. Very good. McCutcheon variation.
Yeah, this is a very, very trendy line these days, where pawn takes is actually better than bishop takes because you can preserve your bishop.
I thought usually they play Queen G4 here. Don't know. Isn't that the main move?
It is. It does go to equality after a bunch of moves, but yeah, it's the most popular move, and it usually equals out.
This is modern theory these days. People come up with different ideas. And the knight is slightly misplaced on G5. Knight takes D4, maybe not the best move.
Yeah, white's trying to go for maximum activity, but at the cost of their pawn structural integrity.
It's funny, this knight, because you feel at some point, if white ever gets a chance, you would like to kick that knight away, wouldn't you, and force it back to H7.
Exactly, yeah, force it to a passive square.
Queen C1, very brave move, leaving this pawn hanging as well.
Yeah, I assume Alfie's trying to play it like a French winnower, where you can sometimes lose your c-pawns. It doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, the main problem is his king. So
maybe take this pawn as well.
Yeah, I would probably have gone for knight takes f3 here with black.
But, knight takes f3, yeah, nice idea.
But I'm
assuming that's a very strong move as well.
White might just barely survive if they take the knight.
Threatening
Maybe
checkmate.
it's looking
Yeah, it
very
looks-
scary.
Yeah, it looks bad, doesn't it?
Yeah.
White probably has to play King E1.
King E1, yeah, then maybe Queen F4, and you try and win the pawn on F7 after Black
Okay.
takes your rook. But it's a very double-edged sort of game where probably not many draws will be reached
Sure.
with this sort of position.
I mean, the queen is actually trapped, I guess. But I mean, Black can play D4 at some point if they want to get the queen back into the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly this would be quite an interesting line. Anyway, after queen takes, let's see what happens. Queen D4 check, bishop D3, apparently a good move. King E2, wow. That's actually, is that the best move, King E2? Might well be.
Wow, could be the top move, yeah.
I guess it's quite hard to defend the bishop, isn't it? I mean, you can't move your queen off the back because of...
Yeah, there's too many pieces
The
being
rook.
being targeted.
So it's kind of an incredible game so far. Yeah, I
this
don't
is-
even know what happens next. I mean, the only thing I'm concerned about from Black's point of view is that you've got a lot of pieces that aren't really taking part in the game.
Exactly, it's very difficult to connect the rooks and liberate the bishop on C8. So I
Yeah,
think,
none of these are in the game.
yeah, I think if White can survive the next sort of 10 moves or so, he might actually have an advantage just because it's easier to use the pieces.
Sure.
I'm not totally sure what Black even does here. Maybe they can slow play it with a move like B6, but it doesn't feel urgent enough. Feels like you
It's
need
quite
to,
hard to actually get some play here for Black.
yeah, exactly.
So I'm trying to think what you even
Yeah,
play
very
here.
complicated. I mean, I was briefly considering a move like Knight G6, but it doesn't seem
If you're going to play
doesn't seem good enough.
B6, you might be better off playing B5. But Bishop B2 is actually a bit of a threat as well, isn't it, from White?
Yeah,
This is a threat
Yeah,
because
this is
then
a
you're
big
actually going to
problem.
win the knight for free. Well, actually, there is knight takes bishop, actually, so you don't win the knight completely. Can you play B5? Is that a move?
yeah, B5.
All right, not that great.
Not amazing, but at least it's something.
It's quite hard. Yeah, it's quite hard to find a good move here. As you play something like F6 and just
Yeah.
that might be a better move. Just secure the knight a bit more.
Yeah, just make sure everything's sort of tied down. Yeah.
So who was the 1800? Is it the 1800? This one
Isaac Lamb
who's actually losing.
Black. Yeah, he although he's been playing very, very well, but he has had a few games where he's been in trouble, but then found very resourceful ideas to turn the game around.
Okay.
Even here, I would not write him off in this position, despite the fact that that White seems to be having a large advantage here.
Yeah, it looks like White's just a pawn up, and yeah, probably quite a simple play for White as well, I guess.
Yeah, it looks relatively straightforward with sort of his plans and things. Maybe he could even take the time out to play some boring move like H3, a bit like in the Simon Williams game, where you simply just give
Sure.
your king a square
Yeah.
to avoid any problems that may come up in the future. Although a more critical move like Queen C7 is also an option, I suppose, if you want to
Sure, at some point
immediately
exchange
try and
the
initiate
queens.
some trades.
Yeah. So it looks like this Isaac Lamb might be losing today, and that might open up the tournament.
Yeah,
Would you go for first place, or you're more focused on just qualifying?
I mean, the main goal is to qualify, but I suppose if Isaac Lamb loses and then if there's a decisive result on the board 2 we just looked at, there could be, I think, up to about 5 people tied in first.
Okay.
It might be less than that, might be fewer, it might be 3 people.
Sure.
But yeah, it could still be a very open tournament.
So if you win the next game, then you're pretty much qualified anyway.
Yeah, I'd be essentially free rolling
Yeah.
a place if I can win the round 8
Sure.
game. And I may end up having to play Lebedev on board 1 potentially if he wins as White in this game. So from my point of view, it's a very important game.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be a nice result. And looking at the main championship,
Yeah.
who's your pick to win the tournament? Have you got any ideas or
Well,
not?
one of my favourite players is Mickey Adams. So
Mickey Adams,
I
okay.
usually just default to his sort of the quality of his games is always very, very high.
Yeah,
So I usually
10
think he
time
can edge it
champion
out.
potentially.
But yeah, there are quite a few players in the running because of I think there are now 3 or 4 people all tied in first, and then
I think
about
there's
6 people
actually
tied in second.
5 people tied in first, and
Yeah.
all 5 of them have been playing well, to be honest. So Shrez has been playing well. Luke McShane's coming back now. Harry's been incredibly well booked up. Mickey, obviously, he lost that game earlier, but now he's bouncing back. And I always pronounce his name wrong. Bazak, who has been playing well as well. So it's very open tournament. But no, it's very kind of you to come down and share your thoughts with us, and show us some of the positions, and hopefully you can qualify. And,
I'll try and enter it next year, and then my goal will be finish top 20 and qualify in the year after that.
You could be on the top boards playing against Mickey and try to stop him.
That is probably one of my sort of main goals, is try and get on the top 5 boards at some point, usually first round.
Because you said you played most of the Grandmasters before, you told me.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever played Michael Adams? Was he in that list?
Yeah, I played him in the first round of the Hull British, and I managed to somehow get a draw in that game.
Oh wow! Okay,
but
that's a good result.
I've usually lost horribly to all of the others. Usually, 25 move loss is my average, I think, against Harry Grieve and several of the other contenders.
Yeah, that's quite a good result though. If you had a draw, and he won that year as well, didn't he? So
I think he won on tie break.
In the tie break. So that was good. Yeah, good result. Anyway, thank you very much for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks so much. Yeah, it's been fun.
Thank you then.
All right, cool.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm joined here by Yuri. Sorry, I forgot your surname, Yuri.
Krylov.
Yuri Krylov. Yeah, my memory's so bad. I'm sure I've met you like a million times already. But Yuri, could you tell me your role within the ECF and what you actually do within the British Chess Championships itself?
Thank you, Danny. So within the ECF, I'm the Home Development Director. So I'll look after the leagues, the county chess. Chess in prisons is a big passion of mine, and I think I'll have a guest tomorrow, Carl Portman, who's the ECF officer for chess in prisons. So I do a lot of the grassroots stuff. But at this tournament, I'm doing a lot of photography. So I'm doing the photography, the social media, the posting. So all the Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. So we're in LinkedIn as well. So I'll do that. And I'll try to capture most of the tournaments, and we put them on our website. If you go to British Chess Championships under the media, there'll be some Flickr galleries where you can see full resolution images, because I think it's so important, especially not for the top players. I mean, they have plenty of publicity, they have plenty of pictures, but you have all those kids playing, and I think it'll be brilliant for them to go back and be able to share some images of them actually playing. Obviously, the parents are barred, and for a good reason. You know, you can't have the parents walking around the junior tournaments, so because in their kids, this is just moves, but you know, I try to capture some content and do it that way.
Yeah, and so you're taking photographs, and have you? I know there was a famous book by a guy called David Larder. Are you familiar with that guy? David Larder, Spanish guy.
Well, I'm familiar with him because I've seen him loads on Facebook. So he just keeps coming up on my Facebook feed. I'm like, ooh, more pictures of him. Yeah, so
I met him before. He seems like a nice guy, but I think he did a book called Thinkers, which is like thinkers in chess, you know, basic pictures of people in. Have you taken any pictures that you found memorable when you've done chess?
Well, my favorite one was from the London Chess Classic, where Bogdana was playing in the tournament, and she was the last to finish. Everyone else has left. Everyone is gone. It's just her and her opponent, and the sunshine is coming in. I mean, one of my pet hates is that we always blank out this natural light, so it doesn't look as good as it would with natural light coming in from the windows. So you get this big sunset light coming in, and it's her just staring at her opponent in a dead draw. I mean, I think they were like rook and pawn versus rook, so it's a dead draw, and she's just drilling him in his eyes on her booster seat, and I'm quite proud of that one. So
Nice, right. So in your experience, it's like chess photography, does it actually pay, or is it just like an official position that gets paid by the organisers, or can you make money out of it? What's the kind of...
I haven't particularly tried to make money out of it, because it's quite a niche thing, and I know in other sports, I mean, I've got a daughter who does gymnastics, so if you go to a tournament, you can buy pictures, and I've spent a bit too much money on the pictures of her doing the tournament. But that's not what I want to do. I really want people to share and enjoy the images, because I can really appreciate the parents. They've paid a lot of money to be here. They've paid a lot of money to have the accommodation, play the tournaments. You know, chess is not like other sports. You have to be here for, you know, almost 2 weeks. So it's not an easy thing to do. So I think if this is something the ECF can give them back, I think, you know, hopefully there's something like a little memento for them to take away.
Yeah, and you mentioned you're big on the social media and the social side of the British. I mean, do you find with the chess players, I mean, I know you liaison with them sometimes and so on. Do you find, especially with the more well-known chess players, do you see them around, you spend any time with them, or do you think they socialise, or they just go back to their rooms and basically just prep 24/7?
It's very hard to socialise with them, because they usually come to the round. They usually come a little bit late, so it's already quiet, and I can appreciate that. I'm sure for people like, you know, the tall bulls like Shreyas or Badana, you know, they get bombarded by everyone coming in. They want an autograph, they want a photograph, they want something.
Yeah,
you know, one of my club players, I play for Maidenhead. So Irene came to Simon going, oh, sign your book. And clearly he's just trying to sort of concentrate and get in the zone. So you can see how that, you know, that's a little bit problematic. And of course, as soon as they finish, they zoom off, and you know, if anything, it's a lot easier to catch up with you because you're doing the commentary, and I think it's a bit less pressure than sort of prepping for the next game, looking forward to the pairing. So it's a little bit, you know, problematic to be social, but parents are really good, so I hang around with parents, and sometimes you get a word in and you sort of socialize. And I mean, most players absolutely hate having their pictures taken, so a lot of them just, you know, as soon as I come anywhere near them, they do this and then just really look down, and they really don't want to be seen, and they sort of start doing, you know, turning around. And I was speaking to Svetoslav mum, and he doesn't like pictures.
Yeah.
But I'm like, well, sorry, it's your son's fault. He's on the top board. You know, what we're going to do? You know, we're going to have to take some pictures of him.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know,
can't, like, if you're a footballer, you can't say, I don't want you to film my match or something like that, right? You know, that's the price you pay for fame, really.
this is the British Championship.
Yeah.
This is the...
You should be allowed to take pictures, you know. So I would never say to somebody, you know, get out of my face, or, you know, keep your hand out of my face, sort of thing, you know. No eye contact, you know. But so basically, you mentioned prisons. What is that actually involved, and have you played or against any prisoners? Have you sort of talked with any famous prisoners like Charles Bronson or anything like that?
I have. Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything about it because it's all anonymized. But I've been to multiple prisons, and I've actually met some prisoners who are more infamous than others. Chess in prisons is one of the sort of things that the ECF does, and we have a fantastic prisons coordinator, Carl Portman, who's actually been giving it an MBE recently. So yeah, he got it for the work he does, and he writes loads of books, and he's very passionate about promoting it and about using chess as tools for rehabilitation.
Brilliant.
And I've been to multiple prisons, and it is completely different to what you think they are. You know, you have this sort of American images where people are behind bars and they sort of play from behind the bar and stuff. It's not like that. It's like a rundown, you know, local library or something, and you just go and you play, and you'd be surprised just how normal it is, and not a lot of people volunteer to do that. But as a club, we've been going to a couple of prisons and just taking the teams, and we just come and we play, and it's a lovely experience.
It's probably an ideal game. Sorry to interrupt, but it's probably an ideal game for prisons, really, chess, because I feel like it's escapism almost. You know, when you're in prison, you're trying to escape from the reality of being in prison, and you know, I know there's a prison quite near me, so whenever I get the bus from Newcastle back to where I live, it goes past Acklington Prison, and there's these paintings outside, you know, amazing paintings, and they've clearly been done by the inmates, right? So you're like, wow, you know, that's really impressive. So, yeah, that's really nice, Yuri.
Well, have you ever tried going in? Have you tried to do a similar in a prison?
No. I mean, I should contact them directly, or maybe go through the prisons.
Well, if you know Mick Riding in Newcastle, I mean, he does some work with chess and prisons in Newcastle. So, you know, try it, because it is one of those experiences. And if you go to Warwick Scrubs, there's a picture of Woody Harrison there, so he went in to do it. And there's a Parliament Chess Club that went into Warwick Scrubs to do a sort of similar, like a match against the prisoners, and some of them are really good. You'd be surprised just how quickly they improve, because as you said, they have a lot of time. They get a chess book, they have the chess set in the cell, and they're locked up for so many hours in a day. They really improve really fast. So you know, you're kind of going, oh, how long have you been playing? It's like only 2 months. I'm like, whoa, wow, I wish I could learn that quickly. So
it's not about how much time you spend. Go back, just one final question. I'll let you go, mate, because we have to kick on with the broadcast, but we'll just become a guest. No, but it's great having you on, honestly. What do you think about this position?
Oh, come on now.
White. It's white to play. What would you play? Like, if I'm putting you on the spot here, I'm being ruthless. What would you play if it was your move? What would you do and why?
Well,
because the engine's saying white's a tiny bit better.
Yeah, I mean, most of my games, I'm usually -3 or 5, and then I still manage a draw
What's your
or something.
rating?
So, 1700 ECF and 1800 FIDE.
Oh, that's not bad.
So it's not too bad. I mean, but when I look at this, there's sort of a couple of pieces for black I don't like. I don't really like that knight on A4 because you know, it's on the dimmer. I don't really like the bishop. I mean, I'm sure it's wonderful in some way, but obviously the pawn is double attack, so we have to deal with that somehow. And you know, well, I'd be tempted to play rook B1.
Rook B8, you mean? No, it's white's move. Oh yeah, rook B1. Sorry,
just to defend this, so because otherwise, you know, we're losing that, and you know, you sort of stuff falling off. So then, you know,
let's just have a look. The game rook B1 is actually the top engine move. Hey. No, the second move. Wow! Congratulations.
Oh.
Phenomenal. You are going to win the British next year, Yuri.
Oh, no. I'll stick to photography. Thank you very much, Danny. Okay, are you going to play the British next year?
Quite possibly, yeah.
You are the Blitz champion.
Me and Nick,
the reigning Blitz champion. I mean, how would you fancy your chances?
I think I'd have a chance. I mean, you interviewed me after that Blitz, and it was kind of a bit of a shock to me because I wasn't expecting to win, really, especially with Gawain there. But obviously, these are the people you need to get past to win a British. You know, you got Gawain, you got Luke, you got Mickey. It's tough to get past and win. You know, we got Harry Grieve on board too, and he even though he's well up in the clock, he looks a little bit under pressure because he's starting to eat into his clock lead. He's finally out of prep, and it's like he feels the pressure being exerted by Michael Adams. So that's also a game. Who would you predict? So just a final question: who would you predict to be the winner, given this current situation?
In this game,
Or just the overall winner?
You always have to fancy Michael Adams,
So
don't you? I mean, you always fancy him. I mean, he does pull them out of the bag, and he's very hard to beat. And I mean, Luke is in a brilliant position, and I kind of feel like the youngsters are just not quite there. I think given 1-2 years, and the younger generation players can really come through. And we can see on the top boards we have so many people under 30. It does seem like there's a bit of a shift going on, and the youngsters are coming through and pushing away. But I think I'll still sort of take, Luke or Mickey for sort of this year.
That's interesting. But Shreyas is better, and he's up on the clock. So I think we need to get back to that. So thank you, Yuri. Thanks a lot for coming on. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Dan.
And your help. Thank you. Cheers. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thanks to Yuri Krylov, great ECF all-round guy. Does a lot of stuff for the ECF. But now we're back on the tournament. Simon Williams, wow, big turnaround in this game, Nick. Black's just made a big mistake, but apparently it's not that much better. So probably not that much better for White. So probably Black was doing quite well before that move. Didn't like that move.
Yeah, it was nice to hear from Yuri, wasn't it? And obviously, it looks like Simon's maybe got a chance to try and fight for the advantage here. I did actually say beforehand, I do find these positions a bit easy to play for White. And maybe he can go for this idea of D5 and E5, which is really the thematic plan in this position. And he does know about that plan because we've talked about it in the past, as I mentioned. So I feel like this might be the moment to go for this pawn push D5. Will he find it, though?
And that would really, I mean, if I was, whenever I played Simon, when he gets in attacking position, you're terrified, like he's just so good he's like world class at attacking, I would say, super GM level. Certain positions I'm probably can play very well, but, like Simon definitely in attacking positions is very, very strong. So, if he found D5, Jawpaw there is not looking bothered at all, but I think he'd be a little bit worried, because this position.
Do you think Jawpaw would make a good poker player?
Well,
Just
clearly by this position he would, yeah.
You can't read him.
Maybe, does he play poker? I mean, I imagine there are quite a few good Polish poker players as well. But Simon looks a bit worried. So my feeling is he might not go D5.
Normal move is then knight D4. I mean, your queen isn't on the king side, so you're not immediately going to be checkmating. But
there's no immediate threat. It's interesting, there's no immediate threat here. But
it's still the right plan.
It's very dangerous for Black because there's no way for Black to really generate counterplay. You're covering C1, so I can't go Rook C1. I can't go Rook C2.
I think White's playing F3 in a lot of positions as well.
Simon could be moving to contention here if he finds this move. But will he find it? That's the big question. He looks nervous. He looks...
He definitely will be considering it. I mean, it's a move that you consider every single move, don't you? You know that's the right plan. Sometimes you have to be quite brave because you risk losing as well. You could lose a pawn and you think, well, don't want to lose. But if you want to be British champion, you've got to gamble.
I think as well we need to at some point go to the Bazakusta game, but we're going to stick. Sorry, we're going to stick with the Simon Williams game for now. Oh, there's a fly in. I hope it's a fly, not a wasp. Yeah. Okay. So, well, it's attacking me now.
He's got to do something, hasn't he? I mean, obviously D5 is one plan, which looks to be quite good. But if he doesn't play D5, what actually is he going to do?
Is he thinking about me like knight e5? It's not the worst move in the world, but it's not. Doesn't really hit the. You know, for every position, that's why a lot of top players do training positions. For every position, there's a key element to the position. There's a key moment. You know, and it often boils down to your knowledge of the position, your understanding of the position. Like you said before, D5 is a very thematic idea. The idea is to really beat a path to the black king side. And although black is now pawn up, the problem is that white has more attacking ammunition on the king side. You know, so they've got 4 pawns against 3. Bishop's blocked there by the own pawn. They'd rather almost remove the pawn. They'd rather take the pawn off the board so that bishop could breathe. You could get a counterplay move like knight g5. Could black go knight g5 there? Why is that bad? Now I'm suddenly realising why that move's bad, but can anyone in the audience see? I feel like. Knight f5, correct, yeah.
Looks quite dangerous, isn't it?
And you're threatening this and this, threatening everything really. So black would have to be very careful. And this is a Simon position. Like, sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, one of white's plans could be to play f3 and then try and go for knight f5.
Yeah, exactly. And great spot, yeah, exactly. F3 is a great shout, Nick. You know, this is Simon type position, right? Like, he loves these kind of positions, murky attacking positions. He's played a move. I bet he's played d5 because Shawpaw looks very nervous. He's played it. Wow,
okay,
huge
move.
moment for the Ginger GM. He's walked away from the board very confident.
I mean, you never know, Simon. He's sort of coming out of nowhere. Suddenly,
He's coming out of
right in
nowhere.
contention. That was a great move.
Massive moment for Ginger GM to potentially become the 2026 British champion. He will also join the very ever-increasing list of players that I've tipped to win the British this year. Okay, by the way, going back to some of the other games, the top 2 boards in the balance, we also need to look at the Marcus Harvey game because that's very much in a balance.
I think he feels good when you look at him. I think he feels good when he plays that move d5, don't you think?
He feels much more comfortable when he's attacking, Simon. When it's just like, let's go for the guy's king. You know, he's much more in his comfort zone, you know? Like when it's a clear, like it's a bit like me, you know, when it's a clear plan and it's just about, you know, move by move, rather than it has to be very a subtle positional maneuvering game, bit dull. I think he's not quite as comfortable. He's obviously a good player all round. You can't be GM if you're a one-trick pony. You know, you have to have a lot of skills, and he's also very good in the end game, Simon.
Yeah, he does have a lot of skills, but his speciality is attacking.
Absolutely.
He likes playing attacking chess. That's what's most comfortable.
That's his superpower. You know, that's what he's called a Ginger GM. He's a superpower. He's a super GM. Well, not quite, but you know. But in attacking sense, I think he's super GM level. Now, coming back to this Bazakusta game, very much in a balance. He did go for that structure, like you said. You mentioned that possibility going knight e4 for Marcus. Great shout. Very safe position now for white. Yeah, I quite like this for white, but on the other hand, black doesn't seem to have any major issues either.
Yeah, I mean, I guess black's king's not too weak. You've got rid of the dark square bishop, but you haven't got that many pieces to attack the king with, have you? I mean, white's pawn structure, you know, might lead to some kind of kingside attack somewhere, but how do you get your pieces over to the king side? I mean, you're attacking player. Do you see how a white could create some kind of attack?
Well, I'm not that good at attacking, mate. I'm no Simon Williams. Yeah, I don't know, Nick. I mean, knight f3 is a move I might consider, because knight f3 to d4, or did that knight just come from there? I don't know. Can I play that move, or is this just a blunder? It's not terrible.
Not too bad. So then maybe h4, h5.
Also a4 I'm slightly concerned about, because clearly you can't go there because of bishop b3, so that's making progress for black. Yeah, I mean, it's actually not looking too bad for Bazakusta, is it?
After a4, you probably could take and play knight d4, could you?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's an
probably
idea.
need to continue with that line. And you want to say about the pawn or knight? Probably say about
I'm
the
not sure, to be
pawn.
honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, then. But it's true. It doesn't feel like White's really got any attack here. Yeah, play
still
bishop
do
b3
this.
anyway. Yeah, it's true.
Then you get this huge pawn.
Yeah,
So
this is
it's the
is
sort of thing where
uncomfortable.
Bazakusta might start pushing. So this game very much in a balance because, as you say, if you don't find the right plan here, you know, Black starts to get a good game. You know, maybe to move the queen here to put a bit more pressure. They start going a4.
Yeah, a4 actually is quite a nice idea, isn't it? It's quite a
Strategically,
good-
very
good
double-edged.
plan.
This very double-edged, and I could see it going in either favour.
I mean, I probably think if
You
look-
favour Black, wouldn't you?
just because I didn't see how they've been playing all tournament. And
Yeah, and you also you're a Bazakusta super fan, right?
I'm a bit of a super fan, but I also feel like Marcus has had a couple of ropey games.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think often it's on, you know, you look at the form of your opponent, right? I said that earlier in the tournament. You know, maybe with Sam Chow game, that he was lucky against, you know, one of his opponents. He was lucky not to lose. And he kind of caught up with him because he did lose to Michael Adams. Speaking of Michael Adams, I think we should go back to that game. Harry's just made a mistake. So he's not as strong in the end game. As soon as he's out of his prep, it doesn't seem like that's his superpower is prep. You know, we say like Simons is attacking. If you could combine all these players, you'd have an unbeatable player, right?
I know, I did try to mention that earlier.
Yeah. Harry's prep, Simons attacking,
Mickey in the end
Mickey
game.
in the end game, and maybe somebody else in the middle game, or Luke in a technical position, you know, where he's counter-attacking. There's quite a few potential superstars, superheroes. But this position, so he went for a thematic move a4. This is typical Mickey trying to torture his opponent. You know, it doesn't look like he's really got much, but Black has to be precise.
I mean, I think Mickey has done really well to navigate this opening because it's quite hard when your opponent, I mean, he was over an hour down on the clock. It's quite hard to
Yeah.
then generate winning chances because it's so intimidating. Every time you
100%.
play a move and your opponent just blitzes out the response. So he's done really, really well to get anything to work with, to be honest.
And I think comes out of experience, like I say, like, you know, the fact he's got so much experience, he must have been in this situation before, you know, he's been there and done it. He's probably played, you know, players, no disrespect to Harry, he's probably a lot stronger than Harry, who's also been blitzing out the moves. Doesn't get intimidated like a lot of people would do. Also very well prepped. He's probably played against Kasparov. You know, it's like different level of preparation, right? So this position, how do you get counter players Black? I think Harry doesn't really know, so he went rook a6, just waiting. But apparently G5 is a much better move. Now, why is G5 much better than the move Harry's played? Well, the idea is that you're going to maybe take on f4. You're going to generate some play by weakening the white grip on the king's side. Long term, that's going to give you some chances. Now, rook a6 is actually a bad move because why is that a bad move? Well, he's just gone b3, which is consolidation move. Very good move, I would say. Apparently, h5 is even stronger because that would have killed that plan of g5. Very subtle. You can't go there because it's maybe tactically dubious to play bishop e8, Nick.
I mean, we actually were, when I was on with Tom, we did actually suggest this move g6 at some point, which would have stopped this h5 idea as well. So, yeah, you have to always be careful when you have a g7 and h6. You don't really want them to play h5 and fix your pawns.
His pawns about. I mean, Black played king e7 earlier because I think he tactically he was forced to do that because maybe it was a threat of.
I think
exchange sacrifice.
g6 also would have saved it though, because then after the exchange sack, your king had the g7 square.
Right.
So there probably was another way of doing it.
So this is actually looking seriously scary for Harry, and
the obvious move is
but he
bishop
could
takes
take
bishop.
it. Now,
Yeah.
what happens after rook takes? That's a very good question. Yeah, you could you go rook d5, Nick? Was that a bad move?
I think you're going to lose a pawn, are you? Takes and then b4.
Wow, I'm just
Yeah.
losing already. I'm blundering again in these end games.
But it is quite a tricky position for Black to defend here. It's going to have to be very accurate. So yeah, rook takes a4 is the obvious. Obviously, rook takes d8 is also an option, but rook takes a4. I mean, that's actually rook takes d8. Is not
I'd be very tempted with that move, but the very hard move to see, because if you play me like there, it's just too passive.
Yeah.
And you just really got no counterplay. So the very difficult move to see, which is very tough to see, is rook there. with the idea that after takes, he's got this brilliant move, rook d3, which counterattacks. Do you think Harry will find that line? I think he could, but I think it's difficult.
He might do, which actually makes me think that, well, maybe Mickey will find that line first, will he? And not go for rook. He might play rook takes d8 instead. Because actually that position after rook takes d8 looks quite uncomfortable for black because your rook is tied down to the a pawn. So let's say bishop takes a4 from Harry, rook takes d8, and then just take the bishop.
But Adams is big on pawn structure. He'll hate this pawn structure
That's
for
true.
white.
Yeah, he won't like that. He won't like that pawn structure. But
Yeah, I don't think
tied down to the
he'll
a5
play
pawn.
that line because actually, once you see g5, it's actually not bad for white. It's not even better for white.
Yeah, I still.
It's not 100%. I agree with you. It's not 100%.
When you look at this
Yeah.
position without an engine, you do feel like white might have some chances.
Yeah. So either way is promising, but still a draw is quite likely result.
Is there a way after bishop a4, rook a4, rook c6? If let's suppose Harry finds that, is there a way to stop this rook d3 move? So let's say black does. So let's say black does take this bishop.
Yeah.
And then white recaptures with the rook, and then rook c6. Is there any other move here? I was thinking like rook e3, but it does allow black to just save the a pawn, doesn't it?
A lot of people say with amateur players, you've got to keep looking at spending time and looking at variations a bit further rather than switching off too early. A lot of players will dismiss the move rook c6 because they see it loses a pawn. But if you're trying to play at a higher level, you realise you get a better counterplay rook d3. So this game is really in the balance. I think we need to switch back to some of the other boards because they're really quite, this is an end game.
It's going to be quite interesting when two connected past pawns for
Critical
Mickey.
moment for Harry. He's well up on the clock, but that doesn't really help you if you've got a worse position, does it? So, okay, let's go back to Shreyas Royal game. Wow, got d5 on the board. Really sharp position here.
I think because we talk about Harry's prep a lot, I think Shreyas has had good prep as well.
Yeah?
If you look at his last few games, he's kind of out preparing his opponents a lot.
Maybe this is a advert for, was it Freestyle Chess or Chess Died 60?
Shreyas hasn't played Harry yet, has he?
No.
That would be.
Does he not?
The preparation
no. Are you
battle.
sure he hasn't played him?
I don't think he's played Harry yet, has he? They'll both be preps.
We're not sure. What do you think about, I know we asked this, apparently the founder of Freestyle Chess, this guy Bruckner, is campaigning for the FIDE presidency
Okay.
with Malcolm Payne as his vice president.
He's quite rich, isn't he, that guy?
Yeah. Would you vote for him to be the next FIDE president?
I don't know. I'd look at it if I thought it was good for chess. I don't know, to be honest. But it might be a good option. I mean, who's the alternative?
Well, there's a couple of other guys. I think Djokovic has stood down. So it's Rodstein and a guy called Turlov, who's a Kazakhstani billionaire.
Okay,
So I think you need to be a billionaire or a millionaire to bid for the FIDE presidency. Sorry?
Just Freedom Holding calls for chess function.
Oh, okay.
But
Right.
it'd be nice to bring money into the game. I mean, the only thing comment I'd make is they do tend to put all the money into the top players. That'd be nice if it filtered through the rest of the chess world.
But is some of this money maybe sports washed? Well, anyway, let's not get into that now. I don't want the ECF to get sued. So okay, so this position, Black's just played d5. He's well down on the clock, but Luke Machine is sat there at the board looking very intense. Shreyas is thinking, heavy breathing there. Looks like he's a little bit nervous, Shreyas, I'll be honest. But he seems focused enough. So it's white to move. What do you play here, Nick? Do you take the pawn? But then I guess his plan is to take.
I mean, I don't normally like giving away my light square bishop, but yeah, I can understand why you do it to try and win a pawn.
You end up winning a pawn. So the variation could go like this. And then we take on d5. And then black, I guess, would try to maybe take on b2.
Yeah, but we'll take with the bishop, yeah.
That's
Maybe you can attack the knight though, rook a5 or something.
Yeah, that's not good. So you can't take that.
You can't take it with the knight either.
So maybe we need a more active move. Maybe a move like queen b4, Nick, is possible. That's much more sensible. Doesn't lose on the spot at least. And the queen is iron moves like queen g4. So this could be a situation where white is a pawn up. So he's not even a pawn up, sorry. They've got better structure, but black is very active, which I think would suit Luke Machine. He's a great counter-attacking player.
Would you ever sacrifice an exchange here, or you think it's too risky?
So you're thinking about this maybe, but I don't like this because
Who doesn't like it?
I think you're not active enough. Normally
I
when
wanted
you...
to take on c7 as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's true. It's true. You don't really have enough pieces around their king to make it
Yeah,
justify.
and normally when you sacrifice the exchange, it's based on the idea that your opponent's rooks are inactive. But in this situation, the black rooks are very active. They can just come to d8. This is why I quite like black's position, even though the engine favours white. I mean, I think a draw is actually quite likely here. I mean, our technical coordinator, David Lightfoot, he called it as a draw earlier, and he could well be right. I feel like this kind of game could peter out, maybe. But he's actually played a move. No, he hasn't played a move yet. So taking feels like the only way to really try and get an advantage. I think he probably will take, but he seems reluctant to do so because, as you say, the problem is, like you say, well, like, why would you be worried about giving up your light square bishop? For an amateur at home, the problem is you're weak on the light squares because you've gone g3. Your light squares are weak, and long term that's going to benefit black. So in fact, after this, you can maybe even play a move like knight b6 is actually fairly reasonable as well, or queen b4. It seems okay for black in my opinion, even though the engine prefers white.
I mean, another option. I mean, generally, when you have the fianchetto bishop around your king, you prefer that bishop over your opponent's bishop of the same color, if that makes sense. So if we just go back to the if I just refresh the page, go back to the position. So generally, white would prefer the light squared bishop over black's bishop on a6, and and with the with dark square bishops, black would prefer to keep the dark square bishops on the board.
Sure.
So white could consider a move like bishop d4 to trade off that fianchetto bishop. That's the other option that he might well be considering. And but also, you know, if black takes, knight takes, and then you're attacking the knight, you're attacking some of the weak pawns as well. So
it could come down to structure. White's got a better pawn structure. If he can consolidate stress and use that better structure, which white often gets in the Scotch, because black's got a kind of not great pawn structure, he could end up winning that game in the end game. Let's move on.
Well, should we have a quick look at bishop d4 just as the alternative, just to see whether he might play that?
Can you not take?
He possibly could take.
And then trade. I think the top line was something like this, right? Hit the rook.
Okay.
Also hit b2.
Yeah, then white needs to have a good move here, doesn't he?
He could go rook. Sorry? Okay, we're going to move on to other games. Also going to move. I want to quickly move on to the Bodhana game because it's obviously a critical game. Bodhana is she's got an end game. We know she loves an end game, and we left it around about when white played f4. And both players seem to have been playing quite well since then. Black went c5.
I think we said it was better to play knight d7 first.
Yeah,
before c5 because
bishop f3 was would have been a good spot for white.
Even after knight d7, even c6 was slightly annoying. Yeah, which he played. So probably she should have played a slightly different move order.
But she's gone b4, which is a very sharp move and a great move. And okay, we haven't got the Bodhana game on the video cam.
Just out of interest, okay.
Yeah, what did you
was it knight
say,
d3? No, I was just looking at bishop f3 instead of knight takes knight, but maybe there's knight d3 checkers there.
Oh, right. So you're trying that move. But maybe this is holding for black. Yeah, well spotted, Nick. And then, although this looks scary because...
You have to play rook d8. I'm not sure, actually.
Yeah, which apparently this is just about okay, which it does look scary, doesn't it?
It looks very scary.
Yeah, visually it looks scary, but okay, he's surviving that. Okay, so we got this, and this looks really, I would say, quite comfortable for Bodhana, but
it looks pretty level, doesn't it?
Pretty level for both sides. Both sides have got quite a good game. White will try to use the bishop pair, but they have to be careful because if they play a move like this, they are now dropping this CH2 pawn. Black would probably quite happily take that. So first you have to deal with that threat on the h3 pawn, Nick. Maybe you'd go h3.
I mean, I guess white might have a small advantage with the bishop pair. I probably would take white here. With the queens off, there's not really any attacking problems.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, black normally would keep the queens on and try to create some kind of attack, but here...
I kind of feel like this game might fizzle out to a draw now. Or there's quite possible. A likelihood, you know, especially as Freddie had quite a tough game tomorrow. Bodhana's a great defender.
Have they completely given up all hope of winning the British, do you think?
Well, they need to win this game. because I don't think 6.5 is going to win. Like, you need to get at least a 7. So currently they're on 4, so they essentially need to win the last 3, which is really tough. So even if they win this game, so somebody who's on 4.5 has got a much better chance. Like a Simon, if he wins, he then maybe only needs to get 1.5. It's possible 7 won't even get a playoff. I think someone like Luke McShane will get the 7.
Yeah, I think they have to fight this out, don't they? They can't afford to take a draw at this stage.
Yeah. Wow, and you called it. Bazakusta is starting to take control. He's better, strategically better. This is a great strategic game by Bazakusta.
Looks like Marcus Harvey played King H1, which is a slightly unusual move. King H1.
So we've got.
Not quite sure what the idea of King H1 is.
This pawn on E2 feels a bit weak as well in some lines.
But also Rook B6 is a bit surprising. We were normally looking at A4 as an idea. I don't know if there was a...
Yeah. Just make progress, right?
Which is the best move, probably. Yeah.
I read it. I mean, I know Kramnik gets a load of stick these days, maybe quite rightly so, but I read a course on Chessable recently, which apparently is no longer on sale because they took it off sale because of what happened with the Naroditsky situation. But it's actually a very good course, you know, and it really teaches you very deep strategy and stuff like that. And this reminds me of kind of position on the Kramnik course about prophylactic play, about, you know, timing your counter play and all this, restraining your opponent's play. If you take here, black is dominating. Yeah, A4 felt automatic, Nick.
I don't think you need to double the rooks, do you? I mean, you've got one rook defending the other. I mean, presume his idea was to double the rooks and then try and play.
It's not
A4.
a bad move though, and really there's only one move to avoid being a lot worse with B4. Now, Marcus has got a big lead on the clock, or a fairly decent lead on the clock. He needs to invest his time here to find that.
Could you explain why he played King H1, do you think? Was there...
I mean, it's a strange move, isn't it? Because the king is actually well placed there. It's defending F2, and then you actually put it on a worse square. Again, it might come down to fatigue. He's just maybe tired and just can't think of anything useful to play. So I think these players are getting very tired. I think we're going to see some big mistakes over the last 3 rounds, maybe some huge blunders even in this round. You know, keep steady, guys, because sitting in the audience and sitting at home, because we're going to get some massive blunders over the next few hours.
Apparently, someone's commented on the chat that you predict a lot of games will fizzle out to a draw.
Yeah, yeah, it's my default mode.
Apparently Richard was winning.
Yeah, Richard.
Against
yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure he's quite winning, but he's certainly a lot better. Wow.
Yeah, I like this H4 idea. It feels quite nice, doesn't it? Putting some pressure on the king side.
Yeah, Richard's got some good attacking lines against.
It's quite a nice plan. I might use that one myself.
I mean, Richard is playing a player originally from China. I met Richard's wife yesterday, Ting Ting, who's also from China. So that's interesting. A lovely woman as well. And so in this position, white went A3. Knight d5 wasn't a good move, so probably wanted to grab the bishop pair. You know, I love bishop pair. Bishop pair is underestimated in chess. So here, the thing is, when you grab the bishop pair, like in a position, it does take some of the sting out of white's attacking tries.
Especially
right?
that light square bishop, such a powerful, with all the pawns and dark squares.
Maybe I can just castle and then get my knight. Castle is probably not the most accurate move. Maybe c5 is also an option.
Yeah, I think c5 is a good call.
Yeah, quite like black there. But see when knight d5, which doesn't look too ridiculous at all. And, okay, rook g3, great move. So this is a great maneuver by white to bring the rook to g3.
Yeah, because after knight takes d5, you can't take back with the knight because of the c4 pawns. So that's why she should take back with the bishop, but then that meant that his bishop on e3 can't be taken. But I mean, but maybe she should have just done it anyway and just... you know, got rid of one of these bishops just to kill the attack.
Yeah, it just kills the attack, and then maybe c5,
Yeah, so possibly she's playing a little bit...
passively.
Yeah, a bit passively.
Yeah, I mean... but this would have been okay, but king f8 is a very strange move, apparently. Well, the point is you can't castle because of bishop h6. So what do you play as black? It's not so obvious. Maybe the computer wanted bishop f8 or something. That's also bad.
Yeah, I think black should have taken the opportunity to get rid of one of these white bishops.
Maybe you could take here, Nick. No, that's also bad. What's the best defense for that? Because basically saying every move's bad.
It's not easy.
Bishop f3 was the best move, so already you're in a bit of trouble. So this position, I think you're right. I think knight d5 was a better try, but it would have favoured white. But earlier, knight d3 was a much better try. So try to eliminate your opponent's bishop pair if you can, guys. In the game, after king looks really bad on f8. It's not the fact that it's that vulnerable there. It's really the fact that it's shutting that rook on h8 out of the game. So I keep slumping. It's what's leading to all these back problems. The rook on h8 can't get into the game, Nick.
I think it's just like slow pressure from white here. There's no immediate breakthrough, is there? But just white's position is just more comfortable. White can always move his king over to g1.
This is a great
and then
plan.
play rook
This is a
f1
great
and just
plan.
push the f pawn up.
I love simple plans. I love simple
quite a slow
plans.
plan.
Yeah, it's a very simple plan, and let's just show you what might happen. The problem is you'd like to drop the bishop back to create counterplay, but that does drop the c4. I mean, at some point you might have to do that anyway. You know, this position's so bad. Knight e4 is also good.
Maybe knight e4 was interested with the idea of knight f6.
So it feels like Richard could be, winning or maybe potentially winning that game. Would that give him a chance? He's also on 4,
he's
right?
quite far back. No, because I think he's on 3.5. I think he was up floating.
Oh, okay. So I don't think he can win the
I don't
British
think-
this year.
Yeah, I think he's probably too far back.
I mean, wow, Shreyas Royal, by the way, huge advantage against Luke Shane's gone horribly wrong with knight b2. Is he getting tired? Because he's an older player and he's suddenly been asked to play a lot of chess. It was a long game yesterday against Freddie Gordon. Now he's playing against Shreyas Royal, the future prince of English chess.
Is there some tactic here then? Is there... Trying to look where this...
Rook d4.
Bishop c5 or rook d4, something else. Looking at all those options.
No,
No, try bishop c5 maybe.
that's a great shout.
Um,
Now, if I go here, what's your move? Maybe
maybe
now rook d4. Yeah,
maybe
very
now rook
clever.
d4.
I think that's what he's blundered.
Okay, well,
Because he could go there, but looks like a weird square. But that does attack the rook. But now maybe do you play maybe a move like rook e1? No, maybe just rook d4 anyway. It's rook d4
yeah, seems
anyway.
like that's a good move.
So we could get a variation like this. But
Mm,
this
the
is
knight's gonna
just
be
terrible,
trapped.
terrible for black.
This is
because
a huge opportunity for Shreyas then.
massive opportunity to move ahead in the tournament and could potentially get a huge showdown game against Mickey Adams. If he finds bishop c5, which I think he'll probably find, and this is where being well ahead on the clock helps, because he's got the time now to invest, to think, to have a little pause, maybe have like a 15-minute, 20-minute think and think, what am I supposed to do here?
But also, it looks like a critical position, doesn't it? I mean, there's loads of pieces hanging, the knight's a bit loose, the rook's hanging, the pawns are... all
I'm very
attacking each
surprised
other.
Luke took that pawn. I'm very surprised at that move. I mean, he had a very safe alternative in this. Is he bluffing a bit with this knight b2, or he seems confident enough on the? He's holding his head in his hands.
I think he looks a little bit nervous.
Nervous, yeah,
he might have seen
because-
it now.
Because normally he doesn't have that posture, does he? So that's maybe a little bit of a tell that that's not his normal posture. Where he's a bit more confident. He's moving his head away from his hands.
I actually think Shreyas was going to find bishop c5. What do you think?
Yeah, and he's a great calculator, Shreyas, as well. He's like a world-class calculator already.
He's got time on the clock, hasn't he? This could derail your Luke Machine prediction.
I'll never tip him again. It's my last time, Luke. I'm sorry. I can't keep giving you these chances.
Apparently Simon might have a good chance. Sure, we've got Simon Williams game.
Wow, huge moments in this tournament. Wow, Simon Williams is a lot better against, and Bazir Kuster is potentially winning as well. So, no, it's not that clear, the Simon game. He has gone for that sacrifice, as we mentioned.
What if you play f3? Is that a good move here? So this was all as expected.
He went d5, which was a great move to cut the black bishop, temporarily sacrifice a pawn.
Well, it's not even temporary.
It's not a temporary sacrifice, yeah. So you're recommending move f3.
No, apparently it's not the best move.
Maybe knight
That's equal.
g3. No, that's a bad move. So we have to figure, is it a queen c4 move? No, also wrong. Knight g5, let's just, knight g5 is the move. Because then there's maybe knight h3 or knight e6 counterplay.
I wanted to play knight f5 here. But, you might have some way out of it though, by the looks of things.
Maybe queen c7.
Yeah, that's probably a good call.
So this is a very sharp position. Even though the engine favours white. Is this?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Have we got?
He's gone e6. Wow.
Oh my goodness. That was a great move.
Very Simon-esque move. And Shawpaw looks
he's
really
great
nervous.
attacking, isn't he, Sam? Oh, because you can, if they take it, can you take the knight and take back? I'm not sure. Is there something stronger?
If you take the pawn, yeah,
If black plays pawn takes e6, what's the line?
it looks super shaky.
Did you play bishop takes knight and knight e6 or something better?
Yeah, it's a backup variation, but quite
You got
possibly.
something stronger.
Okay, let's try and think of what the best move is here, guys. That is dead lost for black, even though it looks like a natural recapture. I think Shawpaw's under us. This is what he had benefits of this sacrifice. He always had that option of e6 to open up. Sorry?
Yeah, just knight e6 straight away. They thought that was quite good.
Yeah, so the idea is if you take here, you can take here maybe.
No, you just take the rook. Take the rook.
Oh, you take the rook. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, so this is looking like a real problem. So there's also maybe that move, as you mentioned.
That's what I was thinking. That's because I
And
didn't
now
see the
this.
other one. But
Also,
actually
you
might be
can't even
stronger.
move the rook because it's checkmate.
yeah, this looks very dangerous, doesn't it?
So I think Simon's going to win now. I mean, which is really putting him in contention. It's his sort of position, and he's a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying from the opening. I feel like it's an easier game for White to play. White's got the extra central pawn and tried to create some
If
initiative.
Simon, let's Shreyas, he's going to play Bazakusta if he wins, maybe, because Shreyas versus Mickey is a potential pairing, isn't it? If Shreyas wins and Mickey wins, or Mickey even draws, he's probably going to play Shreyas.
The Shreyas might play Bazakusta though if Mickey draws.
But no, Shreyas has played
He's played him already, so he's played him already. Yeah, so Shreyas is probably going to get Mickey, isn't
Yeah,
he? So
yeah, I don't think.
what's Shreyas G? Which colour? Shreyas is G black.
But this is where
Mickey's too black.
Bazakusta, yeah, but this is where Bazakusta has an advantage because he's played all the big boys almost. Has he played Luke though? He hasn't played Luke, right? But Luke might be heading for a loss.
He might avoid
Potentially.
Luke.
Yeah, he might avoid Luke, which would be huge, right, for Bazakusta fans. What about, are there any other games? So these games are kind of more in a balance, right? Are the other guys who also really need to win, I think. I think you really need to get the 5.5. Like Simon will be on 5.5, potentially winning the tournament. Obviously, he will get a tough black against someone like Bazakusta or Mickey Adams. But, you know, people like Roberson and Stephen Gordon, I think they really need to join him. If they draw, it's going to be a lot tougher to win the tournament, in my opinion. Because the best you can get to is 7. You need to get to at least 7, but that's not guaranteed a playoff. 7 might not be good enough for a playoff, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking quite solid, this position, isn't it? Between Peter Roberson and Stephen Gordon. I guess Peters has got the advantage of the 2 bishops and slight time advantage.
He's up on the clock. He's well up on the clock.
He's got some
Like
chances.
18 minutes up. That's
but,
quite a lot in such a position.
But Black's position doesn't look too bad. I mean, Black's got this idea of bishop b5 check, hasn't he?
You could also go for the check. Yeah.
And then put his knight somewhere useful. I mean, can you put something on c4? Maybe the bishop, or bishop. Would you put the bishop first on c4?
Yeah, it's also pretty solid.
It might be slightly better for White, though. It's true.
Yeah, I mean, you might have some issues with a b6 pawn, a6
Yeah.
pawn, sorry.
Then bishop c4.
Maybe that wasn't the best. Maybe
There
actually
could
you'd
be
probably
something
attack the
here.
bishop straight away because this could run into a pin, right? There might be some issues with a pin.
Then
No,
you
not
play
that maybe.
a5.
Probably take first, right? And then you also have knight h5 is the problem. Right, just
I mean,
directly
White
trying
has
to
got
pawn.
some slight advantage there.
So Peter Roberson is pressing. Taran Caramelli, a very unclear position. We'll come back to that later, potentially. But these games have really... He's found this line. Wow, this is huge. And he's found rook d4. Luke Machene is in big, big trouble. Shreyas Royal could be looking at his first British Championship title.
So Luke played a5, which is interesting. So, I mean, if Shreyas takes the knight,
Yeah.
presumably his idea is to play a4.
Wow. So resourceful, these guys. Like Luke Machene, I played him when he was a kid. And often you'd have him on the ropes. You know, I was a bit older than Luke. I was about 8 years older than him. I first played him when he was 4 in the London Chess Centre.
When he was 4 years old?
4 years old, yeah, in
Okay.
Clapham. And it was run by, it was a London Chess centre run by Julian Simpole, which was above the Clapham Mecca Bingo Hall, right next to Clapham Junction train station. And I did beat him in that game. That was a King's Indian. But we got this position on the board, by the way, A4. So
I mean, I guess White has to move the knight now.
yeah,
Can you just play knight? Can you play knight d2? I think Black might be planning rook a5 or something like this.
that's apparently a good move. I'm not sure. Well, I was just randomly playing knight. I mean, I'm
So
sure.
what happens after? So what happens after rook a5 then? No,
Knight
it's
D2
a
is
mistake.
actually a big
Blunder.
wow,
Blunder.
he could go wrong here then.
After knight c1.
Although I still don't see why that's bad.
But what happens after rook a5? What's White's move?
Yeah, that's a great shout.
Yeah,
rook
that-
A5,
so
yeah.
where's
'Cause the
knight
idea is
c1?
knight e4, rook c5, and black's even maybe pressing, right?
Yeah, this has suddenly gone all horrible. But let's look at knight c1, rook a5.
Yeah, but then you got knight. No, you
Knight
haven't
d3 would just take your bishop anyway.
Yeah. So I think this is clever.
Unless you're going to play queen e2 or rook e... No, you can't play rook e... No, they just take the bishop, don't they? I'm going crazy. This is not easy. You have to be quite tactically
Yeah,
aware.
yeah, absolutely. Can you go? Can you go knight? There's something with knight d3 maybe in rook e4, but it doesn't. Can you go rook e4 immediately? No, that loses, or it doesn't lose your advantage. Knight d3 is bad.
No, knight d3 is so good. Maybe you're right. Maybe now you play...
There's some weird move like rook e1.
Oh my God, this is hard to find, isn't it?
Well, I found it in about 2 seconds. What are you talking about? Mind you, I did have one go first, right? Okay. Yeah, so,
So he's got to find knight.
he's got to find that line,
Or
right?
f4. He could play f4 apparently as well.
Yeah, I think Luke's in trouble, big trouble.
It's not easy to find these moves though.
But it really surprises me, Nick, that he. Also, we go back to this position. He must have planned this, I think, because he played all these moves fairly quickly. So he took on f1, and then he took. But why didn't he just take back on d5? Because that was fairly safe. Maybe he just was
I
fearing
think
the
he
long
missed it.
term. I think he missed some of these tactics, right? Like here and then.
He missed bishop c5 and rook d4, didn't he? He missed that plan.
Because if you take back, well, black's actually just winning because you are hitting a rook. So, but if let's say you play like another move, then black's just more than fine, right?
This
But
looks
as you
okay.
say, he's missed rook d4 because. But you've got to be careful because you're playing against a very strong player, and the position is very shaky with the knight on b2. I mean, you should have really spent more time. That's the problem when you get down to 40 minutes. You know, I mentioned this before. Like Luke Shane's time control when he's short of time is pretty good. But you always put yourself under pressure in that way because, you know, when do you take your time on a move? When do you play a move a little bit quicker? Because you've got 40 minutes, you're worried about getting into really serious time trouble. So you play a fast move, and now he's in big trouble. Now I don't think he's going to recover.
Apparently, yeah, Simon's blundered.
Wow. Huge moment. Huge moment in the Simon game.
Simon was well on top. He played this e6, which was a very good move.
Then
Rook
he
c7.
took, which apparently was so the best move in this position. Wow, not easy to see. It's just a quiet f3, but actually there were other good moves. F3, and then queen a3,
Quite a tricky position, isn't it? Because
quite deep. The white can't black go there. Queen d3.
then you're
Wow,
gonna try and checkmate him.
beautiful. Going back to this position, another nice line is e7, and then rook e4. And the idea is if you take, bishop e4, sorry, misreading the moves. The idea is if you take with a pawn, knight f5 is very strong because it hits the rook and the pawn.
Actually, looking at the other line that we looked at a second ago with the f3,
Yeah.
knight d6, queen a3, knight c4. Just want to finish that line off. Queen d3, take the rook. Queen h7, king f8. I guess queen h8. I was also wondering if there was some other move here. Queen h8 looks like the safest, doesn't it? Yeah, that's just over.
This is just a marmalization.
Yeah.
So basically in the game, hasn't quite gone in that direction because white decided to take straight away, which does open up the black king.
It sort of brings the rook to a more active square, but I guess his idea was to pin the rook.
But black is now under pressure. He has to find queen d7. Everything else is much better for white. So it's a good practical choice by Simon. Because how likely is he to find queen d7? I don't think that's certain at all, given the amount of blunders we've seen in this game already, and in this tournament already, in this round. We've seen a lot of tactical blunders. Think he'll find queen d7?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I guess after queen d7, the main point is if white plays rook f5, you want to play rook f8, I think. So, right? So queen d7.
I don't know, mate.
Rook f5.
I have no idea.
And then rook f8.
Yeah. So the point is that so sometimes you get to moves by process elimination. If you go there, why is that worse? The point is that after this, you're also hitting the rook, but you're hitting the queen. Whereas the queen on d7, you're only hitting the rook. So you'd have to move the queen, and then white is a lot better. Knight takes g7, which is a crushing move, and then black would really be under pressure to hold this, a really difficult, kind of technical position. If he finds queen d7, however, I think he's probably past the worst, I would say, Nick. I mean,
there's still a little bit of way to go, though, isn't there? So that queen d7. What about knight f5 threatening queen g7 checkmate instead of rook f5?
Okay, let's go back to this. So it's this position.
So knight f5 with the idea of queen takes g7.
I'd probably try that move just to avoid
It's
that.
probably quite a useful move, isn't it, just to get out of.
It'd be quite embarrassing if I went for, say, rook f8, and then they went boom.
It would not be a nice way to finish the game.
Kramnik wants to allow to mate. We mentioned him earlier. He wants to allow to mate one, but it's against a supercomputer. So he's probably. I think there's other people who've fallen for mating one in classical
It's quite
games.
intimidating, isn't it?
I allowed a mate one against Soham La Jolla.
Did you? I did.
I got mated in one. He actually was a pawn on f7. He had a pawn f7 that game. He went queen g8 mate, which I'd missed.
Okay.
And that was quite embarrassing. And I was up on the clock in that game as well, just to make it worse. Soham La Jolla is also coached by Luke McShane. So I don't know if he'll be watching this broadcast.
Bit surprised he's not playing, actually.
Well, yeah, probably other things going on. So yeah, so this is really critical.
So actually, in that line after king h7, bishop takes rook. Just go through that line again. And knight f5,
Yeah.
king h7,
Yeah.
bishop takes rook, queen takes, knight d6.
Mm.
And
Oh, no,
then
hang on, that's
you've
a
got-
terrible
you have to be a
run,
bit careful because I'm going to go queen b7 if you're not careful.
Oh, okay, you're hitting.
So maybe you
yeah.
have to go queen
c7.
c7 and you can win the knights. After
Wow.
if queen takes bishop,
Wow.
make sure that if queen takes bishop, we're taking an e4 with check, aren't we? Yeah.
No, but you got queen c1, queen f4. That's really
Queen
tough to
c1.
see. So he has to
it's
see
a
all
fourth
this. Will he?
repetition. Yeah.
Wow. Will he see all that? I'm not convinced he will. But he's using his time. So he's giving himself every chance, which he should do. He's doing absolutely what you
And
should
if
do.
knight takes bishop after queen c7, knight takes bishop, then I guess you just play rook b8, do you?
You go rook b8.
So you can hold for black, but you have
But
to
you
play
have to
quite
find these
accurately.
only moves. And we've seen this situation before where people are forced to find only moves, they don't find them. So great practical chess by Simon Williams. He could be on the verge of a huge win here against Chorpor. If Chorpor doesn't find queen d7, wow.
I think Simon will try knight f5, don't you? Because knight f5 looks quite scary for black.
Yeah, and also I don't see a great way to continue after this and then rook f8. Like, what's your big idea? I mean, you've got ideas, don't get me wrong, but they don't seem to do much.
You could play bishop e6 and queen b3 and just try and pile up on the rook. But it's, the other line looks a little bit more forcing.
Yeah, I like your idea, but black does have defensive resources with queen d7. So it's a draw, but the engine says it's equal. But for a human player, you're very worried you're just losing here. So, but you pretty much two moves. Your queen d7, queen c7. You're 50-50 between those. It comes down to calculation which one you choose. If he finds queen c7 or queen d7, I think he'll get a result. If he doesn't, I think he'll lose. I think it's come down to that move. This is the key moment in the game. Will he find queen d7? He's thinking here.
He's normally quite calm, isn't he?
He's pretty calm. Nice little blue shirt there. Looks very smart. Simon's dressed more casual wear. B-Day dress code is not being possibly observed at this tournament. Simon always looks like a character from Game of Thrones, doesn't he? He looks like one of the dragon or the knight.
Is he still the heavyweight? Just
It's a British
boxing
heavyweight
champion?
box. Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier. Maybe I'll challenge him. But I'm not.
take him
I'm not
on.
really a heavyweight. I'll be more like a middleweight, right? I once walked past Nigel Benn's house. That's my only. He was outside with his dogs, so that was my only connection ever to boxing. Yeah. Okay, so this is a really critical
Maybe
moment.
let's
Let's
take
move
it
on
from the
to
other games.
some of the other games.
Maybe the Shreyas one. How did
The
you respond
Shreyas
to
one is
A5?
super critical. Also, the Marcus Harvey game we need to keep an eye on.
He's
What?
found Rook E1. Maybe
He's
you could show the
found
last
this-
couple of moves.
Yeah. So we mentioned this line earlier. So he found Knight C1, which is a top move. Wow. Rook E1. He's found Rook E1, Rook C5, and now he's thinking. So we know that Knight D3 is winning for White. And I think it's certainly a big candidate move that he'll be considering. And that's pretty much. And one of the main points of that is if you take here, the problem is the black queen. If the pawn was on H5, black would be doing very well. But the problem is you have to give up your queen. It's game over. It's the only way to prevent mate. So that's actually quite a simple variation to find. I mean, I'm almost certain to find it. Is there any way, any hope for black after move Knight D3, Nick? Could take on D5 maybe, but then you just take back, right?
So I'm trying to think where.
Rook B5 might be a move. I mean, if we look at the only move is Rook
Yeah,
B5
Rook B5 is the best try.
keep the game going. Because if you go here, I just take. And it's always about this pin. So the only way to keep the game going is Rook B5. I think he'll find Knight D3. Big pressure moment. I think if Shreyas wins this game, I think he's big favourite to win the British. Well, no, maybe not. It depends on the Bazakusta result.
And Michael Adams.
And the Michael Adams. So if Shreyas wins his game and Michael Adams doesn't win and Bazakusta doesn't win, he's big favourite to win the British. Okay? So there's a few... what's the word?
Caveats are.
Yeah. Wow, he's found Rook
Found
B5.
Rook
The
B5,
only
okay.
Wow, this is clutch defence by Luke McShane, a great defensive player.
So
now there's only one
Shreyas-
move.
Well, he has to find Queen C2.
Wow.
It's not easy to find.
This is incredible chess.
Well, it's probably. I guess it's probably the most natural move here, Queen C2, isn't it?
But if I was in Luke McShane's position, I'd be... Has he played Queen C2?
Yeah.
Wow, and he played it quickly as well. That's impressive.
And can we see the accuracy percentage of this game? 99.1% for Shreyas.
That's insane. I think his prep has really put his prep. You know, I mentioned earlier that the prep didn't like White, but his practical prep. It was practical prep to force Luke to make practical decisions under pressure on the clock, and it's paid off for Shreyas because Luke has just gotten shorter and shorter in time, and now he's in big trouble.
I think Shreyas has made quite good opening decisions in general this whole tournament. All of his opponents, he's kind of targeted them quite nicely.
This game isn't over, guys. Like, this game is not over. He could still battle on, and he's a great defender, Luke. He would have to show all of his defensive skills. But I think he's going to be very annoyed with himself for not just taking on D5 earlier, when it would have been a game. You know, maybe but White was slightly better because of the pawn structure, but it would have been a battle. Now he's like, any more mistakes, it's over.
Yeah, someone has again mentioned Shreyas should be in the Olympiad team. I do think that he's actually made quite a good case between this and the Wood Green tournament that he should be in the team, but I'm not saying anyone should be dropped out in particular. Obviously, Daniel deserves his chance as well.
But also, maybe the fact that he was dropped, that's given him the kick up the backside, you know, that's given him the motivation to say, look, I want to prove that I'm better than these guys.
Sure.
You know, I beat Luke McShane, I beat Michael Adams. They're two players who always play for England in the Olympiad. I'm sorry?
It's like A levels or something. Is he actually dropped or is he doing like A levels or GCSEs?
I don't know, is he still in school? I'm not sure. Was he full-time chess?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
He's going to be a chess player, isn't he, Shreyas? He's going to be a full-time
Not
chess player.
necessarily. He might get a job. Might.
I don't think so. I mean, Ravi went and got a job, didn't he, Ravi Harrier? But I don't think Shreyas will.
Who knows? But very difficult position for Black. Seems to be losing material. So one of the best lines for Black is to go here and take the pawn. Now you go. Now it's difficult to take the pawn. Rook. You shouldn't really take immediately because Black can end up even with a better position.
But you don't win any material by playing this way, do you?
You don't win any material. So what you do is you create the pin, and that does force the winner material. You go here, and now luckily for Black, they don't have to resign straight away. They can take there,
and go rook d8 and the game continues. But this is a miserable technical position. He's going to be in a reverse situation, Nick, than he was when he played Freddie, where he was the one grinding. Now it's him that's going to be potentially being ground down by Treyas.
I think this is just a horrible position for black. Because white can play queen a3 and just win the a pawn.
Yeah.
So it's almost hopeless
It's probably hopeless, but
against a player like Treyas.
he will keep going in his. I mean, there are some counterplay maybe with you could eventually try to go rook d2 and try to get the bishop to d4. Doesn't look happy. No, he's played quite a bad blunder, and but there's only one winning move for white, which I'm sure Treyas will see, which is queen takes c4, and it's good night. Queen takes a4, sorry.
But there is maybe slight potential for a blunder that Treyas might play queen c6. Is there a slight potential? Probably not. I don't know. That's
Why is that so strong, that move anyway, Nick? Why is that so strong? Because after this, you take on d5, right?
Yeah, it was a rook b8 forced, take on d5.
Hit the bish. Yeah, and the problem is if you move the bishop, you drop e8. And if you go here, then your king is just wide open and just wait. I mean, at least you're not material down, but you're going to get checkmated, or you're going to have to, so looking really bad for black.
Yeah, I think if he plays queen c6, is it a lot worse, is it? I mean, you just don't get the a pawn, I guess.
You could go here, Nick.
But then, yeah, rook takes bishop.
But this is very nice.
Yeah, I think I think he'll see that tactic quite easily.
Yeah. So, but also Treyas is very good at calculation. So he's thinking a bit here. Now, if he calculates it, he'll find queen a4.
Yeah, actually, the other problem with queen c6, apart
He's
from
found it. Wow,
okay,
it's amazing how quickly he calculates. This kid is phenomenal.
Yeah,
2600 level, I would say already.
I think so. I think he's played well. I mean, only the game was Andy Ledger. He was maybe a little bit off form.
Yeah.
But all the other games, he's been very impressive.
Very impressive. He's looking like the favourite to win the British. Other than all the other favourites, right? But Bazakusta is also in a good position. I think we need to come back to this game.
c6. We'll just quickly look at c6 for black.
Yeah. So there's a nice variation
But,
after c6 you can take here. Now, the check doesn't really help because you just put the king up. So after takes, I go for the check.
A
And
nice
this
little
is a
intermediate
technical
move.
win.
Yeah.
I think this game could be over fairly quickly, Nick, over the next 4 or 5 moves, because Luke Mashane's going to be faced with a totally hopeless position, and he's down the clock.
It's very short on time,
He's
isn't
facing
he?
somebody who's performing. It's very hard to play somebody who's performing at 99.2%. It's like one of Bobby
It's
Fischer's.
incredible.
Mikhail Tao once said after he lost to Bobby Fischer, he said it's very hard to play against Einstein's theorem.
Would you think this has been the best game of the tournament? It's been up there in terms of accuracy. It's been up there, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, there's also the game that Bazakusta played against Kenneth Hobson, and also I would say Bodahano would probably be the game that really would stand out for me. But it's been a poor game from Luke Mashane perspective to not go c takes d5. I mean, why did he gamble with knight b2? That was really disappointing for Luke Mashane fans like myself. He's starting to think, if he loses this game, which looks very likely now, we're starting to think that maybe he won't ever be British champion, which would be very sad if that happens. I'm sure he will be at some point, but you run out of chances, don't you? You start to run out of chances.
All these young players will get so good. He can come back next year, but I think he needs to get it in the next couple of years, doesn't he?
Not necessarily, because he's still quite young. I wouldn't put him in that category, but yeah, I mean, it's more the fact that you just keep missing when you had such a great chance. Here he was tied for lead, right? And he's in big trouble. I mean, he's been outplayed. So let's have a look at the Bazakusta. Wow, Michael Adams, by the way, huge advantage now. Yes, he did go for that line.
Okay.
And Harry didn't react in the best way. He didn't play. I mean, the thing is, it's very easy for an engine to say G5 is a good move. But if you human play, you just think you're losing a pawn.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I said. It's quite hard to actually play that move.
Yeah. So, yeah, you called it. Sorry. It was, absolutely spot on.
It's still not over, though.
It's not over.
But Michael Adams, I mean, this is actually the kind of position that he
It's
excels
right in.
in.
Wheelhouse.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think we could be heading for a huge Michael Adams Treyas Royal showdown. But having said that, Bazakusta, you know, they're battling. It's like when you have these horse race where these two horses are battling it out, and they're like 5 lengths clear, and because they're so like racing against each other so much, they get tired, and then another horse that didn't look like it was ever going to win comes through and wins. And that could be the situation with Michael Adams against Shreyas Royal. They're battling it out, and then Bazakusta comes from behind.
And the Ginger GM appears from nowhere.
Yeah, even bigger. Wow, no, actually, Bazakusta.
Has he blundered there? Simon blundered again? No.
No.
Is that still that same position as before? Is it?
It's slightly different though, because I think he did find that Queen D7.
Okay.
So he did find the best defence. The Marcus Harvey game, by the way, is not actually that great for Bazakusta, but he does seem to have some chances. It's not as good as it was, but he's slightly better. I don't really like this as much for Black as I liked it earlier, though, when he could have maybe played A4 earlier. But it is what it is.
I think if the pieces start coming off, though, just looking at the pawn structure.
Yeah, this pawn is,
you've got that
is very
C
dangerous.
pawn.
I mean, I know the computer doesn't think the white's that much worse, but in a practical game, this is tough to hold, right? The only thing that might save you is the fact that Black King is a little bit airy with lines like G4, G5, and
that's why I like the idea of, if I was Marcus, maybe just keep the rooks on here.
so you wouldn't trade.
I mean, I'm not saying it's probably the best move, but I personally wouldn't do it, because I just think, well, okay, I'm just defending this endgame now. Whereas with the pieces of rooks on the board, you might be able to get some kind of kingside attack.
Because I quite like this player, and maybe going H5 or G4, G5, Nick, and I don't know, it feels very drawish, this. In fact, the more I look at it, the more I like white, because your king's a little bit safer. And the black queen is very tied down to D6. I know, it says it's equal, but I think that both sides will be trying to win this. And also Marcus is well up on the clock, so this is far from a done deal. I mean,
Yeah,
rook takes is by far the best move.
Yeah.
Funny enough, if you keep the rook on, it's actually a big mistake. So this is a big moment. Actually, keeping the rooks on is actually would be a bad move. Like, again, sometimes you can try to get too much out of position, and sometimes you just have to say, look, I've got to play the best move. That's what I was saying yesterday. Chess is about playing the best move in every position, and
he probably has to just take the
not
rook,
playing
doesn't
practical chess. You can overdo the practical chess, is what I'm trying to say.
he? Yeah, Marcus quite likes endings in general. He's actually thinking about it now, isn't he, whether to keep the rooks on or not.
By the way, I think we need to go back to Shreyas Royal game, because that feels like it's on the verge of ending.
He played C6.
Wow, but this is just hopeless for Black, really. This is incredible. Chess by Shreyas Royal, potentially. We're looking at a new British champion. Great win in the Wood Green Invitational. And it's nice to win tournaments, and that gives you confidence. And he seems to have taken his confidence onto this tournament.
Yeah, I think White's just a knight up now, isn't he? Just a piece up for White.
Well, the more we think about it, the more... Why did we announce the Olympiad side? Did we have to announce the Olympiad side so early? Why didn't we wait a little bit to the British Championships? Because the British Championships surely should be to decide who gets in the Olympiad team.
I mean, I think is it in America, if you win the American Championship, you get in the team, don't you?
But it seems strange to like jump the gun and say, look, we're going to have, the winner of the.
I think there's some
relay errors. They should at least wait for the for the British Championship. Surely, looking at this, I think they're jumping the gun by announcing the team so early.
Yeah, I mean, Shreyas has proven, that he should be in the team, really, the way he's been playing.
I don't think he'll be left out of it again.
No.
But it's interesting. I mean, Fernandez is going to have to perform really well to stay in the team.
It puts the pressure on him, doesn't it? It puts the pressure on Daniel.
But also, I think, more likely someone like a Luke Machine or a Michael Adams is going to be dropped in the future.
It's certainly possible.
Than Shreyas, right? So this is looking really good for White.
Apparently Simon might be winning. Should we look at Simon's game?
Huge moment in the Simon game. Chorpo has blundered horribly.
Rook A7.
That's a very strange move. So don't quite understand. It looks ugly. Can Simon go for just simply maybe Queen B6 as a move? Nope, that's not it. Can I take?
The Queen B6 you're allowing Queen C1 check and all that stuff.
Can I take? And now your king looks wide open. I mean, a move like Knight F5 looks wow.
This is very dangerous, isn't
very
it?
simple chess, actually. I'm very
That
surprised.
threatens
with
queen
that
g7 and the knight f4 queen d6.
move. Rook a7, nervy, I would say. That's a nervy move. Very strange decision by Paul, but
Yeah, and Simon, this is really
his ballpark.
exactly. He's going to be happy with
But
this.
that's what I said. I wasn't not so surprised that he didn't find Queen D7 because we've seen a lot of blunders in this tournament already. People getting tired.
I think he must have seen that line with knight f5 and just assumed he was
Assumed it was
dropping a
lost.
piece.
Yeah. It's very easy when you sat there with an engine. We're saying Queen D7, Knight F5, King H7. But to human play, you get this far and you think, well, this is gone.
It looks like you're losing, doesn't it?
This is gone.
Yeah.
Because, you don't, that's why I always say to people, try to take the variation a little bit further because this is like a miracle save. You go there and then after this, which hits the rook, so you can't take the knight because I take the rook. You go for the check and then you've got a miracle save. Didn't find it. And now he's completely busted. And Simon, I think, will mop up this 1-0 bishop. It's not even a very difficult win, to be honest. Taking a knight f5.
No, it looks straightforward.
And that's a really easy win. A knight f5 immediately is also completely winning. So Simon's going to win. So he's going to be in contention. He's going to leapfrog Luke Machang. Crazy outcome these rounds.
I mean, are any of the other players on Simon's score group winning? Peter Roberson,
Peter
maybe.
Roberson closing in on a potential win.
There's still quite a long way to go here, isn't there? I
Yeah,
mean,
Stephen Gordon didn't start the tournament well, but maybe we should go on another break for a minute.
he's quite low on time as well, Stephen. Though.
How do you feel about going on another break and then come back and then we'll do the time control?
Sure. Okay. Sounds
Okay.
good.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've had some massive results in the British Chess Championships 2026. The Prince, who will be king, who shall be king, Shreyas Royal, has defeated great Luke McShane. Huge game for the standings in the tournament, or ball one. So we left it. Nick, position was more or less resignable for black, and indeed the game didn't last very long. He actually used his A pawn to break this pin. So basically, after you can't, by the way, it looks like c5 is a very strong move here, but the problem is you take here and then knight 96 check. So after the move, rook a1, rook f4, king e7, knight b4, Luke McShane decided to resign. Quite understandable decision, I would say, because here the problem is you just lose this pawn. It's too important a pawn. You can't keep your pawns together. If you go here, I've got rook f6, and then so really massive win. I think Shreyas won because of this practical preparation, which was quite very clever preparation. It's interesting that he was willing to accept a slightly worse position, but it seemed to pay off for him.
I mean, Shreyas has played incredibly well, hasn't he? I don't know what the accuracy was like, but it felt like he was playing, you know, almost a perfect game. And even the finish is accurate as well, not giving Luke McShane any chance to, you know, play on.
Well, sitting here in this tournament as Shreyas, you know, one of the elements of being a good player is to be a master psychologist. And he's worked out, you know, really very well in these games where he played Bodhana, where he got her in a sharp position where she's not so comfortable. He played Supratip, he got into more dull position. And against Luke, he got a position where Luke had a lot of choices. He would get into time trouble. And even if he found all the choices, wasn't that bad for white anyway, and that really put him under practical pressure. So he's really worked out, will he work out Michael Adams, who seems to be narrowing in on another amazing technical win against Harry Grieve, who Harry had the great prep, but his endgame play doesn't seem to be quite as good as his preparation.
Yeah, I think, like you say, that it really depends what kind of position you get. So Shreyas has done a great job, or his team. I think John Ems, who was here, works with him. There might be others as well. Did a really good job on the openings. Also, some of the other games, obviously Simon got an attacking game today, and that paid off for him. So it really depends what type of position you get. Michael Adams did a brilliant job in this game of trying to counter Harry Grieve's prep. He'd be very careful in the opening. But as soon as Harry was on his own, Michael Adams got an end game with maybe a tiny advantage. You know, he's just turned the screw and really won quite easily, I'd say, in the end. So, yeah, it really does depend what type of position you manage to reach. So Shreyas, I'm sure Shreyas plays against Mickey tomorrow. I expect he'll be looking for something sharp. He won't want a position like this against Mickey with the black pieces.
No, but I think Shreyas will be white, won't he? Because Mickey will be on the same score. No, sorry, yeah, but Mickey will be on the same score, but he's high rated, so therefore Shreyas will get a double white. Is that, or did Shreyas didn't have white in the previous game, did he?
Actually, I'm not sure.
So it depends also how many whites Adams has had previous to this round.
Okay,
So we're assuming that Adams is going to play Shreyas if he converts this, which looks very likely.
Shreyas hasn't had a double white this round, but he has previously had double white against Bazakitsa. So I don't know how it works.
He could be. Yeah, that'd be interesting. So, okay, but yeah, looking very good. And one of the reasons is just show this variation that you take the pawn, and when you come back, the problem is this G pawn is very hard to contain. So, yeah, maybe a good way to nullify Harry, get a slightly better position, and with less risk. And yes, it was still in his prep, but there was no way to kind of, I would actually go back to, there's no way to kind of make it really easy. I would kind of go back to a position earlier, because when I was watching on the webcam, you know, it was something like this, I think. And it seemed like Harry was doing everything correctly.
I think Harry was still in his prep at this point, wasn't he? He was playing very fast.
Yeah, but I noticed that he had a sort of awkward look on his face because he wasn't happy about having to move his king back. But apparently you could play a move like G5, and that would have I think that would have maybe solved some of his problems, Nick, just to get rid of that. Yeah. Some of the king side tension. He never quite resolved that.
Yeah, I think when we were talking with Tom Villiers, we'd actually mentioned the move G6. I mean, we didn't,
or G6
we didn't check with the engine.
Even that more accurate. But you need to do something on the king's side, right?
We accidentally found it by ourselves. But the main point is that your king...
Accidentally? You're geniuses. How's that an accident?
The main
You're so
point,
modest. You're so modest.
well, actually, we were trying to demonstrate what would happen if black just played a passing move and white could win rook takes d7. So the passing move we chose was g6, which happened to be the best move because it gave you the g7 square for your king.
By the way,
So,
sorry to interrupt, but massive win for Simon Williams. The very popular Ginger GM is now within touching distance of what would be an incredible British Championship win. Obviously, he's yet to play Shreyas, he's yet to play Mickey. That could potentially happen in the last round because I think they'll have to clash. So he would avoid them for one round.
he's yet to play Bazakusta.
He's yet to play
He hasn't actually really played any of the top players, has he? But he's there. He's a nice attacking game, lovely attacking game, absolutely the kind of position that he wanted. And we did actually mention earlier on, I felt it was quite a nice attacking position for Simon. And maybe we could just quickly see the end of that game because it looked like...
Well, I think we should stick with this because this is very close time control and Bazakusta. Let's just stick for time because he's only got 1 minute and there's 3 moves to make. So this could still potentially go wrong for black. And he looks very nervous there on the webcam. He's looking around. He looks younger than he is. He's 16 or 17, but he looks even younger than that possibly. He's sort of the schoolboy killer. He's gone Bishop E6. It's a great move by Bazakusta. Yeah, very stable move, right? There's actually not a lot that Marcus. It's interesting, Marcus is probably going to overtake Harry or catch him up. I think if Marcus draws this game, he'll catch up Harry, even though he lost that horrible game. So it goes to show you still have a chance in the British, even if you lose a bad game. Simon, by the way, he's played a move quite quickly. He's just gone queen back. I think odds on a draw this game, I would say.
He played king e1.
So he's trying to win. This is typical Marcus. He tries to win every position. Bazakusta looks very, very nervous. Is he about to crack finally? He hasn't cracked this tournament.
I mean, I think they're both quite big fighters, to be honest. Both of them are probably trying to win this position.
100%. I'd rather be white here. I just feel like with that e-pawn, more activity. Yes, it's a draw, but it feels a bit uncomfortable, and he looks a little bit uncomfortable in the webcam. Massive moment here, guys. 2 moves to go before time control. Who's your money on? You don't seem to care now.
I don't know actually, because I did think originally Bazakusta, but I'm not sure about the position. Quite interesting if you try and play king h6, you get mated in 1 move, which was quite a funny line. So you can't actually get your king safe.
That would be extremely embarrassing yet again. We've had an extremely embarrassing moments before.
There's no way for black to make his king safe, so you just
maybe a move like
just check back and
h5.
forwards.
I think you just have to keep the position as it is without,
probably h5. is a
queen
good idea.
d8 is a good shout. Like if white tries to take the a pawn, they might lose some control with their queen, and tries to grab. So I think black should be able to hold this. I don't think black will win, but I'd be surprised if that would be a good result for both players in a way.
If white tries to win the a pawn, black could win the h pawn with queen h4 check and queen h2. So if white played queen a7, king h6, takes this pawn, then black
you've got
black can play queen h4,
and I think that's enough to hold.
and then apparently you're not supposed to even take the h pawn. Well, you're supposed to go back.
That's a tough variation of fine, actually.
That's quite hard to find. So you might try this then.
Yeah, if he sees this.
Well, because you can win the e pawn, okay, and the e pawn is more important.
Yeah. If you try to escape, basically, guys, the e pawn. So why is that better for? It's hard to. It's also hard to see why that's better for white. Because you feel like you got a counterplay with g5, but in fact g5 allows queen d6 because of the bad position at king. So that's also quite hard to see.
I guess the a pawn is quite powerful here.
You're often looking for you're thinking like, what variations might my opponent overlook, right? Or they might, okay, so we only got 1 move, and then we'll probably switch to another game for time control. I think the last time we looked, Pert was winning.
I think if I was Marcus, I
winning.
might be tempted to try and take that pawn. But it depends because, if he's happy to draw, he could take the pawn, and then he's, can either get a draw or a good position. But Marcus is quite an ambitious player, so he might not want to allow a line which leads to repetition.
I think you should probably take the pawn because this could be the moment, right? I mean, will you get a better opportunity? I don't see a great way for white to improve his position. Like a queen trade with queen d6 doesn't feel right because you could end up losing that ending. You know, it's about picking your moments, isn't it? So why not go for this queen a7, like you say?
But there's not really much else for him to try, is there?
But maybe he hasn't seen queen a7.
I'm sure he's seen it, but he probably hasn't calculated it all.
I think these guys are affected by fatigue. I mean, Luke McShane seemed tired today. Like that game really, you know, had some long games and hasn't played much chess recently, and that looked like a tired effort. And Treyas is a very young player, so that extra energy makes a difference, I would say. Players like Luke McShane would need a rest day, I think, but no, not going to get it. Okay, so it's white to play. He's thinking about it. Okay, we'll come back.
Should we look at the end of Simon's game? We didn't really look at that.
Yeah, we kind of left it just before the end. So we left it. This position was very, very critical. You had to find queen e7, but as Nick pointed out, there was a very tricky line with knight f5. So he didn't find queen e7. It was the only move. This was say Simon's playing practical chess. I might well have done this as well. I'm quite a practical player. Played quite an ugly looking move, okay, 7. I think he kind of panicked because he thought he was losing anyway. Knight f5. Sorry, he didn't go for this. He actually went knight f5 immediately. The threat is strong in it. He could have also taken and gone knight f5. He went knight f5. And then queen b6. And then black simply resigned because this position is just terrible.
So maybe, yeah, so if black moves the rook, then you can just capture the bishop, can't you? So
Yeah. You could even go, I mean, even that move.
yeah, that also looks very strong, doesn't it? Threatening knight h6.
But that's extra
It's
material.
also good.
So it's a nice win.
So is there
Simon.
any try for black here?
No.
Probably not.
I mean, like what? You move the king, I can take the rook. I think if you move the king, I would probably take the rook.
Yeah, that's just the whole rook, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think this is over, Nick. So great win for Simon. He's going to be only half a point behind. And he will get someone like Bazakusta, but they're not a Mickey, they're not a Shreyas, they're good. But he could win that game as well.
Yeah, he could do. I mean, he probably doesn't want to play Luke or Mickey at this stage, does he? They're probably the two he wants to avoid.
No, Luke will be... Has he played Luke? He
I
hasn't
don't think he's
Luke.
played anyone, has he?
Right. Just without a trace of bitterness.
So he hasn't
Okay.
played the top players. So.
Roberson is also... We also need to look at the Taran game because that's turned
Oh, well,
around
because
a
they
bit.
could be, Taran and Peter Roberson could also get in the mix now.
Yeah, really.
But they're the same situation as Simon. They haven't played any of the top players, have they?
No. So this is looking good for white. He's got the bishop pair. And he's got an extra pawn. In this position, bishop e5 is apparently very strong. So it's actually saying repeat. So why can't you just trade? Then you go here and actually not an extra pawn up, but your bishop pair is very, very strong.
I mean, I see he's sort of lost a lot of his time advantage. I mean, we've only got a few moves to the time control now.
But this is an ugly position for black. There's a bishop pair, but it's a really nice position for white. You can play moves like knight f6. There's no obvious threat, but it's just positional domination. You know, the bishop pair is really good here.
I think also the dark squares are very weak for black,
Very
aren't they?
weak,
Because
yeah.
all his pawns are on light squares.
I think very tough hold for Stephen Gordon. He's really up against it. We also need to look at the Taran game because that's turned around a lot. So at some point, black was clearly better, I think, in this game, or he was doing quite well. And no, maybe not. Okay, so I thought I'd seen an evaluation where black was better, but apparently Taran was always in control. A knight b2, knight d. This is great, you know, and your knight is probably stronger than the bishop. The bishop on, yeah, especially after bishop d8. I understand what he wants to do. Probably try to bring it around to a5 or b6, but c5 was possibly what he had overlooked. And now it's really grotty position for black.
Yeah, and that was a nice move, just undermining the black pawn center. All those, if you take on c5, which you probably have to, all those pawns are going to be very weak, aren't they? c5 and e5. Yeah, he has taken. Yeah, interestingly, queen d5 check's actually the strongest move for white now.
Not queen e5. Queen e5 is also good.
But you could actually go queen d5, Nick, and then after king h8, just grab the pawn. You know, this is weak
you're gonna win
because the
the
rook is
pawn.
defending it, but if the rook ever moves to try and threaten the bait, then it's checkmate in one. So you're also going to win this. Yeah, this is really difficult to defend for Steve. I think he's in big trouble. Could be a big win for Taran, who's actually got quite a high rate now, 24-35. Young guy from Ireland. Also runs a YouTube channel.
Yes, who did Taran drop points to earlier in the tournament? Let's have a look.
He's been around this tournament playing quite a few different type of players.
Well, he lost to Kenneth Hobson in round 2.
Wow,
so I was
yeah.
surprised that he's bounced back. But, you know, you get momentum, don't you? He's had 3 wins in a row.
Yeah. So how many points is he on, Taran?
He's on the same as Simon, so
Okay.
he could bounce back into the tournament now.
Massive. By the way, Neil McDonald is holding against Amit, which actually on paper you'd say, well, Neil would probably lose against Amit because he's, you know, much older player, much less active than Amit. But even though he's a pawn down, doesn't seem like Amit's got enough to win. But he would definitely try and win this.
Yeah, I think Black can play on for a bit here, can't he?
Can
There's
definitely
it's
play
not,
on it.
not a
This
forced
is,
draw.
okay, Freddie Gordon. Wow, this is a big defence job by Botana. She's not letting him through. Was there any moments earlier where a white had a chance? It feels like Botana's actually played this pretty well, to be honest. Both players playing pretty good game, Nick.
Yeah, it looks like just quite a solid game, doesn't it, for both players?
Yeah, and this might not help their chances of winning the tournament, but they look. You know, you're looking also for a good tournament, especially if you're a young player. You're not necessarily looking to win the British. You're just looking to build, especially you're an 11-year-old and you're, 15-year-old like Freddie. You're trying to get norms as well. You know, both of them, well, Freddie's an IM, so he'll be trying to get a GM norm. Bodhana will be trying to, potentially could get her second IM norm in this tournament. I think she's got at least 1, maybe 2 IM norms already. I think she's got 1 norm. So she made a norm recently in this tournament in France where she beat a 2600 player.
I mean, it's still a little bit double-edged here, isn't it? I
Very
guess
double-edged, yeah.
a draw is the most likely. But where'd you put the king now for white?
So you went there. Could we get a repetition? I don't think Freddie will go for the repetition.
yeah.
Also, that pawn could be weak. If I ever go here and
That's
take...
what I was looking at, but then you do lose the a5 pawn, don't you, if you move that bishop?
Yeah.
Maybe don't take it straight away, but possibly you can go...
Can you go G3? Or, is that?
Yeah, maybe
or rook
G3
C7.
first.
Maybe rook C7.
That's another threat as well.
Threatens that. Maybe go there. And then just come back. No, that's bad. Because of this, maybe. Because I don't understand any of this. Why can't you take that? Like, I'm slightly confused as why you can't take that pawn. Maybe knight b6 is a move.
Yeah, then king d3.
And if, yeah, why is this?
Or rook c1, is that any good? Or
Yeah, that's what also what I was thinking.
maybe rook c1.
Well, why is that? Oh, because you can't move the king to d3 or b3. Yeah, I'm getting tired now. Too many days on the road.
I guess something like that could happen.
It's gone back. It could be a repetition. Maybe.
King c2 is a safer move. I think the king c4.
Yeah, because king b3 would be maybe a potential repetition.
But Botana says she plays for the win, so she might not want to repeat.
But I think it's worse than slightly worse here, facing a bishop pair. And also I'd be worried here as black because that pawn's weak. You know, if you ever get the king to a4, that was his plan with king b3. Can he find another plan? Freddie will also try and win.
It looks like a very accurate game, doesn't it? Both of them playing well.
Okay, so we'll come back to that game. So Michael Adams, we feel, is closing on a win. Marcus Harvey, potentially going to be a draw. Peter Roberson pressing. And what about Super Tip 1? Wow, huge win there. Let's just quickly look at that game. Because Yi Chen was having a great tournament. He lost yesterday, and often when you lose, it can be hard to recover. Super Tip only drew, but he had a great game. So we took, and he went for this f4 move. And this is something I've seen with Super Tip recently. I've been going for open Sicilians. and you know, his knowledge of theory is pretty impressive.
It looked like he was slightly misplaying that part of the game, though. Maybe after G4 you play knight G3, do you?
Yeah, I would be tempted with that, and then just get rid
Just
of
take
the
the two
bishop.
bishops.
Yeah, like, I mean, knight d4 is not a terrible move. No, it's not great.
It's surprising he clapped so quickly from this position because it looks sort of fairly stable, doesn't it?
Took on f7. Knight e2 check. Bishop h5 though is a bit panicky. What was he supposed to do instead? Maybe knight g3 anyway. That's also bad.
It's not that easy though, is it, to find the right moves?
You're under pressure. What's the best move here for black? So we know it's not that. We know it's not that. What you're supposed to play. Why is it not knight g3? Oh, because knight g3, knight f2 maybe. Hit the bish and hit the bish. So maybe the best move's that. Well, that's also blunder. Maybe you do something with a rook, right? Yeah, I mean, this
You're going to give away the e7 pawn, are you? That's probably what you have to do.
Yeah, I don't understand why that's good either. I'm just like guessing at this point. Okay, what is the reason? Because you just go...
You see, rook f8 is quite a hard move to find.
Yeah, and then you go here. I agree with you. Yeah, it feels like... Okay, I understand that might be bad because knight f2. And then bishop f5 we take.
Just take it, yeah.
But also, why is that bad? Because of rook f2. Which of course
nice
Super Tit
finds.
will find because he's a tactical genius.
Yeah, there's a nice find from Super Tit.
He went knight c5.
Man, this part of the game he's playing brilliantly.
Yeah. Yeah, when he gets a chance.
Wow,
very
this is
deadly.
incredible. Yeah,
Very
great finish.
deadly. Wow, he just...
Great finish from Super Tit.
Yeah, great game. And he's still showing, I mean, he must be gaining a load of points, potentially on for a GM norm. Is he still on for a GM norm, maybe?
But you can't let him into your position, can you?
No, you can't give him a chance. So he just drew, he lost to somebody, Shreyas, but then he drew with
He drew with Ami.
and then now he's beaten Yi Chen. So he's still having a fantastic tournament.
I mean, he could have
Super Tit's
beaten
on
Ami.
5.
He nearly beat Ami, didn't he?
Super Tit's on 5 out of 8. Is that right?
He
No,
drew,
5
he
out of
drew with Chorpor.
4 out. How many points is Super Tit on?
Yeah, he's on 5.
5 out of 7. So he could still get a 7, right? Is that right?
Yeah, which is a bit of a long shot. 7 at best.
You
would be a
might
playoff.
get a playoff. I think you need 7.5. Maybe 8 will win it.
We might still have to play someone like Luke McShane, so...
Maybe 8 will win it. I don't think so. I think 7's going to be the winning.
I think it might be
7.5.
7.5 is quite likely, isn't it?
Starting to look that way.
Yeah, because if Mickey plays Shreyas, one of them could win, or if they draw, then one of them could get to 7.5.
By the way, in this game, he just made a mistake, but he still seems to have a massive... H4 by Neil was apparently a very bad move. So up until that moment, even though White was down material, they were holding. But once they went there, creates an additional weakness. Maybe Black should just go there. And the problem is, there's also ideas of going G5. Oh, hang on a minute. No. I just also wondering, can you go Rook G6, Nick? Can you go there?
Yeah, try and take on H4, are you?
Or Rook G6 feels...
Yeah, maybe Rook G6, threatening Rook H4.
It's actually not the best move. What is the best move? The best move is Queen G6. The only way to get a big advantage, actually.
So if the king moves somewhere...
The idea is F5, F4.
Oh, you play F5.
Yeah, because you get transfixed by that queen. You think it's already well placed. Why should I need to move it? Queen G6.
So if White plays a move like King H2, you want to play F5, do you? Well, Rook F6 is even better.
Rook F6, yeah. Rook F6, Rook F3. And once I get E3, it's game over. There's also tactical ideas all around your king. So this could just... It looks fairly safe for White, but it actually can collapse fairly quickly.
Issue h4 does significantly weaken your king,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
You need to do something. It's hard position to defend this. Psychologically, it's really horrible to defend. I mean, you know, it's saying you have to do something like this, which, okay, the engine says it's only slightly better for black, but in a practical sense, it's much worse than that. And, you know, he played h4, and yes, Hamit's made a mistake, but I don't really think Neil will survive this game.
I think Hamit will win. If Hamit wins, he's up to 5 as well, so...
Also in the mix.
Yeah, a few players that still have an outside chance. So what was happening in the board 1 game? Was that definitely a draw? Was it?
You mean board? You mean
Board 3. Sorry, 3.
Yeah, we need to go back to that. You're right. Yeah.
Thomas having a really good game as well.
Okay, we'll go. Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. So we're looking at that as a potential draw. Where was it? Katatoma game also.
Which is this? Because what does White even play here?
Playing the Scottish WCM.
By the way, James Jackson won.
Can we just look just quickly at this one? So obviously King E1 is just a forced draw.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
If you go to
sure.
if you go to the C file, you allow Queen C7 check, don't you?
Right.
And then you lose the E pawn.
So what are you suggesting then?
I'm just trying to think what Marcus will try.
You go now?
Yeah, will he try Queen D6? I don't know if he will.
What's happening in this endgame? It's very unclear.
Yeah, this is the key variation, isn't it?
I mean, the computer does actually prefer white if you don't play that move, and that's not such an obvious. Well, obviously that's a threat.
Well, I think that yeah, because
could
if you
try
play King
that
E6
move.
pawns after Bishop C6, then you can't play King E5.
Show that because
Yeah.
I think that's a good containing move, Nick. Bishop D7 because it stops Bishop C6.
But I guess the other thing is that Persecutor doesn't actually have to take on D6, does he? He might have other moves.
Only Queen A5 is a good shout. I think he'll try that actually. I think that's much more likely.
Yeah, because if you take queens, you have to be a little bit careful.
You have to be certain that that's a draw. I mean, but you could win that in this black as well. It's not inconceivable because you've got these monster pawns on the king side. So
But here, I mean, White might get mated as well if he's not careful.
yeah, I think that's much more likely. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's move on. We'll come back to that game, obviously. We're going to move on to this game. By the way, Richard Pert, actually, we'll move on to the Kat-Toma game. At this great, yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's a great game. But wow, he's played another double X slam move. Bishop C5, brilliant move there by Richard. The idea of smashing through on F6.
This has actually been quite a crushing win in the end, hasn't it? He sort of dominated this game.
Yeah, it's really dominant. A really good game by Richard.
He
But
could just play Rook E6 if he wants to win the bishop.
But having said that, he's not going to win the tournament, we think, because we feel that 6.5 is the best he can get. So all these players are kind of just playing for pride, maybe maybe hope to have a good finish. They gain some rating, they gain some prize money. Nigel Davis is well down there. How's he doing? He did actually win against Billy Fellows. So good with Peter Wells, Drew. I don't think he's having a great event. Some of the senior players are playing. Do you think the senior event should be incorporated into... I think the senior event should potentially be incorporated into the British itself. How do you feel about that?
I think the senior title should be incorporated into the British, but they should have a separate event for people who want to play over 50s or over 65 chess.
Yeah. We also looked at Owen Crawford versus Kaya Reader.
the flick
That
knife.
was in trouble.
Yeah.
That was in trouble, that game earlier. And played against Kanishka Bhatia, Toma, who apparently lives quite near here and is commuting, was playing with the black pieces. So she faced a C3 Sicilian. And I think this is the best line for black when they play knight F6, Nick. And, you know,
I mean, it's quite theoretical, isn't it?
yeah, so he's
But
sacked.
does White have to play castles there?
No. I mean,
White
I
could play
thought,
Queen E2.
yeah, there's some line with G5, right?
Exactly, but at least you don't lose a pawn then, do you?
Yeah, there's some weird stuff with this, and then they go
I think Tiviakov plays this a lot as
yeah,
White, didn't
this
he?
is a well-known line, yeah. Sorry, I was supposed to go back to start, but basically, I think this game's still going, but with current situation on the board, knight e2 was also a mistake. It should have just gone queen g4 immediately for the attack. and bishop h6 is a great attacking move, but apparently that was even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, White has actually played quite aggressively in this game, hasn't
Yeah,
she?
yeah.
Trying to create some initiative from the start.
And that would have been a great attacking move, Nick, and actually would have, posed a serious problem to black. But he went bishop h6, which she wasn't very good. And now you missed a moment as White. So she played bishop h6, wasn't very good, and now suddenly black is consolidating. There's no real attack. And, get some pieces off the board. f6 is a great move.
Yeah, White's just going all in now.
Actually, that was a mistake. You should have made. There was a great line here with knight d5, and if you take, for example, didn't I just go there? Now, the reason why rook f8 was a mistake is it just reduced the evaluation, and suddenly White had defensive chances, but still better for black. Knight f6.
Okay.
Great move by her.
Nice
Great
move
there, yeah. Very experienced player, Katerina Toma. Also worked as a vet, I believed. So again, not a full-time professional player. Rook getting bothered by this fly again. Maybe it's trying to tell me something.
I think so.
Yeah,
it looks like it's just over now, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is looking bad for White. Very bad for White. I think you're going to lose even more material. So Katerina Toma's going to win. Okay, I think we need to stick with, Michael Adams. We haven't checked in on this a while, but this looks fairly hopeless for black. But he's still fighting on, Harry. He's not doing. I mean, this is the acid test because he won the British in 2022, I think it was. But there was no Adams and no Gawain Jones, David Howe there. Obviously, you were there. I think you were the top seed. I was also playing, but to win a British with Adams there, that's the real test, isn't it, in a way? And he hasn't quite managed to do that, and this was maybe his opportunity to prove that he could do it, and somehow it hasn't quite come off.
I mean, not many people at all have won a British when Adams has played, have they?
No.
Only really, is it Gawain? Is he the only one?
Yeah, that's right, Gawain. Yeah, last 2024. Obviously, that if you go further back, 1980s, maybe that happened, but the last time I can remember it happening recently is, you're absolutely right, Gawain. Is that the last time that Adams failed to win a British, maybe? That he entered it, where he entered and he failed to win was 2024.
Yeah, probably apart from going back a long way.
Much further, yeah. So his record in winning the British, who won it last year? It was Adams, yeah. So he's gone rook check.
Apparently Jonah Willow won against Mark Hebden.
Wow, yeah, we said that earlier. So if we, okay, let's have a look then. Should we have a look at that game?
Sure.
We did look at that. We did touch on that game earlier, but Amit Gartzi, by the way, is still trying to win. Richard Pert seems on the verge of winning. Stanley Badasconi had a draw against Kenneth Hobson. Tom Junday big win against Sam Chow. So Jonah Willow, yeah, we left it at some moment. We said that black played this move h5, which felt a bit weakening. And White has Queen e7 though is a good move. I think good defensive move because you're discouraging White from going f4 because e4 is weak. So he just calmly built up, and it looks like actually black is doing a good job here. Like,
I'm a bit surprised he put the bishop on d3. I felt like that was a square for the knight, but
yeah. So I agree with you. Maybe rook b1 was more accurate, or maybe knight d4, or just f4 actually. Just play aggressive because you're worried about the e4 pawn. You don't go f4, right? But f4 was, I think, I agree with you. Bishop d3 is a bit inconsistent. And now black is,
no.
yeah.
I hate giving away that dark square bishop.
Yeah, it's very
just for a knight.
It's not a Hebden move to do that. I don't think
It's quite a
kind of
surprising
surprising move. Could he go bishop e5 or something like that?
But yeah, I wouldn't want to give away my 300 bishop. Even if when I win a pawn, I hate giving it away for a knight.
Yeah, apparently knight c7 was the best try with the idea of b5. You
Yeah, 'cause
play-
also, your knight could potentially come around to the king side.
Yeah, you're really taking a risk when you do that, Nick, because your dart squares are permanently weak. It's putting you under huge pressure to play super accurately.
Yeah.
And okay, f4, that was his plan, but yeah, okay. Queen h6 was not the best. What was better, do you think? Maybe queen g6 was also a candidate move. Could you go g3 here with the idea if I take, then there's rook g1? Or is that just stupid?
Yeah, I think g3 is a knight. Okay, move, but black might play f3.
So let's go back. The top move's f3. g3 is better than queen h6. f3 is the best.
There's g3's met by f3 as I thought, but this looks pretty better.
And then you just do this and you just rip the black king side apart.
You just need to find a way to get all your pieces into the game, don't you, as white?
So that wasn't the best, but it still favours white because of dart squares. And then that was a weak move, really, in a way, because it didn't really help black's position. Not sure what. Yeah, it's under pressure. Queen f8. I feel
Well,
like
because your e-pawn's pinned, so that's the problem. Yeah, the queen's not defending the knight anymore.
so now f3 was screaming to be played. Yeah, because you don't have this. I think Mark probably forgot about that.
So if the knight was defended, black could play e3.
So the problem is now this knight that was locked, suddenly that's going to come back into the game. And this is looking bad. He really, yeah, Jonah, once he's another one a bit like Supratit. He's very good tactically. Once he gets a chance, he's not going to let it slip. So great win for Jonah, who's maybe not quite back in the running, but could have a good finish. Actually, two of my two tips at the start were Luke Shane and Jonah Willer.
5 points for Jonah.
Oh, he's still got a chance then.
Same as Luke.
But I hope he plays Luke and then one of them wins. Otherwise, it could be a nightmare scenario that they play and they both draw or
The
something.
problem is that,
Play somebody else.
Mickey and Strez are going to be on 6th, aren't they?
Yeah, so I think one of them will get 7.5.
I think so, yeah.
Because also potentially Bazakusta is he drew.
So he'll be on 5.5.
He'll be on 5.5, same as Simon.
So Shreyas and Mickey are definitely going to play tomorrow. I'm not sure about the colours because Shreyas had a bit of a funny colour sequence. Mickey might be white, I think. But I'm not sure. Maybe someone who knows about pairings can tell us.
It seems most likely that Simon will play Bazakusta, but it depends on the results in the Taran and Roberson games.
Yeah, because they're both getting to the mix as well, won't they, if they win?
Yeah, and they're both lower rated than Simon. So Simon would be in the same score
Simon might
group.
play like Taran then, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, no. You basically just win the British by not playing anyone. It's like the luckiest British win ever. No. I was trying to, like the whole week, I was trying to pretend that I really, finally, as soon as I saw that Taran, I could just about bear it until that Taran pairing came through. No. Okay. No, Taran, no, it's disrespectful. He's a good player as well.
Yeah, he could.
But actually, he's making a bit of a mess out of this, actually, because he was a lot better earlier, and now it's starting to maybe not look so obvious. So in this position, he could take there, and that was...
He was probably afraid of Bishop B6, wasn't he?
Yeah, then Queen C4 is very strong.
Yeah, there's no way of getting D3 in, is there? D3, you just take it with the knight, I guess. You just take it with the knight and everything. It's just about holding together.
Okay, so that doesn't look good. Yeah, so basically Queen C4. So in these kind of positions where you're better, you have to be super accurate. Is that what happened? Sorry, what was the game? Because he did this, but Queen D7.
He didn't take the C pawn.
I feel like it's like a safe move because you're just trying to. You're hoping black takes, because obviously then it's a fork, right? But it's like a little bit safe, and he defended well, black. He's not going to just stumble.
The problem is that you didn't win the C5 pawn. That's the main problem.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and I would have gone
you're not
knight
material
d3, Nick, because that feels like a better move, more natural move, because at least you're on that pawn. He went knight c4, so I feel like
there's serious chances for black to escape now. Like, very kind of unpleasant end game, but my money's on Seaver to get away with this now. I think the draw is the most likely result. What would you say?
Probably, but I still think the knight's a bit better than the bishop. The bishop's quite limited, isn't it? Stuck behind
Level
its own
material,
pawns.
though. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, obviously it's better for white, but I say obviously, it was because it's looking at the engine evaluation. But I think even without the engine, I'd probably evaluate this as better for white. I'd rather be white here, but I feel like his chances of surviving now are quite good, whereas a few moves ago. So this is quite a serious mess up by Taran.
Yeah,
He doesn't look happy on the webcam at all.
If he'd won the c5 pawn, then
Looks very
he'd be pretty
uncomfortable.
much winning, wouldn't he?
He's wearing the same blue shirt as well that Chorpaw was wearing against Simon, or similar. Not quite as dark blue, but maybe blue shirts aren't that lucky. Okay, so Seaver is trying to hold this position. He's under pressure, and Roberson was, wow, Peter Roberson, huge moment in the Robo game. It's starting to look a lot better against Stephen Gordon, but again, even though the engine evaluation massively favours white, I think there's still some play left. It's not over.
So Keith Arkle said in the whole 2019, there was £1,000 prize for the top senior, which he won with 6 out of 9.
Yeah, but the actual title wasn't at stake. I agree with Nick that just as with the women's title, it would be better to include the senior title within the championship itself. Yeah, it
That's
should
good.
be.
I think so.
Because then people like Keith would switch to the British,
Yeah,
right?
and you had Peter Wells, Mark Hepton, all these guys
Battling
playing.
out, potentially.
Exactly.
Sorry?
That stops at a hell of a lot of over 65.
So you can still have an over 65 section.
Yeah, but if you want to play it into the championship, it means that
Yeah.
you're playing with everybody else.
So the question is whether that denies certain people
Yeah.
a chance to win the over 65 title.
Don't
So-
play any kids.
Yeah, so what he's saying is that the seniors don't want to play any kids. Well,
You can still
maybe
have,
maybe find another game.
no, you can still have an over 65 section, but just the over 65 champion or over 50 champion comes from the British Championships.
But is there
If you follow FIFA, not FIFA,
FIDE?
they have a world
Yeah.
over 65, they have a world over 50. So each country.
Yeah, they have a separate championship. That's right. But the danger is, I think, the problem is if you're creating there's so many events in the British. It's almost like the Cheltenham Festival, where I said this yesterday, where they're adding so many races that you're detracting from the main championship, right? And I also think with seniors, I don't really like that comment that you made. Sorry, it's no disrespect, that you said you don't want to play juniors. I feel like, it's one of the exciting things. You get the chance to play people like Podhana, you get people to play Freddie. I was a junior once, you were a junior once. We all had to come up somewhere. That's why I don't really like seniors chess in a way, because, you're avoiding playing juniors. It almost feels like a cowardly move. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's okay to give people the opportunity to play, but I think you want to have the best senior players in the main championship. And people like Keith Arkle are not playing in the
Sorry
main
to
championship.
interrupt. This has been a huge turnaround in the market. Wow, this could be massive for Shreyas Royal.
Did he make a mistake?
It's a huge turnaround in the, yeah. So we were sitting on a 2.7. So in this position, White, for example, could win with this move.
It's a little bit counterintuitive, though, isn't it? Because you bring the black king to a better square.
These endings are very simple for engines, right? Engines are just lethally good at rook and pawn. Well, they're just good, full stop. But for human players, this isn't so
you
obvious.
have to bring your king.
Yeah.
Black can start checking your king.
So the reason why this move immediately isn't so good is because Black can play an amazing defensive resource, King F7. And I think Harry will find that. Mainly out of necessity, that everything else is just
But
bad.
it's still, doesn't it, that easy to hold, even if you find it.
Yeah, but this could be a huge blow to Adams, because he was really on
Well,
the verge of-
so if White plays G7, I mean, I can see it's a draw.
Yeah, yeah.
But from a practical point of view, in G7,
Right. So
The rook E6.
you get this position.
so now you have to find Rook G1 only move.
Rook G1
It's
only
not
move,
that
yeah,
easy. The Rook E3 probably. or king c5, but probably rook e3. You don't want to allow simplification.
But then you go
You
here,
have to find rook e1, only move again,
and then you
and then
go
king
here.
g6.
He could
This is
find
not-
this.
But it's not.
Has he played a move?
But now if you play king c4 or king c4 rook e3, is the point, yeah.
Yeah, tricky ending. Yeah, great. You can't go king c5 obviously because you
Just take the pawn.
take the pawn. So Nick's idea is king c4, which is try to bring the king over, but then rook a3.
And if king b4, rook
Hmm.
g3, you can probably... there's still a lot of work to do for black. I could easily see Mickey still winning this game.
By the way, somebody said, just read a chess-based article on Harry Atkins, not 9 times British champion. I use the mouse if you want, yeah.
Rook g3, a6, king f6. Probably just about get there, don't you? Or king or rook.
Yeah. I mean, it's only move territory but rook and pawn
rook
endgames
g7,
are often
something like
only
this.
moves, right?
You might just about be in time. Well, it looks like you are in time, basically.
By the way, Mickey's put on his jumper because he's getting colder in the venue. So he's put on a jumper. Is it Mickey's move or is... It's interesting he walked away from the board because normally he sits at the board, but he walked away because I think he suddenly realised he's slightly blown it. And so he doesn't want to betray his emotions to Harry, who could potentially pick up on that. So he walked away because normally he always sits at the board. He never walks away. This time he's a bit more relaxed, walks
He didn't
away.
walk away to put his jumper on, no?
Oh no, he might have done that as well. Yeah.
It's got the air conditioning in there.
But yeah, maybe
It's quite cold that it can be. I mean, I should have brought my jumper because I'm feeling quite cold now in here.
that's quite a good point, actually. King d6 is quite far away from the g pawn, isn't it?
Yeah. So that's a little bit casual, and he'd be fuming. I think there'd be two English super GMs could be fuming after this round. Luke McShane for not taking on d5, and Michael Adams for not going rook a7 followed by a5. And the point is that now the king is much closer to g pawn, potentially attack the g pawn. Amazing opportunity here for Harry to escape. If this game ends in a draw, Shreya Straw suddenly becomes odds on to be British champion, in my opinion.
What if could black also consider checking white's king? Where does the king go now? Where would you put the king here?
King c4, I'd be tempted.
c4, c5.
King e5, you have rook d5, right? Doesn't feel like making much progress. Like king e5,
yeah,
rook
e1
d5.
or rook e1, same thing.
Somebody said, I love seniors chess for a couple of tournaments a year just to catch up with all old friends. Also, I love playing juniors as well, unlike many of my fellow seniors who are too obsessed with their rating. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree that I think seniors has its place, but just playing them all the time because you want to avoid juniors, I don't really agree with. So you want to make a point.
You could the one thing wrong with the British way of doing it is in a lot of other countries you have the championship and then they do the senior one totally separate at a different.
So what this guy's saying is basically he thinks what is wrong is we have the seniors, and we incorporate the senior championship within the British. But what he's saying is other tournaments they have their championships, say the German championships, and then another week is completely separate from that week. They'll have the German senior championships. But the point is, in English chess, we don't have a lot of money. So that's the reason why we incorporate the British, because to save money, we've already got arbiters here, we've already got organisation here. That's why we incorporate these events. And I think the same's happening with English, because the English senior championships is on the same time as the...
It's nice to have these big events where everybody comes together, isn't it? Rather than just like some people turn up to one event and some people turn up to another event. So I think it's quite good to have it all at the same event.
Yeah.
Was there anything else? Now, in the other games, there was what's happening in the Marcus Harvey game. That was drawn already, wasn't it?
We already established
that.
So
Peter Roberson
is very strong position, very good. I actually had a 2 bishops position against Peter Roberson. Was it this year or last year at the 4NCL? And just spotted Tristan Cox, a good friend of Amit Gartsy's, walked in. And and I actually lost that game
even though there's 2 bishops. But I was a pawn down. Whereas here, white has equal material. Looking quite dangerous for Stephen Gordon, to say the least. How would you, if you had to give a percentage of the chances of Stephen Gordon escaping here, what would you give it as? Like, if we was keep talking about betting here,
Yeah, it's quite tricky, isn't it? It's quite a difficult end game.
I'd
to
say
defend
20% he survives this.
No, it's more than that. But
It's more.
20%, 1 in 5.
Well, I think it's
Maybe
I think 20%'s been generous to him.
maybe like 35%.
Really, as high as that? Even though it's plus 1.56, you've got so little faith in Robeson's in-game technique to convert this winning out.
It's not that I have little faith in it. You have little faith in Stevens' defensive skills.
Yeah, it's true. That I think you got a good shot.
I mean, the bishops, obviously, with the pawns on both sides of the board.
Maybe I'm just too in love with it.
But I mean, the problem is the king is the black king. You can't really get the king into the game. I mean, white needs to try and win that A pawn, doesn't he? Probably try and bring his king over and try and win the A pawn.
Someone said we use the other events to subsidise the main event. That's true to say. I think that's why there's so many events, because you know you're getting entry fees and you know, like there's blitz, a lot of players, and us getting maybe the ECF's making a profit out of that. I don't know, but yeah. So yeah, it's a shame we have limited. We're sponsored here by a few companies, but there's very little money in English chess, which is sad.
So if black plays A5 with the idea of A4, then you probably should play A4 yourself.
Well, why wouldn't you take the pawn, Nick? Why aren't you grab C, the pawn?
Isn't that just
But let's show that, because most people at home
isn't that just a way of blowing it?
wouldn't understand that. A lot of people at home wouldn't understand. You know, we all assume that it's all GMs watching. It's not. You know, I mean, this is actually, you're right, it's a draw. So even though I'm writing black off in this game, by the way, we've had some moves. He's put the knight on E5, but now King D4 is a great way of making progress. Real torture here for honestly,
because the king's just going to come over and white win the A ball.
20%'s been generous, Nick.
It's looking bad.
This is looking really grim. But Michael Adams, Harry Grieve, this is a big moment. He finds the Taran game is very much the Freddie Gordon game we need to switch back to. This is looking very exciting as well.
So if so Shreyas is on 6,
yeah,
and if Mickey does draw, I'm not saying he will, he might win. He'll be on 5.5. Harry will be on 5.5.
I think Harry's played Shreyas, right? Or is he not? No, maybe he hasn't.
Mickey, Harry, Simon will be on 5.5.
Right.
And Peter Roberson on 5.5. Is that right?
Yeah, but
4 players on 5.5.
I think the only is Harry. Can you check if Harry's played against Shreyas? Because he'll be the right colour at least if he holds.
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't. So he could. I think they normally do colour, don't they? Or is it rating?
I'm not sure.
So they'd either upfloat Mickey, unless Mickey's just upfloat, but then he has. So Harry. So I think Harry would.
It'd be either Harry or Mickey.
Harry would be white, and I think that would be a good pairing for Shreyas.
Yeah, it's a big ask though, isn't it? I mean, he's first got to defend this game.
He seems to be very good at surviving. By the way, Neil McDonald crumbled in the end against Amit. We did kind of fear that would happen for Neil. Wow, brilliant finish there by Amit. G3, and yeah, this is really very difficult to hold for white, even though the engine wasn't hating it until that move. Like Rook D4 was the best try, was apparently the only try. Can the audience find the best move for white? The only way to keep the game going. Anyone? Any takers? Or anyone that's sitting at home? White to play and not lose immediately. Keep the game going.
I mean, it's a very hard end game to defend, isn't it?
Yeah, I think even if you find this, you will probably lose, but it's the only way not to be like losing immediately.
I think the problem was when he played this H4 move, that his king was just very weak after that.
By the way, we've had a question for Nick Downey by Kevin Winter. How about replacing this traditional championships with a total British championship? So when he says total, he means a combination of classical chess, blitz chess, and rapids
I'm not really a fan of total chess, I'll be honest, Nick. I don't really get the point of it, but the idea is you know,
You play all the formats, do you?
you play all the formats.
Happened in Hurricane.
Wow.
Is Harry B blundered again?
Wow.
Yeah, so
Okay, so the Mick the Slick is starting to look good again. By the way, the only move in this position, really grim defense for white, was Queen D4, which is really tough to find anyway because you're worried about moves like this, but apparently they don't work because the Queen's hanging. Or here, you've actually got. You could take the rook, yeah, because you can't take that because of this. So yeah, okay, it's a very hard to defend, and Neil didn't find that, and then quickly crumbled. So great move there, and well done to Amit, a brilliant win. So the Michael Adams game, wow, it's all changed again, Nick. You were right, actually. I think you called this because you said it wasn't an easy defense, even though he didn't find King F7. Maybe you just felt that you can't move the king away from the A pawn. I think this is where the study of these endgames is coming. Maybe Harry should spend less time studying openings, more time studying endgames. What do you think?
I think actually one of the best ways to learn endgames is to play them, to play people like Michael Adams in his endgames.
Yeah, right. Have you played Michael Adams in a rook and pawn endgame or anything like that?
I don't know, probably. I've played him quite a few times.
Mm.
But he's a pretty formidable player.
Yeah, he's very strong. He plays senior chess as well. I played in the same team with him for England, and you know, obviously with Michael Adams on the board, board one, we normally expect to win a medal. Shows how poorly we performed. That we couldn't even win a medal with Michael Adams on board one. We need Keith Arkle back in the team.
Would you play Rook A7 here?
Rook A7.
I'm not sure what would be the best move.
Yeah.
Still not easy.
I think Rook A7.
Yeah. So then King D6 will come.
And then G6, push the pawn. No, that's a bad move.
It's still not easy even now.
It's still not easy, yeah.
Maybe A6.
Maybe A6, yeah. So the idea is that
then
you
Rook
take,
G7.
now you move the rook across.
Even that's not the best move.
Maybe
Where's the best move here then?
Rook H7.
What about Rook B7? Rook
yeah,
B7.
Rook B7's the move, yeah.
Oh,
No, wait a second. You go Rook D7 because if you take, you go A7, Rook A3, G6. No, that
you just
doesn't
lost
work.
all your
What?
pieces.
Hang on, now I'll put a ball for some reason. You go. Okay, this work again. Another great question. Maybe you go Rook here. That's the win.
Yeah,
That's
so
the way
if they
to do
take
it.
the pawn, then what if they go King C6, say?
Yeah, that's a good question. Now you go here. Cut the king off.
Oh yeah, then you should be. What about King C7 instead?
He's made a move, by the way.
With Rook A8 blunder again.
Oh no. This is a tired effort, I feel. I just feel like, you know, you compare the accuracy of Shreyas's games with some of Mickey's games in this tournament, and it's a much higher level, almost.
I mean, the Mickey's had some really long games, hasn't he?
He has
Probably
some,
getting
but
tired.
it's also, that's what I mean. I think it's a fatigue factor with Mickey that if he could take more rest days, he'd be playing at that level of Shreyas, maybe higher. But Shreyas, because he's got that youthful energy, has got an edge in this tournament over people like Michael Adams and Luke McShane, who are a bit older. But then we've got people like who haven't played much at the top, like a Simon Williams, who is starting to come back into it. Somebody said, Trigger talk. I played Adams in the rook and pawn end game. He spent most of the time looking out the window. After I lost, I couldn't work out what I had done wrong pre-engines. You should have asked him. He would have probably told you.
Well, he's quite nice. He'll go over the game with you when he. Well, if he beats
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Have you ever beaten him in a proper game?
No. I've drawn him a few times. I think I've drawn 4 times, 5 times, 4 or 5 times. What about you?
What about online? Have you beaten him online?
I don't think I've ever beaten him before, no. Have you beaten him?
Not over the board. I think maybe online. But I was winning against him in a blitz tournament in Scotland, and I could have won a piece, but it was a draw. So yeah, when you got a winning chance against these people, you got to take it. They're very strong. and they will take it when they get a chance against you. But it seems both players seem to be getting very fatigued here. This is, as I mentioned earlier, fatigue is starting to play a role.
Because I mean, Harry also had some long games, didn't he, against Bezikut? Stayed a long game.
Starting to look like two tired players. By the way, we'll go down a bit. Peter Robertson seems to be closing in on a potentially massive win against Stephen Gordon. If we look at should we try and work out the potential pairings?
We could do. I mean, a lot depends on the Adams game, doesn't it?
We need to stick with the Adams game because this is a critical game.
Otherwise, it's quite hard to work out.
It could be another one where we're here till 8:30, right? In the torture chamber.
It looks like he's sort of squinting at it a bit, doesn't he? Squinting at the board.
Yeah, I think your eyesight also deteriorates a bit as you play chess. You know, Harry is... How old is Harry? He's like mid-20s, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like a very difficult ending for Robertson. But this game, Mark Holmes versus Harry Greaves, very much in the balance. And as you said, he couldn't find a counterintuitive idea with Rook A7 and then push the pawn.
But then, I mean, Harry might just take the pawn, do you think?
Yeah.
He went off fine King F7. He might just take the pawn.
Take the pawn and just
loses,
loses
yeah.
A6. So the only way you avoid that is by process of elimination. And that's, as I say, that's not an easy move to find.
That's a very hard move to find because you've just moved the rook away from there.
Or King F7 is also quite hard to find, right?
I think there's more chance he finds King F7 because he's not going to play Rook D1 when he just played Rook G1 on the last move.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. But he's having a think here, Harry. He knows he's under the cosh. He knows he's under pressure. But he kind of, will he sense? I think he kind of senses that he's been given a chance because he's looking quite determined.
So not Rook here. I mean, King F7, A6. And then would you play Rook A1?
Yeah.
And if White plays A7, now you have the standard trap. You have to play King G7.
Or E5 check. Only other move.
Yeah, okay, E5, yeah, but I mean, let's say you have to play King G7.
But E5 is very tough.
The main point being, if Black plays something random, White has this clever trick, Rook H8, threatening to Queen, and then if you take the pawn...
So a lot of Rook and Pawn in games are process elimination, right?
So Black has to leave his king on one of these two squares. King E5. Well, actually, King E5, or maybe you can come this way, I'm not sure. Well, you have got Rook A6 here.
Yeah.
G6. I mean, he can't take the pawn. But actually, it doesn't matter. Maybe White can win both of these pawns, can he? Because what does Black play now? Black has to move the Rook away. The White wins all these pawns.
Oh, right. Well, really? And it's still a draw?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
This is how you defend it, and it's a draw anyway.
Yeah, it's amazing because of the white rook is so inactive. But sort of thing, when you're really tired, firstly, you just like, this can't be a draw anyway. Like, you might even see this variation, but you're so tired, you're like, I doubt this will be a draw. You start seeing demons, right? And yeah, that's even if you get this far.
Yeah.
So really tough defense for Harry. But I kind of sense that he feels that he's got a chance because he kind of, you know, he has these moments where he kind of drifts out the game and he plays quite poorly and then he seems to come back into it. And I feel like this is one of these moments where he's going to start to come back into it, right? But he does look tired on the stream. He does look tired. And, you know, normally he's got his coffee. He's got his coffee on the left. Or maybe it's water, I don't know. But the bar's open, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Oh, is there a quiz? Apparently there's a quiz on tonight, guys. If you're watching at home, quickly run along to the routes, or you might be watching a hotel room. Is it a general knowledge quiz?
Probably not chess.
Chess quiz tonight.
That sounds incredibly boring. Don't bother going along to the quiz. Yeah.
Are they looking at the board, by the way, or are they looking at this screen?
What you mean?
Oh, right, now we can see the board. The screen keeps changing. Can they see the chessboard that we're analysing on, David?
The players?
Yeah. Not the player. Not the players, spectators. Because he keeps changing to the whole... Okay.
I read a comment from Simon Brown. I think he said he beat Mickey Adams when he was 9. So Michael Adams was from Cornwall, well, still is. I mean, Cornwall, which is, you know, it's quite impressive actually to come from Cornwall, which had no real heritage for chess in England, and become such a dominant force in English chess. It's a little bit like Magnus Carlsen coming from Norway, which, you know, had no real culture in terms of world chess. And, you know, it just goes to show in chess, you know, there's no kind of... By the way, we come back to this ending. I want to look at the...
I mean, I think nowadays you could easily do it because you can play online, but obviously when Mickey was younger, you'd have to find people to play against.
I want to look at this game because this is very much in a balance. Yeah, I think he commuted a lot with his dad, to London because, you know, he had no choice if you wanted to play like the top players.
This is just a repetition, is it now?
Feels like it's going to be a rep. So why isn't White trying to win this then?
If White loses the A pawn, White's going to lose the A pawn.
But
How do you win?
Like you don't win, yeah. It feels like it's probably going to be a draw. Very accurate game. I mean, again, is there a way of finding out the accuracy?
Maybe if you click on here, does that show
This
you?
one? Yeah.
98.6.
Two baby engines, right?
Yeah, so some of these players are playing very well. I mean, they've kept their level the whole way
Yeah,
through.
that's what I say. I think youth matters in these sort of competitions because you've got that energy. You don't get tired. I mean, I get tired. I've been permanently tired. I've been tired for the last 5 hours that we've been doing the stream for. Or it's 4.5 hours now, is it? Shall we carry on with the Michael Adams game anyway? I feel like pretty much.
I mean, just check on Taran's
game
chance.
Is
It's still undecided as well, isn't it? I mean, White's got the better position.
somebody said, I remember his dad saying there wasn't even an IM within 100 miles for coaching. Oh, was that in Cornwall? Wow, that's impressive if you got to that level.
There wasn't a lot of coaching there.
He played in the Farmouth Chess Club.
Going back to about either 80, 79 or 81, there was talk, you know, Adams, the name was being flung around. And his dad was there, and there was, people weren't being coached the way they are now.
Yeah, I mean, it's true that chess coaching has become much more popular within the last few years. I think partly it's numbers, you know, there's a lot more people who play chess now. So therefore, you know, if you were coached back then, you'd have had maybe a Michael Adams, but there wouldn't have been many other people that would have needed coaching. Whereas now there seems to be like a lot of kids who play chess. So you can make a living that way, right?
But I think also you can teach online, so
yeah, that's
you
also
can just teach a lot more people. In
well.
the past, you have to go to their house, wouldn't you? Or just to meet up somewhere.
Once again, we've nailed it yet again. We're so bright. That's why mind you, I've got to be careful what I say because somebody slagged me off yesterday. In fact, half the audience are leaving after my rude comments about how clever I am. Okay, right. Okay, yeah, so let's go back to the Michael Adams game because this game is still in a balance. It feels like Taran's better, but my money's on a draw. I do think Roberson, however, will win. It looks, yeah, he's winning now.
Okay, it looks like he's going to win, yeah.
He's breaking through, so that's a great win.
Black
for
will have to
Peter
play knight
Roberson.
h7 probably, but then...
Yeah, I mean, you could even go here and then manoeuvre the bishop around.
But you're not going to take the knight though, are you?
You're probably not going to take it. No, but also maybe I'd do this to the maximum before I go e5, right? But also I could simply go e5 immediately is maybe another option. And is this not very strong?
Well,
yeah, you're almost losing the knight by
dangerous.
force. You're almost losing the knight by force. King f7 might be an option, Nick. Or bishop.
Yeah, although, I mean, Black is still kind of struggling a little bit, isn't he?
No, it's a horrible position.
King f7, knight g5.
Yeah, maybe. Also possible. So the best line is this, and then you can do this. Bishop f7 is also a move where you attack the pawn. After this, yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to defend.
It was easy when you got the engine, but I mean,
so hard to
Black
defend.
Black
Yeah,
can
it's
still
true.
fight on though. Bishop
I agree.
f7.
He will fight on. He will fight
It's
on.
not completely over. To be honest, if you play bishop f7, I would probably just play bishop e2 because I don't want to give away that pawn, but they might fall for something.
Yeah.
How do you win here, though?
Yeah, I mean, you can put a pawn on
Maybe
a5. I
play
mean, one
A4.
thing you can do is be patient and put the pawn on a5 because black can't. They can't really win it with bishop d1 because there's always a bishop e8. So you have like. You put the pawn on a5 and it's even closer to queening, which, you know, again shows the importance of.
So probably bishop d1. Let's just
Yeah,
show white
and then
a
we
win
go
for white.
here.
Bishop back again. Unless you're going to somehow
just
get them
pure
some sort of
torture.
Zugzwang, bishop
It's
e,
pure
or maybe just bishop,
torture.
maybe not bishop, maybe bishop e3 and just haven't got any moves.
Exactly. So they have to give out the pawn now. It's a great shout, by
And
the
then
way.
bishop-
Now
yeah,
they
just
have to
give
give out
this
the pawn.
one. Okay, then
Great,
you should be
great
winning.
patience, yeah. I was just trying to play a forcing move again. You know, I love my forcing moves.
There's still a bit of work to do, isn't there? But
Still a bit of
should be
work, but
winning.
very much odds on here. Be surprising if he can't get it done. Michael Adams, Harry Grieve. Wow, still thinking, Harry. He's getting very short of time. It feels like he's.
He's got to try and find king f7.
I think he's not going to do it because if he's going to do it, he would have done it by now. He looks disgusted. This is a huge moment. If he finds king f7, it's a huge opportunity for Harry to maybe even he's still got a chance, right? Because if these guys draw, well, how many points would they be on?
Well, he's only going to be half a point off the lead, isn't he, if he draws?
He could still get to 7.5, which we said is maybe the magic score. I think Treyas is booked for 7.5.
Well, not guaranteed he might lose to Mickey.
Yeah. But I think Treyas' level is very high right now. I think he's looking. I mean, I know his rating isn't as high as Michael Adams and Luke Machine, but he's looking as good as them. You know? And he's 2,500. He must. I think he's gained a lot of points. You know, he's over 2,500 currently.
Well, I think he's really 2,600 level player, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, he will be in the future. It's almost guaranteed. Yeah, I think he's looking very nervous. You know, you don't normally see he looks a lot more relaxed. You never see him this intense. You know, so he's clearly going into the tank. He's trying to calculate everybody. He's a good calculator, Harry. I mean, he studied mathematics at university at Cambridge. So, you know, he must be good at calculation, you would think.
I mean, one thing I noticed about Harry's games is he starts off well, doesn't he, with all this prep. Then he fades, but then he does.
That's
so
what I
gets-
said.
gets
Then he
a
has
second
little
win, doesn't
periods
he?
where he comes good again.
So he might get like a second win.
Yeah,
again.
that's what I'm thinking. But the fact he's taken so long makes me think that maybe he just doesn't know how to draw this. Who was the first rat to create an opening? Question number 1. Is that the right question? Is that what he's written? Who was the first
so.
rat to create an opening? You mean like a rat? There's a Norwegian rat, isn't there? There's a Norwegian rat opening, which Magnus Carlsen actually played against Michael Adams in the Olympiad, and he lost.
That was a disaster, wasn't it?
It was something like E4, G6, D4, knight F6, E5, knight H5. Very interesting line, actually. Magnus Carlsen played that a lot.
No, but someone
Blitz, but
played
not
this.
much over the board.
Someone did like the reversed rat in this tournament, didn't they?
Oh, did they?
I think they went knight F. No, they went G3, E5, knight F3,
Oh, that's right.
E4, knight H4. Was that Peter Roberson? Was it?
No. Roberson's
Oh, Roberson was black. Well, it was Sam Chow.
I know it was a game that ended in a draw, yeah.
Might be Sam Chow.
That's right, but he was clearly worse. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realise you could do it. I didn't even realise that, you know, even though
Reverse rat.
I played the rat many times, but it's not very good. Because there's quite a few ways white can get a big edge.
If black plays king f7, draw.
King F7 is a drawing move, apparently.
It's a draw, but you
It's
still,
still not
even
over,
then,
though.
you still have to.
Yeah, it's still not guaranteed. I mean, white can fight
Rook
on.
D1's also possible.
But it's actually interesting because black potentially has to lose both of his pawns in that variation.
We could see that, yeah.
We could end up with rook and 3 against rook, and it's a draw.
There's also a comment by Dave Ledger. It was normally his other half, Caroline Robson. There was quite a big scene in Devon. I think it's been seen. Probably not very strong players, but a club in most towns, villages. Caroline, not Dave. Yeah, Devon is a big hub for chess. I mean, obviously Keith Arkle lives there. Jonathan Hawkins, sadly, before he passed away, he was also living in Torquay. Torbay is a lovely part of the world. It's a shame we don't do the British there anymore. And there's a period where we seem to go to Torbay every year, but I think the prices are quite high in Devon.
Maybe every other year, was it? I don't think we did 2 years in a row.
No, but we did quite a lot of years in Torquay, and it was always good fun. And there's like pitch and putt there. If you like a bit of golf, it's like crazy golf. A lot of bars. There's the Applebee's bar as well.
He's found it.
Wow.
He's found King of Seven.
How clutch from Harry. And he's got that little expression like,
He's that
wow.
second wind. Harry in a second wind.
Yeah. This could be an amazing save and potentially crowning the Prince of Chess, Shreyas Royal, as the king, the new king, dethroning the old king, Michael Adams, and the other potential Prince of Wales, Luke McShane. What do you think? This is a big moment for Shreyas, I think, if Harry...
That was a strong move. He was never going to play the rook check. He just played rook g1. So this was the move he had to find, and he found it.
I agree with you. Attaboy Harry, said Graham Duggan. Paynton always had a good tournament. Yeah, I played that tournament before in Paynton. There's also an Old Way Mansions tournament I played in early 2000, the Harry Gollenbeck Memorial.
Singer building.
The Singer building for the Paynton Congress. Right. Yeah, I mean, the Paynton Congress seemed more in Torbay or the Liver Mead Hotel. I played Paynton Congress there. I think I finished joint second behind Keith Arkle.
A6, rook A1, yeah. This is potentially the line. I mean, you don't have to play A7, do you? Maybe you can do something else here. I think if you play A7, then we'll end up in that...
yeah, but what's your other move? Like King C5?
Rook A7, maybe?
Yeah, you're
King
true,
G6.
which forces me to play King. But it's kind of an obvious move, right?
But this is maybe an easy draw, is it?
It's not easy. I mean, I'd probably lose it, but it depends. I mean, this is testing Harry's knowledge, but he's done well so far with King F7, Nick.
What could white play here then, Danny, do you think will be the most challenging move?
But I don't think this game, by the way, we go on for hours, Nick. Sorry. Yeah,
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, something like that move, yeah. No, it's Black's move. It's Black's move, right?
Oh, we just took on E6, sorry.
Mm.
So let's see.
Yeah. So, by the way, maybe King G4 is bad instead of Rook A5 because of Rook G7.
Yeah.
You get the pawn. Yeah, that's a very important point. And then you can slowly march at where you also in fact take the F5 pawn.
Yeah, so still a bit of defending to do. But then white can maybe try and come this way with his king.
What a shame. That was a great building, wasn't it? Owned by the Singer sewing machine people at one stage. If it was called the Singer building, yeah, it might have been.
That was the original, but it was that of the Old Way Mansion.
Somebody said, I made a palindrome about that Adams win versus Carlson. As Atomrod said.
That's Keith.
Tara's partner entraps a rat. Is that a is that a palindrome with Magnus Carlsen? Very good. What a genius. It's like being in the presence of Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, I think he might try rook A7. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he
Probably
must
best
be...
because if you play A6, A7, the defense is too easy for Harry.
I think it's going to be a
Will
draw
he try
now.
King E5?
But what I was going to say was, I don't think this game will go on for hours because it should fizzle out fairly quickly, one way or the other. I mean, you can't keep... It's not like an ending where you can keep trying forever, you know?
Yeah, it's just quite a forcing line.
It's quite... We've had some more moves.
I've actually played A6, rook A1, so Harry's played the line we thought. He just played rook A1, didn't he? So he's doing well so far.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fizzle out now.
So A7, I think you have to sacrifice all your pawns. But I think Mickey might try rook A7, possibly.
I think I'm annoyed that I didn't go for Shreyas now because it's kind of obvious after that wood green. And I think I was too obsessed with this idea that Luke McShane was going to win the British. And
A7, you have to play here.
yeah, I'm on tilt now.
But I think this is a fairly easy line for him to calculate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like this. It doesn't matter. Just a draw anyway. So I don't think Mickey will play A7.
Yeah, you just show that line again. Just keep going. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is you never take on G6. So you basically just... You start with this move, for example, and then white could improve the pawn, but you just keep checking. And there's really nothing that white can do. But what you don't do is you never take that pawn, because then they go check. So a lot of people do, I'll take the pawn, get rid of one of their pawns. But you don't need to, because they can't do anything with their pawns. Like, they can't move the rook to a square that's useful. If they go there, let's say after this move, you move the rook. If they go there, you just take. You have to take that pawn, of course, because otherwise they'll queen. And now they can't win. They can't win with that G pawn. So that game, I think this game's almost like nailed on draw now.
Well, I think he will try rook A7. It's slightly more challenging.
But it must be
King
depressing
E5.
to be like +3 earlier. Really easy win almost. And you did everything right. And to get this, and now all you can hope for is a tiny edge and maybe tiny chances of a practical win.
This is still a little bit tricky though, isn't it?
Of course it's tricky, yeah, in a practical game. I mean, yeah, I'm too much in love with the engine about. I'll say, it's a draw. The engine says it's equal, it's a draw. You know? By the way, someone's playing the piano again. Maybe it's time for some
But
singing.
this is an example of something which could go wrong. I'm sure he won't do this, but if you play here, then suddenly you're not in time.
Yeah,
you're suddenly
yeah.
not in time to get your king back to G7.
Yeah, there's definitely practical stuff that White can try, Nick. You're absolutely spot on.
Probably have to play something like this.
Which is a counterintuitive move to go rook A5. So if he sees this, Mickey might decide that this is the best practical try.
You
But
have to go back again. You've nothing else, have you? Rook A8.
But I felt like Harry's expression after he made that move kind of gave the game away, that he feels that he's going to survive now, because it was a kind of like a relieved expression. And, you know, he's quite an expression. What I've noticed, he's actually quite an expressionful player at the board.
Even this is a draw. You can just use your... Well, actually, you can even take the pawn, can you?
You take the pawn because we saw another example in that in the Bazakusta.
It's similar to the Bazakusta game.
Yeah, Marcus Harvey game. Not Marcus Harvey, but
Yeah,
Bazakusta Harry Grieve game again. Could be like, yeah, didn't Harry draw this?
Something
he
like
could have the
this
same ending again, right? Wow.
Just hold it that way.
Incredible. Yeah, so, okay, looking like a potential draw. By the way, wow, Taran's now a lot better. Again, real torment for Siva descending.
I mean, what's Taran's colour sequence been?
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably Taran against Simon then, yeah?
No, but Taran's a good player. I mean, oh, you mean Taran would be a double white?
So if Mickey's a draw though, if Mickey draws, so Shreyas is leading. So who does Shreyas play?
That's a good question.
Because Mickey's obviously the highest.
He's already
player.
played Bazakusta. I think he might play Harry because of the right colours.
Yeah, last time they just put the highest one up anyway, didn't they?
It could be Adams. It'd either be Adams or Harry.
Yeah, but one of those two.
One
Yeah,
of those two, right?
And then so then.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was.
So then who are the players left on the score groups? You got Mickey, Harry, Bazakutsa,
Yeah.
Simon, Taran, and Peter Robertson. You've got 6 players, half a point behind
Wow.
Shreyas. If Harry draws,
Incredible.
just 6 players. So one of them has to float down probably to Luke or someone. That's not gonna be an easy pairing.
Yep.
There might be Taran. He's the lowest rated, isn't he?
Float down. I'll float down to Luke.
Maybe he's the lowest rated.
Because there's an odd number. Yeah, yeah.
One of them has to float up, and then who you'd have left? Then you'd have
Then they'd all play each other.
Mickey and Bazakutsa against Simon and Peter Robertson, something like that.
So why not
we'll see.
F4? Why not F4 here and just push? Apparently that's a bad move because
Because you can take and take, can you?
you can take and take. Yeah. So there's a blunder by me. but there's various ways of not doing that, and really black's suffering here because their pawns are just locked and they're not really, they're static. They can't move anywhere without really being taken.
Still, it's pretty much in the balance this game. It's not that easy to win, is it?
No.
Maybe black just play. It's black's move, and the white's move. But can black just repeat like bishop b8, bishop c7, or does that allow the knight into a5?
So the rook could come into d8.
Or the rook could come in. Yeah, you don't really want to move anything then, do you?
No.
You can't move the rook. Actually, what can black even move?
You could be the king back with
Maybe the
f6,
king.
e6.
That does allow rook d7 though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, a very unpleasant defense.
It's quite hard to move anything for black.
What percentage chance? I'd say this is about 30% chance he'll hold this, I would say. But I think it's white's definitely the favourite. I mean, Roberson game seems to be
Is he
close to
winning,
being over.
he's winning the A
still,
ball now.
you know, the only thing that might save black is the lack of material. But
He's
it's
going
very-
to take the A pawn though, isn't he? And then.
But what I would say is maybe there's a tiny chance you could get a knight versus a king and two bishops versus knight endgame. If you got rid of all the
that would
pawns,
be really interesting endgame.
that'd be really. You somehow sacrifice the bishop for the A pawn, and then you clear all the other pawns off the board, and then you know that's probably your best hope really. Wow. Okay, we need to go back to Harry game. This is huge.
So he has played king e5 because he obviously worked out the other variation was a draw. So
He
this
has
was
to find rook
visuals.
a5. I think he'll
I
find
don't
it.
think it's the only move, but I think it was the easiest one.
What's he done?
I don't know what he's played.
Rook e1 check.
Okay.
Which is
I
still
think that's
okay.
still. I think it was still okay. Rookie one, wasn't it? It was a little bit more shaky.
King d6 looks fairly obvious. Now he has to either go, or he could even go rook a1. Now he'd probably try e5 because that
I think
feels.
so. He won't want to just give the pawn away for nothing, really.
No, feels depressing if you do that. But apparently that's a draw anyway.
Yeah. So
But e5 feels a bit scary because you keep the g. You know, white can keep the g pawn.
you're trying to make.
But
make
the
a
ironic thing is you
a7.
end up in that ending anyway. Like the main line, you end up in that ending anyway,
After
even
e5,
after e5.
after e5, they can white instead of playing rook a8, can white move the rook across. You know, like rook e7 or something.
Yeah.
But then you maybe just play rook a1 at some
Rook
point.
a1 probably. Wow. This is huge. Harry on the verge of losing on time. This could be Michael Adams going after history.
He's played e5 as
He's trying to close in on Penrose's record, but these kids have been very stubborn. They say, nope, you shall not pass. The ghost of Penrose lives on.
So after rook a8, black has to play like either rook a1 or king g7. Probably has to play king g7, doesn't he? Because otherwise you get that winning position we're talking about.
Maybe, yeah.
But king g7's only move.
Yeah. You might as well
Only
try
move.
it. You could even repeat. You could even go check.
Yeah.
Because then you have to go back to g6. So you might as well throw that move in for
You
free.
might as well throw rook a8 in.
Yeah, you might have loved from practical element. You never know. He might not go. He probably will go king g7, but he might
You'll
not.
probably work out that he needs to play that. If he
I'll
do-
just play it quickly if I was Adams.
If he doesn't,
I'll
just
just
as
play
an
it fairly
example,
quickly.
Just an example, then white can play a7, and now you've got no moves.
Yeah. Play it within the next minute. Play rook a8 within the next minute, and then bat him the problem back. And then, you can repeat and gain a bit of time on the clock. But then it obviously allows Harry to repeat, and he might build up his clock as well. But, you can't cover everything. But yeah, I'd try rook a8. But he's maybe, but also you might think, well, hang on, there's a forced win here anyway. Maybe he thinks there might be a forced win, but it doesn't look like obvious what your forced win is. These rook and pawn endgames can be frustrating because you get winning rook and pawn endgames and somehow you don't convert. Obviously, Mark Adams won a lot of rook and pawn endgame, very good endgame player over the course of his career. But this one is a bit frustrating for him, I would say.
Yeah, so if you move your rook over, I guess rook a1, it's quite an easy move to find, isn't it?
Yeah. Only move though, probably, right?
And then e4. This is probably an easy draw, is it? If the king goes,
Well, we've had some moves. He has tried rook a8. Wow. Huge moment. Harry has to find king g7. Only move. Let's get the board up on the... Wow.
Yeah.
Massive moment here. Will he find king g7? He's looking at his rook.
He's looking at his rook. He needs to look at it. You need to look at your king, Harry. Don't look at your
the
rook.
eyes.
Looking at his rook. He's looking at his pawns.
He's got 24 seconds.
Oh my God. I don't think he's going to find it. I don't think he's going to find King D7. This is an incredibly important moment. Michael Adams is locked in. He's found it. Unbelievable. How clutch is that by Harry Grieve, 2024 British champion? Wow.
2022, I think.
2022, so I was getting excited there. Okay. King G7. Incredibly stubborn defence here by Harry Grieve.
So if A7, we will have one of those variations where black gives away all of his pawns, but still draws something like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
It's actually, once you get to this position,
it's just a draw.
You can play a lot of moves quickly as well, so you can build up your time, and there's not much to think about. And I think the draw would probably be agreed within 5 minutes, because really there's not much. I mean, he could try moving his rook and then try to win without ending, but it's just so simple to draw, right?
I mean, you would probably just play on anywhere, though, wouldn't you?
You'd play it on.
You just play here or something, and you just play on. Yeah.
You play it on, but there's just no way you're going to win it. I mean, you probably wouldn't play rook e8 that early, but you're going to destroy it anyway, I would have thought. Yeah, I think Michael Adams, the reality is that this ending is not winning anymore for white. It's starting to dawn on him. Incredible defensive abilities by Harry in his last 2 games. We'd written him off as a one-trick pony, as preparation only, a preparation junkie, but in fact he's shown some great endgame skills, great defensive skills in his last 2 games, I would say.
Yeah, he's played very well. He's still, when you got a position like this against Michael Adams, you're never completely relaxed. You still know that it could go wrong.
Absolutely.
And he's basically down to the increment now for the rest of the game. It's 36 seconds left.
Yeah, but Michael Adams doesn't have much time either. I think he's annoyed because he knew he was winning. He must have known he was winning earlier. I mean, the position looked really over, and normally you put that away. But again, like I say, it's maybe the fatigue is starting to become a factor in this tournament. People are starting to get tired. It's hard to convert end games at the best of times, especially when you're coming off the back of 5 or 6 rounds in a row, and you've had like over 100 move game a couple of rounds ago. Wasn't his end game yesterday quite long as well? Maybe Michael Adams.
Yeah,
Did he play yesterday?
He played Yishan, didn't he?
And he won that in the end.
Yeah, he won. So he's had some quite long games.
He's had some long games, so and he's got another long game, so it's very tough. I think the more you're looking at this round, the more you're looking at Shreyas Royal as a potential winner. And people did tip him all along. He deserves to win a British title. He's been so close, also in Rapid and Blitz over the last few years. He's had chances. He's still got
Mickey left to play though, doesn't he?
But I think Mickey would be very tired now, and maybe not quite at the top form that would make him such a formidable opponent as he normally is. Beating Luke Shane was a massive win today for Shreyas. But you've also got wild cards like Roberson and Simon Williams and Tarrant, who could potentially upset the apple cart, right? And Bazakusta could potentially get 2 nice pairings coming in, could get 7.5. He probably needs to win both, I think, Bazakusta.
He hasn't really got anyone left to play, has he?
I think he needs to win both, though. Has he played
Luke, Bazakusta?
No.
Oh no, so he's still got Luke out of the top seeds.
We might not have to play him. It's not because if Luke messes up next round, he might not have to play him. And Luke still has to play someone like a Mickey, right?
I don't think that
pairing's going to happen, is it?
Shreyas will have to play Mickey though at some point, I think. Either next round or the last round.
Yeah. Feels that way. What's that said? I'm Gareth Price. I don't recognise your name, but I played a few tournaments in Cornwall, so perhaps we played at some point. Had a little comment in the chat. Okay, so we come back to that, or should we stick with this game?
We can stick with it I guess Mickey's going to... Maybe just stick with it, because this is the...
Yeah, let's stick with it, because it's a key game for the main tournament, yeah.
Yeah, so he could obviously
just
repeat
have a
rook
look at some of the other games.
He could just move his rook over to e8 or something, but then black just plays rook a1. In fact, he has played rook e8. He's played rook e8, but now I'm presuming just rook a1 is kind of easy move to find, I think.
Roberson, I'm just checking on. Robeson's
King
totally winning.
G6.
Zeba game. Taran's a lot
Something
better.
like this, I
Taran's
guess.
a lot better. Bodhana was a draw, by the way. So a decent result for both. That was a repetition. So particularly decent. Bodhana must be performing very well in this tournament. Her performance is 24-31. So she's actually got a very good chance of an IM norm.
I think there's quite a lot of drawing line. He's played rook a1. I think there's quite a lot of drawing potential for Harry now. It's not. He doesn't have to be too precise anymore.
Simon Williams, by the way, is performing really well. He's performing at 25-41. Let me tell you how Shreyas Royal is performing. He's performing at 26-84. That's insane. Luke McShane is performing at 25-17. So he's having a bad one. Yeah.
I mean, surely Harry has to play king g6. I'm not sure what he's thinking about here. Just toying with Mickey, letting his time run down to 1 second.
Wow, he's played it as well. What, with 1 second?
Well, it's about 4 or 5 seconds.
It's
but
crazy. Yeah, it's just like torturing the guy, yeah? Just making him think that he's going to win. Richard Pert falling at 23-75. Just have a look at Supratit's performance so far. He's performing at...
Maybe Mickey's going to try rook e6, do you think? Might try rook e6.
Supratit's falling 24-93, so he's got an outside chance. He's definitely going to get an IM norm, I think.
But I think even if he plays this, there should be quite an easy draw, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think you need to even be like that precise, do you? I don't know. Maybe you do have to be careful.
I mean, with so little time, you could lose this, Nick. I mean, this is probably as as good as Mickey could have got.
Yeah, something like this. But I think he'll just take that pawn, will he, at some point?
Oh,
and
yeah.
Yeah,
Because if you can't defend it, you can't defend it. That's what I'm saying. It's either going to whittle out pretty quickly, or Harry's going to make a horrible blunder and lose. You know, this game will not go on for another 2 hours. We'll stay with it to the end, and then we'll probably wrap up the broadcast. But, you know, I think it will finish fairly quickly. Maybe someone will lose on time. Maybe Mark Lannons will lose on time.
Yes, he's played... What did he play? Rook e6, did he?
Or maybe Harry Green will lose on time, yeah. It's not inconceivable.
So rook e6, surely king takes g5 now. It's kind of forced.
Take the pawn. Surely he'll take the pawn, Harry. Wow, he's taking it. Incredible.
And then king e5. Yeah.
Rook a, we could get.
I think rook a5 is the easiest. I would play rook a5, or you could just even go rook a3 is also.
I'm in awe. Sorry to interrupt. I'm in awe of Harry's defensive skills.
Maybe rook a3 is an easy draw. And what do you play after rook a3?
Also a draw, yeah. I mean, because rook f6, you go even rook e3 check is good.
Yeah.
Or probably rook g3 is also good enough, but you don't need it.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure because you're so far away.
Don't you just lose? Doesn't that lose?
Yeah, you actually lose, yeah. So maybe Harry, well done, Harry, join leader of the British Championships.
Yeah, I think rook a3.
I don't think
either
Mike
rook
Lannons
a5
is
or rook
gonna
a3. He's good rook a3. That looks good enough. He's hoping for rook f6 for Mickey.
So Mickey had 3 very marginal end games, and he won 2.5 out of 3, which isn't terrible, but he could easily got 3 out of 3. Well, okay, this game isn't over yet.
He was quite lucky against Sam, I guess, with the repetition.
That was, and also, when Yi Chen game, he played well there, and he kind of messed it up a little bit, but he got back on track and he won that game. So that was a good win. But yeah, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. It's hard to win every game against this level of opponents. That's why we see a lot of people losing rating, because they're under pressure. You know, if he draws this game, he's lost... Well, actually, not that much, because there's not that much difference in the rating, right? It's probably losing about... How much points would you lose for...
Yeah, it's like less than 100 points difference.
So it'd be about a point, right?
You don't think that they're so close to you.
No, it's surprising that they're actually so close in rating. I mean, you know, you go back a few years and Michael Adams was probably about 26.70 and Harry Greve was
Is it a
like an
draw?
unknown. Wow,
He
they
got a
agreed
draw.
a draw.
He got the draw.
Incredible. Well done, Harry. That was an
Good
incredible.
defence from Harry.
I have to give Harry a round of applause for that incredible defensive ability. I think we're going to wrap it up soon, guys, because we've been going on a long time today, and yesterday we went a long session. We've still got Taran. Looks like he's going to win. Peter Roberson has won an impressive game against Stephen Gordon. So Taran, really, the carrot there is huge for Taran, but he's messed it up, by the way, because it looks like likely now to potentially be a draw, but still a lot of play left.
If let's just quickly see if Taran did draw, where does that put us? I mean, Shreyas is on 6, and then you've got Mickey, Harry,
Right.
but Bazakutsa, I don't know how you pronounce it. Simon and, Peter Roberson.
There's a big pile up now on 5.5.
Yeah, so one of them has to float up to Shreyas, which is either going to be Mickey or Harry, isn't it?
Yeah, a big pile up. There's loads of people now on 5.5. Well, not loads, but
One of those will float up, and then you'll have the other one of them.
yeah, let's
And
assume
Bazakutsa-
Taran will be a draw, right? I mean, not
Bazakutsa
guaranteed.
against Simon and Peter. So it's going to be interesting.
So we don't know who Simon might play. He could potentially play
I guess either.
Bazakusta.
No, I think most likely he might play either Harry or Mickey, I think.
Right.
And
Really?
then Peter Roberson will
Oh,
play
he might
will play against Bazakutsa.
Oh, okay.
Is that the most likely? Because Simon's the other.
Yeah. So Simon would be.
Oh no, sorry, I got it wrong. Peter Robeson's actually higher rated, isn't he?
Right.
Peter Robeson's 1 point higher rated
So
than
Simon would play against
I
Bazakusta
think so.
and Roberson against Mickey and
Or-
Harry
or
Greve
Mickey.
up float.
Yeah, one maybe that way or.
Yeah. And Lumin
Yeah,
Shane
actually,
would
that could
then be
happen.
on the different school group. But if Taran wins, which is probably not going to lose, so we don't think Seaver's going to win, but even that's not inconceivable. He's gone A5, by the way. But now Black has Bishop D6, and it's already saying equal. In fact, there are some slight dangers for White because that H pawn is a bit weak. He's not even better now. So he's gone from a +2 position to, yeah, it's a little bit of a mess up. I mean, it's up for grabs now. If he finds Bishop D6, which Seaver probably will find. Yeah, both short of time here. So we were going to wrap it up. Now we're getting addicted. Going to be here for another 2 hours. Interesting scenario, but let's just see this move. See whether he finds Bishop D6, because this is. I think if he finds Bishop D6, it's not inconceivable he could win this game, because that H pawn's a little bit weak for White, and normally the Bishop's very good on both sides of the board, and also you got an anchored D pawn. If White can't easily get rid of that anchored D pawn, I'll be slightly concerned I might lose that as White. What do you think?
I guess there's a risk, but I do think that White's the better position still.
No, he's played quite a poor move. Yeah, it's not a great move. Maybe he was. I'm not sure what he was afraid of.
It's not too bad though. Still,
It's okay. I think maybe he was afraid of this move,
I think White will play A6.
but then A6.
Yeah, I think A6 is
Right.
coming anyway from White though.
Yeah, so good chances for Tara to
If I
win,
was
I'd
White,
say.
I'd play A6 and just put that. I mean, I can see it's not the best move, but I'd do probably play anyway.
Yeah.
Just put that pawn there.
He's
Oh,
gone
he's played H5,
Yeah.
which is also okay. Yeah,
If you went there,
yeah,
it's
maybe
also-
maybe that was H5. Maybe
H5's a great move because
It
takes-
takes that pawn
yeah.
to H6.
and you can't really go King F6 because you just lose immediately. I think you can actually take here and then you win with B4. Very
It's
important
actually
move.
still uncomfortable, isn't it? It's still
Yeah,
uncomfortable
let's stick with
for
this for now.
Seaver.
Okay, we'll stick for it for another 10 minutes and see. He's starting to stumble now. Knight C4.
Because now he's got H5 and A6 in. Wait,
He's
knight C4.
strengthened to the maximum. He's gone wrong, but again, it's engine stuff. You know, these players aren't machines. They're going to make mistakes. The engine doesn't like his play, but the engine is always discerning of human fallibility. But Knight C4 for Taran is, you know,
It's kind of
Ireland's
obvious,
great hope.
It's an obvious move, isn't it?
It's an obvious move. Let's hope he finds it. Or Knight G4 is also quite tempting, with the idea of pushing the F pawn. but apparently knight c4 is significantly stronger, and then put the pawn on a6. He's gone knight g4 actually, the more forcing line.
It's still probably
It's quite
still
a
quite dangerous,
decent
isn't it?
move. Knight c4 was a lot stronger because
black
of
will play bishop
a6.
f8, but then you can get your a6 in, and you've got your pawns in good positions, and
You have to only
it's quite
move.
hard because I mean, for the king to take that a pawn, it's a long way to
Could
go.
even go back, to be honest,
I
and
would
then repeat and
play.
then
I'd
go
probably
knight.
play a6. I mean, is the king going to go and take that pawn? Take a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe white can do something, and but the only thing is that white is tied down to the d4 pawn. That's the only downside. So maybe the king could just go and take that pawn.
This is massive, guys. This is massive. I'm falling asleep, by the way. I'm so tired. But we've had some more moves. We've had bishop f8. And he has gone a6.
He's gone for a6. Maybe just go and take it though. What's white going to do?
This is torture chamber, though. Yeah, because the problem is if you eliminate the d pawn, or you had a pawn on d3, you'd rather have like a pawn on d3 and a black pawn on c4, because then you could, mind you, then there would be c4 breakthrough possibilities, I suppose. But you know, because you're right, you'd like to use your king, but then the d pawn starts.
What if he tries to use the f pawn? I know this is not the right move, but let's just try that. Let's just look at this variation. Can you do anything with the f pawn? Something like this could happen. Yeah.
Will happen. Take. Yeah, it would like there'll be some variation where you give up the bishop, but then you start going king b5, king b4.
Yeah.
And then I'd be worried there as white, Nick, because.
Yeah, but then you can't even go king d5. You can never move this king because I just pushed the d pawn.
I'd be worried there as white, because how do you stop the pawns after king b4? You know, like.
You want to play king, but if king b4, then can you play king d5? Oh, then they play bishop f8.
Oh, there's an incredible line here. Yeah, show that line. Yeah. I'll just show that line. Like here, you go only move here, apparently. Take, and now push. Again, only move, and it's a draw. White can't. Incredible. I've had a few more moves.
The king's actually heading over there. Did he play f4? We might get this line. We might get it.
Wow, this is huge.
If I was black here, I would just go I don't want to go king e6 because I feel it's too passive. I like to have a plan.
Exactly.
I would just carry on.
And also you allow the pawn to get to f6 anyway, so it doesn't really improve
I think you just go for it now.
I think he's going for it. Wow, we could get this variation. This is incredible.
King c6. When you can throw knight e5, it doesn't really change much, does it?
I don't really think that. Yeah, I think the critical error was knight g4. If he'd have gone knight c4, he would have kept that king under wraps. And he could have pushed the f-pawn anyway. But because he put the knight on g4, it proved to be a pivotal error. Because now that his advantage is gone, yeah, he looks disgusting now on the webcam.
It's still not over though.
King c6, great move. I think he's going to push.
Probably play f5, will he?
Yeah, looks the most likely.
Either that or knight e5.
Both players locked in.
It's gone for knight
wow,
e5.
It's gone for knight e5.
But then king b5 doesn't really change much.
Yeah, exactly. It transposes, right? King b5, f5.
Is there a chance that the black might go after the b pawn here?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I think that would be a mistake, because that would allow.
Because that allows knight c6, does it? And then
apparently it's still a draw. But knight c6, you can't take the pawn. Let's try taking the pawn. No, you're losing.
Yeah. So suddenly this a pawn is dangerous.
He's gone king b5. So this is amazing defense by Siva. Siva's a great calculator as well, and this is amazing. We saw that last year in the British. He's a great tactician. He's a great calculator.
So I guess white's going to play f5. I mean, you might as well get on with it.
I think he's based around this area as well. He's like a home. Plays for Warwickshire Select. I think I mentioned that in one of the earlier broadcasts. Yeah, very dramatic game. It's very exciting. We get these dramatic, long games where it comes down to a blitz finish. Both players just trying really, really hard. They put so much effort in all day. They've been working on chess all day, a bit like us. And they've done their prep in the morning, so they've probably done like 2-3 hours in the morning, had their food, came to the board, and they've sat there for literally, I mean, it's now 5 hours, right? We started at 2.
We might have that line with the bishop f8, do you think?
Yeah, we're going to get that. We started at 2 and 2:30, and it's now over 5 hours. So these guys are just pushing it. Really, guys, if is there any sponsors out there, we need rest days. please pump some money to British so we can. I would take over. You know, the problem is the current organisers, if they pump more money in, they just put more money into the prize fund, and they wouldn't put any rest days. Sorry. I'm going to get the sack. I'm going to get a sack. I'm joking.
Oh,
I'm joking.
It's gone forward. It's gone forward.
No.
Wait, you
Oh,
can
we
still,
could
you
get
can
this.
still backtrack though
Yeah.
if knight sees it. But out of interest, after f6 though, you can play king b. This might have been a really clever move though. F6, you can play king b3.
Yeah.
Now what's happening?
Yeah, this is like absolutely.
F7. This is just crazy.
Yeah.
What does black play here? C4.
Yeah. Okay, we had a couple minutes.
my
Refresh,
goodness.
Nick. Refresh. Sorry, the ECF are watching. I
Yeah,
was
they've
only
repeated-
joking
they've
earlier. I was
repeated
only
that.
joking, obviously. They're great at distributing the money in the right way. But yeah, I do. It's sad we don't have more sponsors. We do have sponsors for this tournament, but we would like to.
Let's
Who
take
are our
on
sponsors
A7. Let's
again?
take on A7.
Box Raw,
Box Raw,
MPL Fabrication,
MPL Fabrication. What do the MPL fabrications do? What do,
Metal Fabrication, so
metal fabrication and Box Raw? What do they do?
clothing for like boxing or chest box.
Clothing, yeah, wonderful. I mean, their t-shirts are just ace, really good, guys.
Siva looks kind of happy here.
Wow,
He feels like he's got it under control now.
Yeah. Taron doesn't. He's scowling. He doesn't.
I mean, you can sack the knight on
Yeah, it
d4,
doesn't
which
look
would be enough for
comfortable
a draw. That's a guaranteed draw because there's bishop and one colour rook spawn. So if he
Yeah.
sacks on d4, he can't lose, but he might go
Yeah,
for
but
knight e5.
that's very depressing to do that. But
He can't lose. He could sack on d4, put his king on h1, and he
it
can't
feels
lose.
like it's going to be a draw. Yeah. So we feel like this is probably going to be a draw now. So your prediction.
He might go for knight e5. He
So
might
we
try
think
it.
that Simon might play Bazakusta, and would Simon be black, right?
Yeah, I
But
think
he
so,
will
but-
give that game a spin.
Because
And he-
also he's more dangerous with black. He'll probably play the Dutch against Bazakusta.
That would be a very
He sacked
interesting
it. Yeah,
pairing.
there's basically a draw for basically.
Yeah. More or less
Siva looks
draws.
relaxed now.
Yeah, he knows he's going to escape
He's
this.
knows he's escaped. Yeah.
I did call that earlier though. I said the Roberson game. This is the only thing I've called correctly today. But I said the Roberson game. I thought Roberson was going to win, very likely, and I thought this game was going to be a draw. Once he'd blown, obviously earlier I thought Taron was going to win, but once he'd blown that advantage, I thought, guys, I think we're going to call it a day there.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Good
It's
shout.
absolutely shattered. But thanks again for everyone who's watching at home, and also all your comments, and everyone who's watching live audience as well. And we're going to leave the end of the game on if anyone who wants to watch it at home, but it feels like it's going to end up being a draw. Thank you again for watching.
Okay,
Cheers.
thank you.
Goodbye. All right, put this away.